Lord of the Mystery, Lucky by author Nan Haiyu Xing Chen. Chapter 201-250. Chapter 201 Chapter 75 Did Mr. Fool also take care of children before? Alice's single sentence successfully plunged the Tarot Club into an awkward silence even before the meeting officially began. Audrey stared blankly at Alice, a tremendous sense of dread rising in her heart. Alice's divine inspiration, to her, wasn't particularly strong, although she could feel its deterrent power at certain moments and often said strange things. Overall, Alice's image was still rather gentle. No, not exactly gentle. Recalling Alice's remarks from last week, Audrey corrected her judgment. Alice's image, to be precise, wasn't gentle, but rather that of a naive child, full of curiosity about the world and lacking proper guidance. In any case, she probably wouldn't say something as bizarre as, "I'm used to calling clothes skin, so what exactly could make her accustomed to calling clothes skin? Could it be that Miss Fate changes her skin like ordinary people change clothes?" This terrifying conjecture made Audrey's face turn pale. Of course, she wasn't the only one frightened, but others' reactions were quite different. Hanged Man Alger lowered his head the moment he heard Alice's words, adhering to his usual principle, playing dead. He had long grown accustomed to Alice blurting out strange things in her thought process, which was completely different from ordinary people. Therefore, he understood that in such situations, he only needed to play dead and observe the reactions of Mr. Fool in the world. And after the shock of Alice counting on her fingers how many times she had died in total, Moon Emlyn was quite receptive to this. After all, last time she also said something terrifying with an innocent expression. Son Derek was the calmest among them. He wasn't really scared, because all sorts of things happened every day in the forsaken land of the gods, and there were far more terrifying monsters than Alice among those he had seen. In fact, the main reason Alice seemed eerie was her matter-of-fact attitude when she said it. But Derek had never met that ice cream-loving brat. Miss Fate, in the Tarot Club, in Derek's mind, was a deity with the mind of a child. For a deity, this indeed seemed like a matter of course. As a best-selling author, Magician Furz's first reaction, however, added something else to her fear. This sentence would be perfect for a horror novel. Look, what a dedicated best-selling author, if she hadn't collapsed in terror into her chair the next second. Amidst Alice's confusion and everyone else's terror, Klein realized the core problem of the whole situation. Lowen didn't have such a thing as game skins. But this was a difficult problem to explain. First, it was definitely not suitable for Mr. Fool to explain it personally, probably only the world was suitable for this job. But, what else could be said? To say that skin meant clothes. To say that she was used to mixing up clothes and skin. That would only be more terrifying, wouldn't it? After a moment of contemplation, Klein manipulated the world to speak. "Good afternoon, Miss Fate. Were you really that idle before? I thought you had at least a dozen hours of classes a day." Alice fell into thought. This sentence was a reluctantly reminder, because Alice realized from it that she no longer needed to attend a dozen hours of classes a day, nor could she play games. In Lowen, where video games didn't exist, calling clothes skin was a terrifying thing. No wonder they were so scared. Alice reflected deeply on herself before replying, "It's precisely because I had to attend classes for so long that other things left a deep impression." Hanged Man Alger's peripheral vision swept over Alice and the world. His heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained calm. Classes? What kind of classes? And a dozen hours a day. Learning knowledge was a rare and expensive opportunity in this era, and Alice's displayed state meant that she was most likely forced to attend classes. Alger, based on the current situation in Lowen, began to prejudicially consider who would be forced to attend school when knowledge was so expensive. After thinking about Miss Fate's personality, Alger believed he understood everything. This wasn't just Alger's idea. Associating it with Alice's attitude towards classes, Justice Audrey also highly suspected that the truth of the matter was that someone didn't want Miss Fate to cause trouble. As for who, Audrey respectfully glanced at Mr. Fool at the head of the bronze long table, praising Mr. Fool in her heart. A perfect misunderstanding was thus achieved. Mr. Fool didn't know he had already become a child's parent. After confirming that the atmosphere had eased, he leaned back in his chair, becoming a quiet ornament. Realizing that Audrey didn't seem to intend to continue greeting, and no one spoke first. Alice, who had caused this scene, consciously asked, "Does anyone here specialize in lifting curses? Or know someone who specializes in lifting curses?" Alger was slightly startled, subconsciously glancing at Mr. Fool sitting in the gray fog. Alice noticed his gaze, pouted, and said, "Do you want me to imitate what he said to you?" Alger looked at Miss Fate, then at Mr. Fool, regretting a little that he hadn't held back that glance just now. Audrey's curiosity was piqued. She recalled Alice once commenting that Mr. Fool was completely different in private from how they saw him. So, would Mr. Fool be driven to a breakdown by Miss Fate in private? Audrey ultimately didn't cast such a gaze upon Mr. Fool, merely giving the world a sympathetic look, then asked, "What?" So Alice mimicked Klein's tone at the time and said, "I remember you really liked Amon's monocle, didn't you? Now you can wear it all the time, how great is that?" This tone, full of relief and lament, plunged Audrey and Alger into silence for a moment, and a strange thought emerged. Mr. Fool seems quite lively in private. No, that's not right. It should be said that no one can keep a straight face around Miss Fate, not even a great figure like Mr. Fool. This blame was successfully shifted onto Alice. At the same time, everyone keenly noticed another main character in this conversation, Eamon. Did Miss Fate really go play with Eamon? Such a question simultaneously arose in the minds of Audrey, Alger, Derek, and Furs. Only Moon Emlyn, who wasn't present when Eamon first appeared, raised the question, "Eamon? Who is that?" Chapter 202 Chapter 76 Hidden Worries. Hearing the question, Alice turned to Emlyn, gritting her teeth and cursing, "That's a lunatic." After a pause, Alice recalled Song Shu's description and continued to curse, "Thief. Liar." Emlyn was infected by Alice's heartfelt anger, and he said empathetically, "He sounds like a very hateful person." "Exactly." Alice nodded vigorously. Derek and Alger simultaneously shifted their bodies, moving a little further away from him. Under Emlyn's puzzled gaze, Furs also lowered her head, only the kind Audrey explained. The Eamon Miss Destiny mentioned as a king of angels, a terrifying existence that transcends Sequence 1. Emlyn froze. The kind Audrey continued to add, Miss Destiny once described Eamon as the foremost person below a true god. Emlyn somewhat regretted his previous actions. He felt as if the tarot club's chair had suddenly grown needles, making him restless. He had to know that the greatest figure he had ever encountered was only a Sequence 3 at this moment, still sleeping in a coffin, and he had just cursed a king of angels. Immense fear engulfed Emlyn. He didn't even have time to think about what an existence transcending Sequence 1 meant, his mind filled with regret over his recent actions. Simple as he was, and proud as he was, Emlyn was not like Alice, who would pounce and bite the angel of time's hand in extreme anger. Perhaps the term, "bare child," wasn't quite suitable here either. After explaining all this, Audrey looked at Emlyn with a pitying gaze, then turned to Alice, asking curiously, "Miss Destiny, what happened?" Alice was silent for a moment, then replied, "I received Amon's return gift." Audrey subconsciously wanted to ask Alice, "Then shouldn't you be happy?" Then she suddenly remembered Alice's personality. The Angel of Time, who had a great time playing with Miss Fate, didn't his title include, God of Deceit and Pranks? ... He doesn't sound like a proper god at all. Audrey silently shifted her body, moving a little further away from Alice. This time, Alice didn't need a straight man. She sighed with a sorrowful expression and asked, "Do you know how sad it is to eat food without taste?" And Eamon, Amon's return gift will steal my sense of taste. How can there be such a disgusting effect? Emlyn, who had finished regretting, couldn't help but interject, "Wouldn't it be fine if you just didn't wear it when you eat?" Alice looked at him and said plaintively, "That's why I asked if any of you are good at curses. That thing has a curse on it. Once you put it on, you can't take it off or move its position." Emlyn fell into contemplation. This is the god of deceit and pranks. Audrey also fell into contemplation. Alger finally understood the whole story. He confirmed with Alice, "So the monocle you are currently wearing is Amon's return gift." Alice nodded, then blinked and asked, "Mr. Hanged Man, do you know anyone skilled in removing curses?" "I can try to inquire for you." Alger did not give a definite answer, but merely tried to console Alice. "And Miss Destiny, a side effect like losing your sense of taste carrying it long-term will not cause you harm. You don't need to be so anxious. Even so, Alger felt that he probably couldn't help much. Firstly, Amon's status was too high. He suspected that the curse effect might not be strong, but it would probably be very difficult to undo. Secondly, wasn't Mr. Fool here? But, Alice stared at Alger, biting her lip before speaking her true thoughts. If I lose my human senses, how will I confirm that I am human? Alger was slightly startled. He quickly recalled his speculation about Alice's situation. She was fully immersing herself in playing a human. So, feelings are also one of her ways to confirm her state. Upon realizing this, Alger subtly glanced at Mr. Fool in the gray fog out of the corner of his eye. Unfortunately, he still couldn't infer more information from it. But, if Miss Destiny needed to rely on her senses to maintain her state, it meant that the impact of this matter was much more serious than he had thought. In that case, Mr. Fool shouldn't ignore her, unless... Alger looked at Alice and suddenly thought of a possibility. Having lived on the sea for many years, Alger was more familiar with the darkness side of this world. He knew what kind of actions could stimulate the senses more, and none of these actions were commendable. Perhaps, for Miss Destiny, being too immersed was not a good thing either. After all, she was not truly human. Alger once again believed he understood everything, and he calmly continued. But not being human is not determined by trivial matters like whether one can taste food. There are many people in this world who, although they look like humans, have done things more disgusting than beasts. You shouldn't confirm you are human in this way. These were quite bold words for Alger. As he spoke, he carefully observed the expressions of Mr. Fool and the world, ready to shut up if anything seemed amiss. Fortunately, even though Mr. Fool's emotions were still indiscernible, the world and Alice both showed thoughtful expressions. Klein was indeed thinking. He had never really felt anything was amiss. Alice had always left him with the impression of a young, somewhat boisterous child, even more so after he learned she hadn't even reached adulthood before transmigrating. Although Alice occasionally said strange things, frankly, given Alice's consistent personality, this wasn't particularly out of place. He had never suspected that Alice might have a problem. And it was perfectly normal for Alice to be angry at Amon's actions. She was just such a boisterous child. It would be strange if she were quiet. It wasn't until just now that Klein realized something. Alice was using her sense of taste to confirm she was human. In other words, she was questioning whether she was human. Was this normal? Klein suddenly felt a subtle worry. He tried to recall Alice's consistent image, which made him realize something. She could be a child who liked pranks, who spoke and acted a bit thoughtlessly, or she could be a wanton deity. Both identities, placed on her, seemed to have little sense of incongruity. Chapter 203 Chapter 77 Mr. Hanged Man is imagining again. The Tarot Club was not a good place for whispered conversations, so Klein, despite his worries, said nothing. Klein had always known that Alice harbored secrets, such as that book from an unknown source, and he remembered Alice once saying that she might have woken up more than once. Perhaps she really is a revived evil god. This thought flashed through Klein's mind, and then he felt the same confusion as Alger. Was she still a child when she became a god? How could that be? Surely the Beander potion didn't just fall into her mouth, did it? As Klein thought this, he recalled how Alice became a Beander, and suddenly felt a deeper worry. This really seems possible, even if the odds are small, but for luck, as long as it's possible, that's enough. Klein looked at Alice worriedly, only to see her propping her chin thoughtfully and asking, "Then what do you think I should use to confirm it?" Alger suddenly got stuck. Alice glanced at him lazily and said in a light, airy voice, "Since you don't have any ideas either, how about you help me find someone who can lift the curse first?" Alger nodded without hesitation and closed his mouth. Mr. Hanged Man is thinking strange things again. Alice thoughtfully swept a glance at Alger, leaned back against a chair, and continued. As for the reward, well, I don't know what I have that I can offer as a reward. If I had to say, perhaps, a portion of luck. Alger and Audrey's hearts skipped a beat, but neither spoke. Only Emlyn, who seemed much more cautious, tentatively asked, "A portion of luck?" Alice blinked at him, finding that he seemed to be full of confusion about this reward, so Alice propped her chin and replied, Perhaps someone you dislike will suddenly die for some inexplicable reason, or perhaps something you've always longed for will become yours. It could also be some trivial, small good things. However, no matter what, I don't recommend you ask me for this luck recently. Why? Emlyn asked subconsciously. Because I've been in a very bad mood recently, Alice replied coolly. Of course, the main reason for this was that Alice currently didn't have the ability to bestow luck upon others, but this statement itself wasn't a lie. Alice said it without any guilt, and Audrey, observing in secret, only noticed that Alice was still hiding something. The ill-tempered Alice forcefully tugged at the monocle on her face, leaned back against the chair, and decided to visit the church as soon as she got back. Could she hold Beander gatherings in Backland? A strange thought flashed through Alice's mind. She secretly made a mental note of it, intending to deal with it after resolving the monocle on her face. Alice angrily cursed Eamon in her mind again. After confirming that Alice was no longer speaking, Audrey withdrew her gaze and raised her hand, saying, "Respected Mr. Fool, I have obtained 3 more pages of Rosal's diary." Derek also remembered this matter. He raised his hand and said, "Great Mr. Fool, I have transcribed some legends of ancient gods. It seems no one calls me Great Miss Destiny." Alice secretly peeked at Derek, muttering discontentedly in her heart. Derek didn't notice Alice's little thoughts. He then said to Alger, "Mr. Hanged Man, the list of monsters in the surrounding area has also been compiled." "So pure," Alice sighed silently, catching a glimpse of Alger's slight shake of the head. Could this be one of Mr. Hanged Man's few moments of conscience? Alice waited in a daze until the trading session began. Without Alice's interference, Audrey eagerly inquired about clues for her Beander potion materials. "Mr. Moon, do you have any information on the fruit of the elder tree and the blood of the mirror dragon?" Emlyn nodded slightly. "A total of 750 pounds. As long as you pay this amount, they will be yours. Of course, there's also my reward, 100 pounds. Deal." Audrey agreed without hesitation. "I hope the transaction can be completed today or tomorrow." Alice, who had witnessed a transaction firsthand, began to wonder why her past self hadn't left her present self any money. That way, she wouldn't have to work hard now. Maybe her past self intended to leave the task of working hard to her future self. Alice fell into contemplation. After Audrey excitedly waved her hands twice under the table, Alger turned to Emlyn and asked, "That Sanguine Baron's inheritance, do you still want it?" 4,500 pounds, this is the best price I could get for you." Alice keenly noticed that Mr. Hanged Man Alger didn't report his commission like Mr. Moon Emlyn, but rather blended it in. So how much commission did he earn? Alice looked at Alger, then at Emlyn, and fell into contemplation. I'll think about it again," Emlyn said in a poor voice. "No problem." Alger, who had reserved a price difference of 1,300 pounds, did not urge him. Several more transactions took place, and the Tarot Club entered the free exchange session. Audrey, who had held back for a long time, curiously asked, "Miss Destiny, is the style of your clothes popular somewhere?" So everyone curiously awaited Alice's answer. They were also very curious about who would ever think of wearing a sack. "Yes," Alice tugged at her school uniform, nodded with a sincere expression, "this is the style of my hometown. Wearing it makes me feel especially at home." Alger's eyes became confused. He had originally speculated that Alice might be related to elves, but, surely elves' aesthetics couldn't be this bad. Audrey looked at Alice's unaesthetic clothes and fell into contemplation. The World weakly rubbed his forehead and spoke to prevent Alice from leaving an even stranger impression on the others. "Don't misunderstand, this isn't popular fashion, it's a uniform." "A uniform?" Audrey was slightly taken aback. Alice looked at the World's direction with displeasure and replied expressionlessly, "Yes, a uniform. But I'd rather call this thing a prison uniform." Recalling what the World had initially said about Alice having over a dozen hours of classes a day, they suddenly felt they understood everything. Unable to withstand the meaningful glances of the others, Alice quickly changed the subject. "Backland is still in that high-pressure state. Currently, all Beander gatherings have stopped." Chapter 204 Chapter 78 It turns out that the Angel King is also a nanny. Furs closed her eyes in pain. Backland strengthened its controls, and all Beander gatherings were uniformly suspended. For these wild, low-level beyonders, the impact was undoubtedly devastating. As one of these low-level beyonders, Furs inevitably felt pain because of this. Meanwhile, the vampire Emlyn was full of questions. He had been living a regular life recently, volunteering at the Church of the Earth Mother for a long time, and had not felt the tense atmosphere in Backland. After all, official beyonders wouldn't arrest official vampires. Of course, another main reason was probably that Emlyn himself wasn't very fond of going out, he just wanted to go home early to see his dolls. Alger nodded and said to Derek, "Don't be careless. Before holding the sacrificial ritual, it's best to confirm that the chief leading this exploration team is not in the City of Silver, or is busy with other matters." "Why?" Alice raised her hand to ask. "I don't understand the City of Silver well enough to be certain," Alger explained, "but I suspect your chief might be able to perceive the cycle of destiny." At this point, Alger noticed Alice's expression stiffen, and Derek also became nervous. He looked at the two people exchanging glances and suddenly had a bad premonition. "Did something happen to you, last week?" Alger asked. Alice took a deep breath, shook her head, and asked, "Why do you think Eamon suddenly came to me?" Alger fell into contemplation. Derek, somewhat annoyed and nervous, asked, "Mr. Hanged Man, what should I do?" Alger pondered for a moment and gave Derek a reassurance. "Even if he perceives it, your chief shouldn't expose you directly. He'll just monitor you in secret, as before." Alice nodded thoughtfully and said, "That's right, after all, you've waited so long, your chief won't let go of even a glimmer of hope. You just need to act like before." After seeing Derek's expression calm down slightly, Alger said, "The sea has been relatively calm recently." At this moment, World's hoarse voice rang out. "I just heard something about the sea. Miss Fate, can you help me buy a radio telegraph machine?" Alice frowned and looked at him for a few seconds before reluctantly nodding and saying, "All right." After receiving confirmation, World cleared his throat and said, "That matter is related to the Storm Church." Alice turned her head to look at Alger. Alger, who knew nothing, frowned, once again realizing his position in the church. So Alice turned to look at World, pondered for a moment, then asked, "Is your eye twitching?" Klein gave up the difficult maneuver of manipulating World to show a playful look, and laughed in a deep, hoarse voice. "The ancient customs of Bansi Harbor have revived, some residents have turned into cultists, and even the bishop of the Storm Church has fallen. I heard the matter has been resolved, but many people died." Bansi Harbor. Alger recalled the situation there and proactively explained to the clear-eyed Audrey, Alice, and Furs. "There's a tradition of live sacrifice there, targeting an evil spirit called the God of Weather. Overseas, in the southern continent, there are many similar evil spirits. They appear to have been eradicated, but in reality, they survive in strange states. Many people die suddenly in those places, not necessarily due to illness. If you have similar travel or adventure plans, don't be careless." "So, this was an accident?" Alice tilted her head, looking at Alger with an inquiring gaze. Before Alger could answer, he heard a slightly deep laugh from the head of the bronze long table. Alger sharply turned his head, and then, before Mr. Fool spoke, he heard Miss Fate's consistently good question. "I've actually always been particularly curious. Doesn't your neck hurt if you turn your head like that?" The scene suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Klein in the gray fog laughed again without concealment, as if amused by Alice. He said in a relaxed tone, "This reminds me of a king of angels." Alice immediately sat up straight. After all, for others, this was likely just listening to a story, but for Alice, there might really be someone she knew in it. Audrey, Emlyn, and Alger were all excited and nervous about this. Even Derek, unusually, joined the conversation. Only Furs, remembering that she was only sequence 9, felt pain. Alice looked at Klein, who had no intention of continuing to speak. After severely despising his behavior of using two accounts for one matter and not finishing his story, she began to play along. "Who is it?" Audrey, who had just raised her hand, put it down again. Klein leaned back in his chair and chuckled, "Medici, who founded Rose Redemption. His bloodline descendants live in Bansi." Medici. Alice's eyes widened, and she almost jumped out of her chair. Mom. This strange term confused the members of the Tarot Club, but Alice then mumbled and undermined Mr. Fool. But Medici isn't really the founder. He's at most a first-generation member. The true founder should be. Is. Everyone stared intently at Alice. Alice quickly swallowed the word, goddess, that had almost slipped out. Looking at the others' gazes, Alice pondered for a moment. To express her resolve, she firmly covered her mouth with her hand. The others disappointedly withdrew their gazes and did not press further. Alger pondered for a moment and made a guess that was both reasonable and absurd. Is it you? Alice fell into contemplation. It was actually an organization founded by Miss Fate. This guess didn't even stay in everyone's minds for a second before Alice voiced her doubt. Do I look like I have that ability? No one dared to answer. Audrey thought for a moment and changed the subject. Miss Fate, what does mom mean? So the others also looked at Alice. Although this combination of words was very strange, its meaning seemed obvious. It was just a little inconsistent with the identity of a king of angels. Alice pondered for a moment and decided to use Song Shu's answer, because Medici was the nanny Amon's father hired for Amon. Audrey and Alger turned to look at the silent Mr. World, and fell into contemplation. Klein in the gray fog also fell into contemplation. Why did this configuration sound a little familiar? Chapter 205 Chapter 79 Miss Monster. A strange atmosphere spread through the Tarot Club. Except for Emlyn, who hadn't quite figured out the situation, everyone exchanged glances, secretly peeking at the quiet Mr. World. Realizing this scrutiny, Klein fell into deep thought. He always felt that Gehrman's image in the Tarot Club was getting stranger and stranger. Klein mused, then began to ponder what the mad adventurer Gehrman Sparrow would look like with a child. Wouldn't that ruin his image a bit too much? While Klein worried about his non-existent image, Audrey asked curiously. Miss Destiny, do you know what Medici's title is? Or rather, which pathway does he belong to? How would I know? It can't possibly be the nanny pathway. Alice muttered to herself, then turned to look at Klein. Klein leaned back in his chair and smiled. Red Priest. Red Priest. Everyone chewed on the words. Except for Alger, everyone felt as if they were hearing a novel story. The experienced hanged man, Alger, carefully speculated about Mr. Fool's intentions, firmly believing that Mr. Fool wanted him to report this matter to the Storm Church. After the matter of Medici concluded, Emlyn brought up his predicament. Everyone, I have a question. It's like this, suppose a powerful individual arranges for you to investigate something. You successfully obtain the information, but for some reason, you cannot report it to that powerful individual. How, then, can you continue to receive support from them? Alice pondered for 2 seconds before asking, You know, a friend of yours encountered this situation. Emlyn opened his mouth, unsure whether he should agree to that statement. This silence was taken as an affirmation by the others. Everyone looked at the hanged man, Alger, who was experienced in such matters. Even Mr. Fool, hidden by the gray fog, awaited Alger's answer. Alger's mouth twitched. He looked at Emlyn and said, It's very simple, but you know, your friend, will need to bear some risks. Emlyn hesitated, wanting to speak, but was ultimately forced to admit he had a friend. Alger then continued where he left off. You can have your friend slowly show some abnormalities in their daily life, making that powerful individual realize your friend has a problem. He will have 2 choices. One is to directly interrogate your friend, but this could easily cut off clues. The second is to inadvertently provide help to your friend, allowing your friend to investigate more deeply, and then send people to monitor your friend. Emlyn humbly accepted this advice on behalf of his non-existent friend. Afterward, Emlyn, grateful for the help, provided Alger with an anesthetic gas that could knock out an entire ship's crew. Towards the end of the discussion, Klein lightly tapped the surface of the mottled long table and smiled leisurely. I foresee that next week, you will all have new appearances. This gathering ends here. Thank you for your blessing. Audrey was the first to stand up, bidding farewell and expressing gratitude. After everyone had disappeared above the gray fog, Alice found herself left behind again. Looking at the puzzled Alice, Klein pondered for a moment, then chose a topic that was easier for Alice. Why did Amon come looking for you again? Alice lowered her head in thought, he might really like that gift. Klein gasped, asking cautiously, do we have the same understanding of, like? Alice recalled for a moment, then nodded and said, probably not quite the same. Klein fell into deep thought. Alice looked at him and asked, puzzled, so, what did you originally want to ask? Klein looked at Alice, considering his words, and asked, about your last awakening, how much do you remember? Alice was silent for a moment, then looked up at the sky and replied, I really seem to be a revived evil god. Klein fell into deep thought. Alice stroked her chin and said, mainly. Will Osepton seems quite afraid of me, and the goddess seems to have known me before. I don't know why she doesn't really want to bother with me. Klein subtly reminded her, I think anyone who knows you wouldn't want to bother with you, right? Alice was silent for a moment, then seriously denied it. No, Eamon would only feel like we met too late. Klein gasped again, asking in horror, you two shouldn't have known each other before, right? Alice was silent for a moment, then said, I think, if we had known each other before, the goddess might not just not want to bother with me. She might want to kill me. No, I might have been killed by her. Klein fell into deep thought. Alice propped her chin and continued. However, I think I know what you want to ask. Do you remember what my sequence 9 is called? Monster. Klein recalled it after a brief thought. Actually, Alice said, propping her chin, in a declarative tone, even if one directly swallows a sequence 7 Beander characteristic, sequence 9 and sequence 8 still need to be digested, right? Klein nodded hesitantly. But, Alice continued, even if I fainted when I swallowed the characteristic, when I woke up later, I actually didn't feel these two characteristics. Klein was slightly taken aback. Alice sighed, then continued. It wasn't until sequence 5 that I realized when I woke up. I seemed to have an extra, lucky one, Beander characteristic that needed to be digested. The sequence 6 potion was already instant melt for me, so where did sequence 9 and sequence 8 go? I don't need to act as a monster or a robot. I already am one. Klein opened his mouth, intending to comfort Alice, but Alice's expression quickly became animated. Wow, do you know, that Eamon, that damned Eamon. He's been using this to provoke me ever since he found out. He even calls me, Miss Monster. Klein looked at Alice's angry and animated expression, then pondered and asked, what else did Eamon do? He hit me. Alice angrily slammed the table, twice. Klein looked at Alice, then pondered and said, I now believe Eamon is a benevolent god. After all, I think if Eamon really wanted to, he could probably swat you dead with one hand, right? Surviving 2 hits, he is indeed very benevolent. You're wrong, Alice denied with a serious expression, it was 2 fingers. No, actually, with the ground, 1 finger should be able to press me to death. Klein was silent for a moment, then looked at Alice and smiled. You're right, Miss Monster. Then, he cut the internet connection under Alice's angry gaze. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Chapter 206 Chapter 80 Give the Bishop a little shock. Alice's eyes widened in anger. In the real world, when did Klein go bad? Alice reflected again on whether she had been too harsh on Klein, but she was still so annoyed, how could he cut off her internet? Alice angrily went out to buy a radio telegraph machine, slamming the door shut on her way out. Speaking of which, where should one buy such a thing? Alice walked and pondered, casually placing misfortune on a passerby she found displeasing. If only there was online shopping, Alice sighed inwardly, thought for a moment, and chose divination over asking for directions. Just as Alice was about to find a quiet place to divine, she heard a scream. Alice turned her head and saw that the unlucky passerby she had found displeasing earlier had fallen face first into something. Literally, his face really did hit an unknown object. How disgusting! Alice frowned and looked away, feeling that her mood had not improved at all. Even after buying the radio telegraph machine and walking out, Alice had not emerged from that feeling of disgust. The streets were full of food stalls and shops. Usually, at this time, Alice would already be wandering around, thinking about what to eat for dinner. But today, Alice, without glancing left or right, took the telegraph machine home, and then, without glancing left or right, hurried to St. Samuel's Cathedral. What's good about a tasteless dinner? Alice painfully stepped into the Church of the Night. As she passed the donation box, she subconsciously glanced at it, and a strange thought popped into her head. Could she steal the money inside while making a donation? PFF, have you been infected by Amen? Alice dismissed the thought, considered it for a moment, and politely slipped a £1 note into the donation box. After all, putting in a 1-penny coin would be a bit too hypocritical. Alice nodded contentedly, then turned towards the confessional on the side. Walking directly up to the bishop standing outside in plain sight was undoubtedly a foolish idea, and simply passing through to go underground into the church was clearly an even more foolish idea. Alice praised herself for her deep thought. Compared to the earliest, narrow wooden box confessionals, the confessionals in Backland were undoubtedly much more spacious, already qualifying as an independent room. Alice pushed the door open, sat on the chair inside, and looked towards the wooden screen in front. She knew a bishop was sitting on the other side of the screen. Sure enough, Alice heard a mellow voice from the other side of the screen. What do you wish to say? The goddess favors each of her believers. So you say that to every believer, Alice muttered to herself, then carefully began, I met the blasphemer Amen. The confessional fell into silence. The bishop opposite remained silent for a long time. Alice wondered if he didn't know who the blasphemer Amen was, and hesitated whether she should say more. As Alice was conflicted and hesitant, the bishop finally spoke. What are you here for, madam? Alice pondered for a moment before saying, I'm here for help. I stole Amon's monocle. He found me and then left a curse on the monocle. I cannot take off that monocle. The confessional again fell silent. After a while, Alice heard the bishop's somewhat dry voice. You stole Amon's monocle. Alice subconsciously nodded, then remembered that the bishop opposite couldn't see her, so she organized her words and said, I took it from his corpse, from the corpse of his avatar. The bishop responsible for hearing confessions from believers froze again. After a long period, Alice wasn't sure how long, probably just before she lost her patience, she finally received a response, please wait here for a moment. Alice waited quietly in the confessional. After some time, someone entered the confessional, led her into the Nighthawk's headquarters located beneath the church, and handed her over to a saint wearing a bishop's robe. Alice had seen this saint before. It seemed he was the one who had leaked Charlie King's information to her. It's you, the saint realized with a start upon seeing her, and gestured for her to sit down. Let me introduce myself first, I am Anthony Stevenson. Archbishop Anthony, one of the goddess's 13 archbishops, and the head of the Backland diocese. Alice's eyes flickered slightly. As she listened to Archbishop Anthony's speech, recalling the information she remembered, she also observed his appearance. This clean-shaven old man with deep-set eyes wore the black and red bishop's robe Alice had seen last time, yet he didn't give off a gloomy feeling. However, when the other party's gaze fell upon her, Alice's spirituality trembled, as if facing an unknown existence watching her from the depths of darkness. This was not the fear brought by sequence suppression, but a feedback from some ability. Alice keenly noticed the difference between the two. She bowed to the other party and softly greeted, Archbishop Anthony. Anthony nodded. Alice walked over and sat down opposite him, subconsciously straightening her back and sitting upright, then placing her arms on the table. This action made Anthony pause for a moment. Alice immediately realized it from Anthony's expression, silently withdrew her hands, but still subconsciously straightened her spine. Anthony looked at Alice and spoke slowly, his voice gentle, I heard you stole Amon's monocle. Anthony's gaze fell on Alice's right eye. This should have been a question full of curiosity, but Alice didn't hear much curiosity in his voice. He exuded a calm aura from within, like all the Beyonders of the Darkness pathway Alice knew. Oh, Leonard doesn't count. Leonard, this name made Alice somewhat dazed. She froze for a moment, but was awakened from past memories by an inexplicable sense of crisis. Almost instinctively, she jumped up from her seat. Anthony looked at Alice in confusion, seemingly wanting to ask what was wrong with her, but the sense of crisis did not disappear with Alice's movement. Alice walked around to the other side of the table and crouched down. Her spirituality finally stopped throbbing. Anthony looked at Alice in confusion. After confirming she was no longer moving, he was about to ask her what was wrong when someone suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. Archbishop Anthony. Alice heard a familiar voice, a voice not as casual and irreverent as she remembered, seeming much quieter, like its owner. End of this chapter. Chapter 207 Chapter 81 Where is my return gift? Before Alice could properly react to the familiar voice, she once again perceived a familiar gaze. It was as if she had felt the same way the last time she saw Leonard. Alice looked up, and Anthony was watching her, awaiting her reaction. Then, why wasn't Leonard speaking? Alice cautiously, like a snail poking its head out of its shell, revealed a pair of eyes from under the table. This wasn't their first meeting since leaving Tingen City, but it was the first time Alice had a legitimate reason to openly gaze at an old acquaintance. When did she leave Tingen City again? Alice was momentarily dazed, suddenly realizing that the memory, which should have been deeply etched in her mind, had long since sunk into the deep sea along with other memories, making it difficult to stir her emotions. Perhaps it was time to visit Tingen again. Alice suppressed her jumbled thoughts and began to ponder a serious question. Actually, last time, she didn't seem to have very strong emotions either. So, if it wasn't because she would be exposed, why did fate warn her? Alice frowned little by little, looked at Leonard, then tilted her head, reached out and pushed the monocle over her right eye, a bright smile blossoming on her lips. She noticed that the gaze fixed on her suddenly became more intense. That heavy pressure lingered on her for more than 10 seconds, then abruptly withdrew, as if nothing had happened, with only a faint, almost imperceptible gaze still present. Do you two know each other? Anthony broke the silence, looking at the two people silently staring at each other. They both shook their heads simultaneously. Anthony glanced at Alice's flickering eyes, but ultimately didn't expose her guilt, instead asking, "Do you mind waiting a moment?" Alice pursed her lips, and after a brief calculation of the time, said, "I do mind. I haven't had dinner yet." Anthony was slightly taken aback and smiled. "That's perfect, you can go have dinner first." Alice shook her head, earnestly saying, "But I don't want to eat another tasteless dinner." Before Anthony could speak, Leonard had already approached with a smile, asking curiously, "Archbishop, this is?" Anthony cast an inquiring look at Alice. Alice frowned slightly and asked hesitantly, "Why do I feel, you seem to care a lot about my opinion?" "Regarding your matters, you make your own decisions," Anthony said, looking at her. "This is what I was told." "Was told? Is this a divine oracle from the goddess?" Alice, of course, didn't voice that question. After a moment of silence, she softly said, "Let him go out." Anthony looked at Leonard, and only after Leonard tactfully exited the room did he turn his attention back to Alice. Alice silently crawled out from under the table, sat back in her chair, and then said, "This monocle is a Beander item. Its side effect is that the wearer's sense of taste will be stolen." And then, Eamon left a very strange curse on it. After putting it on, I couldn't take it off. Anthony stared at Alice, choosing his words carefully as he asked, "I heard you stripped this off Amon's avatar." Alice nodded. Are you sure the side effect is just this?" Anthony was silent for a moment, then confirmed with her. Alice was silent for a moment, then responded with a sincere expression. "I think, compared to the other things I've done, stealing a monocle is actually not that offensive." The atmosphere remained in an eerie silence for a while, then Anthony changed the subject. "Let me see your monocle." Alice sat quietly. Frankly speaking, the curse Eamon left wasn't strong, but it was indeed as Alice expected. This item's grade reached the demigod level. Coupled with the useless effect of the curse itself, this strange combination made Alice fully understand what it meant to be the embodiment of mischief. This guy seemed to do it just for fun. After Alice walked out of the church gripping the monocle, Eamon, far away in the forsaken land of the gods, received a special suggestion. "Have you seen horror movies?" "Oh, you don't have movies here. In ghost stories, the protagonist often looks through a peephole." Anyway, it's that thing on the door used to look outside." "A hole would work too, right?" "Anyway, ghost stories would write about the protagonist looking through the peephole and finding someone outside staring back at her. I mean, I was quite disappointed when I looked through the original doorknob hole and only saw the living room." "You're too uncreative, aren't you? Seriously, it doesn't fit your title as the embodiment of mischief at all, it's so disappointing." He curled a smile, reached out and pushed the crystal monocle over his right eye, muttering to himself, "It seems the curse should be lifted. But, there's no return gift this time." Alice, whose sense of taste had finally returned, casually stuffed the monocle into her pocket, walked to the roadside, and prepared to buy an ice cream to celebrate. Strolling along, Alice finished her ice cream, then went to buy a Dixie pie and a sweet iced tea. Thank goodness, she finally tasted the long-lost aroma of meat and the unique sweet and sour flavor of sweet iced tea. Alice, moved, took a big gulp of sweet iced tea, then a big bite of Dixie pie, and after a difficult chew and swallow, she turned her head and asked, "How much longer are you going to follow me?" No one answered her question, and passers-by hurried away, as if the feeling of being followed was just an illusion, but Alice knew it wasn't. Leonard had definitely followed her out of the night church. Alice pondered for a moment, holding the Dixie pie in her left hand, clamping the sweet iced tea between her left arm and body, and using her right hand to pull the monocle from her pocket, asking, "Do you want this?" Still no one responded, so Alice pouted, unhappily put the monocle back, and went home while eating. Alice had expected to receive a visitor in her dreams. This sounded like something nighthawks would do, but what confused her was that she slept soundly all night, and no one came to visit her dreams. Alice got up in confusion, transferred the radio transceiver to Klein via the gray fog, and then, like every morning, ate breakfast while reading the newspaper. If anything, she probably ate a little more seriously than the previous 2 days. Afterward, Alice slowly tidied her clothes, put on Matilda, clipped Amon's monocle to her lapel, and headed to the church. I really want to steal the money from the donation box when I donate, just thinking about it is exciting. Alice eyed the donation box with longing, forcing herself to avert her gaze. End of chapter. Chapter 208. Chapter 82. The Troublesome Return Gift. Alice entered the church as directly as possible, sat in her seat, and prayed quietly. After a while, she couldn't bear it anymore. She opened her eyes and turned her head to the side, saying, "If you keep looking at me like that, I'll think you like my dress. After all, you seem to have shown an intention to wear women's clothing before." Alice endured and endured, but still didn't voice the teasing remark. Leonard was silent for a moment, then looked at Alice and declared, "I don't have such thoughts." "Then your friend does." Alice looked at him, puzzled. These familiar words made Leonard momentarily dazed. His gaze became a little heavier. Only then did Alice realize that she seemed to have inadvertently replicated a past scene. To prevent the situation from further developing in the direction of exposing her identity, Alice proactively changed the subject. "What exactly do you want to ask?" Leonard frowned, looking at the monocle pinned to her clothes, and uttered a name, "Amon." Alice stared at him for 2 seconds, then suddenly smiled, reached out and put the monocle on her right eye, and imitating Amon's playful tone, asked, "Is it you who wants to ask, or your friend?" Leonard was silent for a while before he spoke. He said, "Your acting isn't convincing at all." Alice's eyes widened. She almost instinctively wanted to question him, then remembered she was in a church and managed to lower her voice to ask, "What's not convincing?" After another moment of silence, Alice heard an answer that made her even more agitated. He said Amon isn't that weak, nor that foolish. Alice's smile disappeared. She stared at Leonard for a while, then her smile suddenly became bright again. "What do you say? How about I give the fellow attached to you to Amon as a return gift? If I'm not mistaken, that should be an angel of the Marauder pathway, right?" The atmosphere suddenly froze. Neither Leonard nor his friend, who was unwilling to reveal his name, spoke again. Alice then pulled off her monocle and got up to leave the church. Stepping out of the church door, Alice murmured, "Oh, I walked too fast. I should have asked what kind of return gift Amon might like." After all, she couldn't really sell Leonard out. Alice sighed, walking home and pondering this painful question. Amon. Marauder. Error. Error. Alice slapped her head, remembering something. "I remember, error, comes from the English word, bug, right? How about I silently give Amon a 3,500-word vocabulary list?" As she mumbled to herself, Alice rummaged through the words she remembered in her mind, and was surprised to find that out of all the words in the vocabulary book, she only remembered the first one, abandon. Alice sighed, rejecting this option. Sure enough, memorizing words starts with abandon. This won't do, let's try something else. What should it be? How about considering it from his father's side? Ah, Amon's father. Ah, didn't Song Shu say Amon had 9 fathers? Alice briefly regretted not having asked who those 9 fathers were, but she quickly cut off this dangerous thought. she was certain that doing so would absolutely infuriate Eamon. So what should she give? Alice returned home in distress, still agonizing over the return gift for Eamon. This time it wasn't because not giving a gift was impolite, but rather, Eamon had specifically come to tell her that she could send things through a sacrificial ritual. If she didn't send anything, he would probably come knocking. After half an hour of staring at the ceiling while sprawled on her bed, Alice suddenly sat up, deciding to do something to change her mood. Alice went into the study, pulled out the copy of The Taste of a Witch is Really Good, that she hadn't published yet, copied it 5 more times, kept the original as the draft, and left with the remaining 5 copies. Stepping into the Bravehearts bar, Alice saw the familiar bartender. He was wiping glasses. After Alice tapped the bar twice, he looked up, showing a somewhat surprised expression. "I'm looking for Kaspar's," Alice told him. The bartender's surprise grew. He said, astonished, "Kaspar's is dead." Alice's eyes widened in surprise. The bartender glanced at Alice's expression, then added, "They say he didn't behave himself while sleeping at night, wrapped himself too tightly, and suffocated himself. I don't quite believe such a thing could happen. I've only heard similar situations in ghost stories, but that's what those black and white dogs said." This was a long time ago. Alice took a deep breath, immediately realizing that Kaspar's had most likely been caught in a Beander conflict, an ordinary person caught in the crossfire. No, it could also have been an act of venting. Alice's eyes darkened, thinking of the coachman and ice cream vendor who were accidentally injured when she first met Vilma, who was carrying Will Osepton, the distraught gambler in the casino that day and the Warren who died happy, and that unlucky passerby yesterday. Actually, there was also the ice cream vendor Eamon had parasitized. In front of Beyonders, the lives of mortals were as fragile as paper. An inexplicable emotion struggled in Alice's heart, but it receded before Alice could identify what it was. Alice blinked blankly, only feeling a little empty inside. She shook her head, ignoring the discomfort, and asked with pursed lips, "So, is there a new merchant?" Old man, the bartender, who had received no response, lowered his head and continued wiping glasses, "is in billiard room number 3. So Alice walked to billiard room number 3 and knocked on the ajar door. "Come in," a deliberately lowered voice sounded. This voice doesn't sound like an old man at all. Alice mumbled to herself as she pushed the door open. Standing by the billiard table was a young boy. Alice wondered if he was even older than herself. To appear mature, the child had glued 2 mustaches to his mouth, but his youthful skin betrayed him. The child was wearing an old overcoat and a brown bowler hat, with bright red eyes that made Alice instinctively think of Mr. Moon of the Tarot Club, that somewhat foolish-looking vampire. "Old man." Alice closed the door behind her, asking in a tone full of doubt. The child feigned composure and said, "What do you want to buy? Weapons, or information, either is fine." Frankly, his acting was much more mature than Alice's. After all, he was a child who had been on the streets for years. But Alice was always sensitive to other people's emotions, and her words just now had successfully made the child nervous. Alice stared at the boy, pondered for a moment, then asked, "Information. I want to know if you're older than me." End of chapter. Chapter 209. Chapter 83. Russell's proudest thing. The 2 miners looked at each other and fell into contemplation. After a long while, the boy spoke first, "This is not for sale." Alice looked at the boy's calm expression and thought that she still had a lot to learn in this regard. She nodded seriously and then asked, "Can you help me sell something?" The boy frowned immediately and asked, "Contraband?" "No." Alice pulled out the 5 pages of diary she had copied, it's Rosal's notes. However, the boy did not relax. His brows furrowed even more, and he firmly refused, "No." Alice stared at him and asked thoughtfully, "Are you scared by Kaspar's death?" The boy stared intently at Alice, not speaking. "Have you ever thought?" Alice reached out and flicked the 5 pages of diary in her hand, making the paper rustle. "Maybe if you agree, someone might suffocate you in your quilt in the middle of the night, but if you don't agree, you'll fall onto a cue stick and be impaled by it." The boy glanced at the cue stick, shivered, and said through gritted teeth, "At least I should know what kind of risks I need to take. Generally speaking, there's no risk, unless you're unlucky enough to run into a lunatic." Alice shrugged. Quote? The boy looked at Alice with disbelief. Alice glanced at him and asked in surprise, "You didn't actually believe I was trying to scare you, did you?" The boy's eyes widened, and his peripheral vision unconsciously drifted towards the cue stick standing by the table. Alice also followed his gaze and murmured, "However, if you put it that way, falling onto a cue stick and being pierced by it does seem like a rather interesting way to die. But, one person alone isn't fun enough, it's best if many people are strung together. That would be more interesting." The boy, who called himself Old Man, looked at the girl who was not much older than him and suddenly felt a genuine fear. This was far more terrifying than when Alice threatened him. Old Man realized for the first time that the most terrifying thing was not being threatened, but rather the other party calmly discussing with you what kind of death was more interesting. He had no doubt that in a different setting, they might even have tea and snacks in front of them, and the girl in front of him could perfectly say what she just did while eating a pastry. She seemed to genuinely find it interesting. Realizing this, Old Man dared not think further and interrupted Alice's words with a trembling voice, "I agree." Alice looked at him in confusion, wondering what exactly she had done to scare him. Couldn't figure it out. Never mind, not thinking about it. Alice reflected seriously, but didn't realize anything was wrong with her behavior, so she nodded cheerfully and said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen. If you look closely, you'll find that these are all from the same page. I just want to spread this page." Alice handed over the diary in her hand. Old Man hesitated for a few seconds before taking it to examine. "Why do you want to spread this page?" he asked in confusion. "Because this page records the most proud deeds of Emperor Rosal's life," Alice said with a serious expression. "Ah." Old Man showed an appropriate look of bewilderment. "You don't need to worry about it," Alice shrugged. "Don't sell it too expensively, but don't make it too cheap either, so people don't think it's worthless. Anyway, you decide the price." Old Man was silent for a moment, then tentatively asked, "Is £10 a page okay?" "I don't know," Alice shrugged, "I haven't bought any." Old Man fell into contemplation. What should I call you?" Alice spoke, intending to call the boy, but looked at his face and swallowed the Old Man that was on the tip of her tongue, instead asking, "Calling you Old Man with that face is too strange." "Ian," the boy said, "you can call me Ian." After a pause, Ian asked again, "How do I contact you? I mean, how do I give you the money?" Alice showed a sudden realization, as if she had just remembered this matter, and then she said, amidst Ian's complex expression, "That is indeed a problem. You deliver it to my house." Ian looked at Alice, wanting to speak but holding back, and finally swallowed the reminder he was about to give, instead asking, "Then, what is your address?" After Alice left her address, Ian breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could be happy, he saw Alice lean close and ask, "Don't you like cue sticks?" Alice's previous words were recalled again, and a chill ran down Ian's spine. He instinctively moved a little further away from the pool table. He felt that he wouldn't want to play pool for a while. "So it's because you don't like cue sticks?" Alice looked at his reaction and nodded thoughtfully. "Then what do you like?" Ian's body suddenly stiffened. After a long silence, he cautiously replied, "I like to live well." Alice looked at his expression, then suddenly leaned against the billiard table and burst out laughing. Ian silently waited for her to finish laughing, then heard a remark that slightly relieved him, "I like that answer." For Ian, this thrilling experience seemed to have temporarily come to an end. Alice got up and left the billiard room, then left Braveheart's bar. Halfway there, Alice began to reconsider the serious question, "So, what exactly should I give Eamon as a gift?" Alice painfully covered her face with both hands at the entrance of Braveheart's bar. After about 10 seconds, she realized something was wrong, lowered her hands, looked around, and fell into thought. It seemed she was being mistaken for a lunatic. To prevent things from getting worse, Alice pretended she hadn't noticed anything and left the place expressionlessly, without looking sideways. Upon reaching her doorstep, Alice jumped off the carriage and skipped cheerfully, intending to go home. Suddenly, her steps halted, and she hesitantly looked towards the mailbox. What had touched her spirituality? Alice blinked in confusion, walked to the mailbox, and reached inside. There was an unsigned letter. She opened the envelope, and inside was only a note with a line of text written in Loan language. Where is my return gift? Return gift. Alice's body stiffened slightly, her fingers loosened, and the envelope along with the letter slipped from her hand, floating towards the ground. Before it could touch the ground and get dirty, Alice, almost in horror, scooped up the envelope and letter. Whose letter this was, the answer was already self-evident. End of chapter. Chapter 210. Chapter 84. Eamon is a male. Alice clutched the letter tightly in one hand, her eyes blank as she looked up and searched around. Even though the feedback from her spirituality indicated there wasn't an angel of time hidden nearby, Alice still couldn't rest easy. She walked around the area with the letter before returning home. Thank goodness, it was just a letter, not him in person, so she could still stall for a while. Why was he so impatient? Alice returned home indignantly, planning to collapse on her bed and think. Then, looking at the bedroom door that had lost its doorknob, Alice fell into contemplation again. She'd just have to call someone to fix it. Alice sighed deeply, deciding to lie down for a bit first. Speaking of which, what was she going to eat for lunch? The matter of giving Eamon a gift was once again cast to the back of Alice's mind. She only remembered Eamon again when she met Madame Maggie, the intermediary, to discuss compensation. After Madame Maggie inspected the bedroom door, she looked at Alice, who was standing to the side, head bowed and twisting her fingers, with a puzzled expression, and asked thoughtfully. I've never seen such a peculiar situation. It's as if the doorknob vanished from the door into thin air. Miss Rose, can you explain? Alice answered while struggling with her fingers. A thief broke in when I wasn't home. He looked around the house and finally stole the doorknob. Not a single word of this was false. Even if someone were to divine it, it would be true. Whether the divination succeeded was another matter. But this truth failed to convince Madame Maggie. She asked distrustfully, then why did this thief only steal the bedroom doorknob? And how did he do it? Alice shrugged and answered with utmost sincerity. I don't know, maybe he's sick. A guy with extremely high thieving skills but a sick mind, that's right. This overly sincere insult caused Madame Maggie some doubt, but she knew she wouldn't get any more information from Alice, so they tacitly moved past the topic. After seeing Madame Maggie off, Alice took a monocle from her pocket, held it up high, and slammed it down fiercely, only to stop a few centimeters from the table. Alice glared at the monocle in her hand, and even though she knew Eamon couldn't hear her, she angrily cursed, lunatic. After completing the ritual of cursing Eamon, Alice had no choice but to start considering a return gift for Eamon again. What should she give? A painting? If she used a sacrificial ritual directly without going through Klein, could she send him? A strange thought surfaced in Alice's mind, but recalling Amon's expression when he heard about this, Alice hesitated again. Not provoking Eamon. Of course, that was impossible. Not to mention it clearly didn't fit Alice's personality. Even if she put herself in his shoes, Alice felt that if she acted too boring, then given what she had done, she might as well commit suicide early. She couldn't die yet. Alice gasped, continuing to rack her brains. Although she planned to send a provocative gift, Alice still hoped the gift would be novel and, preferably, of some value. If a portrait of Miss Eyre still held some collection value for Eamon, then, what value did the Fool and Angel of Time's notebooks have? She could draw them and sell them. What are you thinking? Alice, horrified, cut off this overly preposterous idea, trying to guide her wandering thoughts in a safer direction. Recalling the details of the few days she spent with Eamon, Alice suddenly thought of something. Speaking of which, Eamon seems very concerned about him being pregnant with someone else's child and giving birth. Are there contraceptives in Loan? This inspiration flashed by, and Alice's eyes lit up. She decided to give Eamon contraceptives as a gift. If there really weren't any, she'd just kidnap an apothecary. This was the sole reason Alice stood in the fat apothecary's shop. Inside an inconspicuous herbal store, the fat apothecary, dressed in a classic warlock robe, stuttered as he confirmed Alice's request. You said you wanted, contraceptives. Alice nodded, asking in confusion, is there a problem? That. The fat apothecary cautiously glanced at Alice, confirming, are you an adult? Alice paused, looked at the fat apothecary, and after a moment of silence, replied. It's not for me. I'm giving it to someone. No, I'm giving it to a mythical creature, a male, perhaps it should be called a he. Actually, He should have a female form, but when he appeared before me, he was indeed male, he. The fat apothecary opened his mouth, there were too many questions, and for a moment, he didn't know which to ask first. Should he ask why she was giving contraceptives to a man, or why she was giving such a thing to a mythical creature? No, perhaps he should first be afraid of referring to mythical creatures as he, or sh. How could anyone say that? The fat apothecary's frozen brain started working again, selecting the optimal solution, so much so that he recoiled a few steps in horror, then lowered himself and disappeared from behind the counter. Alice took a few steps forward, leaning over the counter to look inside, and found the poor apothecary sitting on the ground, the fat on his face still trembling. Alice felt a rare, fleeting sense of false guilt. Leaning forward, she asked, "Are you all right, apothecary?" The fat apothecary looked up at Alice from the ground, confirming what he had just heard. He. That's right, Alice nodded as if it were obvious. A mythical creature, you see, not a human, so of course, it's a he. The fat apothecary gasped, wishing he could faint on the spot. "What's wrong with you?" Alice asked, looking at the fat apothecary in confusion. "Hey, are you all right? Do you even have contraceptives here?" Yes, the fat apothecary decided to quickly send this ancestor away, but they might not work on a mythical creature, and they're not for men. "That's fine," Alice waved her small hand. "As long as you have them, that's enough." "How much?" The fat apothecary quickly replied, "No charge, they're free for you." Alice's heart wavered for a moment, then she quickly frowned. "How can that be? How can you buy something without paying?" The fat apothecary forced a smile uglier than a cry and replied, "I'm moving out of Backland tomorrow, so consider this an apology gift for you, alright?" Alice didn't speak. She looked around the fully stocked herbal shop and fell into contemplation. "You can move after packing up the herbs," Alice replied after a moment of thought, "but I don't understand. Am I really that scary? Why do all of you seem so afraid of me?" End of chapter. Chapter 211 Chapter 85 Return Gift. The fat apothecary paused, cautiously glancing at Alice, and struggled to form his words. It's not that scary." Alice stared at him and said, "But you're clearly terrified." The fat apothecary said in a voice that was almost on the verge of tears, I'm a bit timid." This attitude left Alice feeling inexplicably stifled. She stared at the fat apothecary for a long time, ultimately doing nothing, and asked with downcast eyes, "Where's the medicine?" The fat apothecary was startled, then scrambled to his feet, quickly pulled out 2 bottles of medicine, handed them to Alice, and earnestly instructed, "They're good for 6 months, please rest assured." Alice gave him a sidelong glance, but in the end said nothing, and left the herb shop with the medicine. It wasn't until she had walked over 10 meters away that Alice stopped, turned her head, and murmured as she looked at the herb shop, which was already obscured by the crowd. "Speaking of which, the dice of probability should be with the life school of thought, right? If he could steal the dice of probability, no matter the reason, if he could just bring it out, that would be great." This thought flashed through Alice's mind, making her suddenly laugh out loud. She shook her head and muttered to herself, "What am I thinking? How could a low-sequence Beander possibly come into contact with something of a grade 0 sealed artifact level?" At this point, Alice suddenly recalled a question. Speaking of which, the apothecary should actually be a very timid, a very cautious Beander, right? Operating a shop in one place for so long makes it very easy to be discovered by official Beyonders, but he. Alice frowned slightly, remembering the herbs in the fat apothecary's shop that seemed to have just been restocked, and felt a moment of confusion. It seemed he hadn't intended to move. A barely perceptible flicker of guilt crossed Alice's heart. She quickly looked straight ahead, feigning composure, and went home. Sitting in her study, Alice carefully considered what to write in the letter. What should I write to make Eamon understand my feelings? Alice propped her chin on her left hand, pondered for a moment, and then put pen to paper. Upon receiving Alice's sacrificial request, Eamon felt a rare surge of anticipation. He really wanted to know what strange thing she would send this time, Eamon thought, and then fished out of the sacrificial passage 2 bottles of medicine for an unknown purpose. After a moment of thought, Eamon opened Alice's letter. She seemed to have carefully decorated the envelope and stationery. The envelope was pink, and there was a heart design at the seal. If Eamon were a little more familiar with modern society, he would probably know, yes, this was the stereotypical appearance of a love letter. But Eamon did not know this, and in fact, even if he did, he probably wouldn't care. He was just curious to examine the contents of the letter. Open black lens bracket. To the great angel of time Eamon. It has been a few days since I last contacted you. Please forgive me, this is because I was preparing a return gift for you. I very much like the gift you left for me, so I have carefully prepared a return gift for you. During our last meeting, I observed that you found the matter of pregnancy very distressing and unacceptable, so I have prepared a contraceptive for you. It was made by an apothecary I am familiar with. Please rest assured, its quality is absolutely trustworthy. You no longer need to worry about this. Your sincere, Alice. Close black lens bracket. Eamon expressionlessly crumpled the paper in his hand little by little, then released it, and the paper instantly aged into dust in his palm, drifting down into the soil. Unlike the previous provocative letter, Alice had meticulously decorated the borders of the stationery and drawn cute illustrations around it, making the entire letter appear sincere. Full of sincerity. Eamon gritted his teeth as he looked at the 2 bottles of medicine. After about 10 seconds, a very cordial smile suddenly appeared on his lips. Tall trees spread their lush branches, blocking the harsh sunlight that should have been dazzling, leaving only fragmented rays of light. Alice, wearing a floral dress, carrying a basket woven from flowers and herbs, and with a wreath on her head, hummed a song as she played a game of stepping on shadows on the forest path. Suddenly, a delicate small wooden house appeared at the end of the path. Alice, without thinking, skipped towards it with her basket. Is anyone home? She knocked twice on the door and asked in a light-hearted tone. Come in. A relaxed male voice came from inside the wooden house. For some reason, Alice inexplicably felt that this voice and this scene didn't quite match. Alice blinked blankly, realizing she was in a dream. She stiffly looked at the wooden house in front of her, the curve of her lips quickly falling, replaced only by nervousness and worry. The power invading her dream was inside the wooden house. Alice cautiously reached out and slowly pushed open the door of the wooden house. Inside was the scene of her ideal fairy tale wooden house. A huge, round table made of red mushrooms with white spots, paired with tree stump-shaped stools. Further inside was a half-drawn curtain, formed by vines growing from the top of the wooden house, with scattered, faintly glowing small flowers on it, illuminating the interior. These flowers were not only on the curtain, the wooden walls and roof also had many such flowers, making the light in the entire wooden house quite even. Inside the curtain was a delicate wooden bed, decorated with flowers and vines, with slightly yellowish bedding. The overall color scheme was very harmonious with the wooden house. But Alice had no time to care about that now. On a tree stump-shaped stool sat a man, brazenly crossing his legs on the mushroom table, a playful smile on his lips, and a monocle familiar to Alice on his familiar face. Eamon. Alice's eyes widened in terror, and she instinctively wanted to retreat and run out the door. Then she suddenly realized she was in a dream and struggled to, what was she trying to do? Alice blinked blankly. Eamon waved at her, inviting, come, sit. Alice hesitated and moved over, looked around, and after a moment of thought, the wooden house vanished, and they appeared in an open-air forest. Then, a swing woven from vines appeared. She immediately threw herself into the swing, then habitually pushed off the ground, and after the swing started to move, she suddenly realized what she was doing and stopped abruptly. Alice cautiously looked up at Eamon. He was watching her with interest, and seeing her stop, he asked with a smile. Does my outfit not quite fit the atmosphere here? End of chapter. Chapter 212 Chapter 86 Amon's Gender. Alice stared at Amon's clothes, which in her memory had never changed, and pondered for a moment before cautiously asking, actually, there's always been something I wanted to ask. Eamon raised his eyebrows, said nothing, but smiled at her. Alice's grip on the vine tightened slightly. After a moment of thought, she asked, do you never change your clothes? Eamon fell into deep thought. Such a down-to-earth way of thinking caught Eamon off guard. He pondered for a moment before asking, why would you think that? Alice blinked and replied, because you always wear the exact same thing every time you appear. It feels like you never change your clothes. Wouldn't they get dirty if you don't wash them for so long? Alice, Eamon called out, his expression unreadable, you know what a king of angels represents, right? Alice nodded. Then why do you think about problems from that angle? Eamon looked at her curiously. It's as if Beander abilities are no different in your eyes from a cup of ice cream you like to eat. No, that's not right. Alice shook her head. Eamon patiently awaited her performance. Alice lightly pushed off the ground, and the swing soared. She flew towards the sky with the swing but did not fall back down with it. A pair of pure white wings spread behind her, keeping her suspended in the air. It really is more satisfying to look down on you from up high, Alice sighed, tilted her head, and, looking at Amon's expression, replied, actually, ice cream is a bit more important. Eamon fell into deep thought. Alice in the dream completely let herself go, breaking her body into shimmering specks of light that fell onto the surrounding objects. Alice simultaneously experienced the feeling of becoming the entire dream, and then made the specks of light reappear and condense into a human form. At the same time, a giant red and white spotted mushroom sprang from the ground. Alice landed on the mushroom, as if on a giant trampoline. But she couldn't successfully continue the trampoline game. Clearly, she didn't have complete control over this dream. Or perhaps Eamon had stolen it. In any case, the second time Alice landed, the mushroom burst open with a bang, transforming into colorful mist. This beautiful and dreamlike scene did not alleviate Alice's pain from falling to the ground. Why did it hurt? You'd have to ask Eamon. Eamon smiled, retracted his leg, stood up from the stool, leaned down slightly, and extended a hand to Alice. Alice looked up, stared at Amon's smiling face for 2 seconds, then placed her hand on his. Eamon chuckled, pulled her up with a slight tug, then suddenly let go halfway, letting her fall back down. Alice's eyes widened. Eamon watched her shocked expression, clutching his stomach and laughing heartily, even humanizing 2 tears at the corners of his eyes, as if he was laughing so hard he cried. Alice angrily pounced and hugged Amon's hand, lowering her head to, an inexplicable force pressed down on her, gently pushing her back to the ground. Alice's eyes widened. Still want to bite me? Eamon raised his eyebrows, lazily extending his hand to Alice again. Alice glared at him resentfully, then placed her hand on his again. Eamon paused slightly, looked down at Alice's hand on his, then at her puzzled expression, and suddenly burst out laughing. He leaned down with a slight curve of his lips and helped Alice up. Alice stared blankly at Eamon. Her body briefly stiffened when Amon's hand touched her, then quickly relaxed, allowing him to help her up. You seem to be in a very good mood. Alice tilted her head in confusion. Eamon curved his lips, not answering her question, but instead smiled and said, if it were you, what kind of clothes would you change me into? Alice stared at him for a few seconds before blurting out, the Mad Hatter. Eamon looked at her curiously. Alice tilted her head and replied, although this isn't Wonderland, it's still a dream. If I'm Alice, it actually seems quite reasonable for you to dress up as the Mad Hatter. Why do you say that? Eamon asked curiously. Alice replied seriously, it's a fairy tale, hey, but talking about it here feels really strange. Why? Eamon still asked curiously. He seemed genuinely intent on understanding what Alice was thinking. Alice scratched her head and replied, because fairy tales are usually bedtime stories, and we're clearly in a dream right now. Eamon pondered for a moment, then smiled and said to her, you can try to wake up. Alice looked at his smile and suddenly had a bad premonition. She stared intently at Eamon, struggling to wake from the dream. The moment the dream shattered, she saw an enlarged face. Alice stared blankly at the scene. A few seconds later, she recovered from her post-wake-up daze and let out a scream that could be heard half a street away. Help me. Ah! Eamon stared at Alice for a moment, then, mimicking a human, rubbed his ears and frowned at her, saying, you're really loud, truly. Alice covered her mouth with one hand, then felt something was off, pulled the blanket up higher, and frowned as she asked, can you please go out first? Why? Eamon raised his eyebrows. Alice frowned, thought seriously for a moment, then replied, probably because it's a very strange thing for a male to appear in a female's bedroom, isn't it? You should count as male, right? You can't really be a male animal, can you? Eamon was silent for a while, then finally couldn't resist asking, how did you come to describe my gender using male animal? Alice silently pulled the blanket higher, staring cautiously at Eamon without speaking. Eamon pondered for a moment. Under Alice's terrified gaze, he slowly transformed into a woman with long hair and a black dress, then asked in a female voice, "How about this?" Alice gasped, but Amon's current appearance was indeed much easier to accept. Alice sat up halfway, holding the blanket, and explained to Amon. Because for non-human creatures, you use male and female animal to describe gender, not man and woman. Innate mythical creatures aren't human. Amon was silent for a moment, then said with a strange expression, "I actually think what you said makes a lot of sense." "It makes perfect sense," Alice emphasized righteously. Amon stared at Alice for 2 seconds, then changed the subject. "You don't seem to care about my actual gender, only the gender of the image I present." End of chapter. Chapter 213. Chapter 87. Light. Alice pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you really have a gender?" Amon chuckled, pulled out a chair from who knows where, sat down, and explained to her, "As a naturally born mythical creature, human gender holds no meaning for me." Alice nodded thoughtfully, then continued to explain Amon's earlier confusion. In human etiquette, an unfamiliar male would not appear in a female's bedroom. Perhaps only close relatives and lovers would do so. But even with close relatives, after a girl grows up, there's a certain degree of avoidance. In short, it's just very strange to have a male in the bedroom. And actually, even with the same gender, if you're not close, it's not quite in line with social etiquette. Amon smiled and said to Alice, "I think we're quite familiar with each other. After all, according to human etiquette, exchanging gifts is something only friends do, right?" Alice frowned, hoping to find a reason to refute this. Amon watched her deep in thought with interest until a knock on the door sounded. Alice looked up, instinctively glancing at Amon. Amon adopted a "do as you please" attitude. Alice then used the quilt as a coat, wrapped herself in it, got out of bed, and shuffled in slippers to open the door. "Evelyn." Alice looked at the person outside the door in surprise, instinctively smiling to greet her, but she quickly remembered the incarnation of deceit and mischief hidden in the room. She immediately dropped her smile, making her demeanor formal and distant. Undoubtedly, she failed. The angel of time's smiling voice appeared, "Your friend," instantly stiffening Alice's body. She didn't dare to look back or show too obvious emotions, afraid of letting Evelyn see anything unusual, at least before Evelyn discovered it. Seeing her panic-stricken but trying hard to hide it was much more interesting than directly possessing Evelyn. Amon seemed to think so too, at least for now. He stood to the side with a strong presence, watching Alice and Evelyn. Alice gritted her teeth, as the unsuspecting Evelyn had already opened her mouth with concern. "Beryl, are you all right? I just heard a scream. You look very pale." Hearing this, Amon looked at the gritting-toothed Alice and chuckled, "Why aren't you speaking? Don't keep your friend waiting, she's very concerned about you." In this scene that should have caused her emotional breakdown, Alice gradually calmed down. She noticed her emotions becoming smooth and unruffled, able to exclude the influence of emotions and think about problems focused and rationally. Up until now, Amon had no intention of possessing Evelyn. Alice was confident that her spirituality could help her detect whether he had possessed someone, and thus she was certain of this. Although Amon's attitude towards her was not entirely friendly, after the influence of emotions faded, Alice realized more deeply that Amon actually had an extraordinary amount of patience with her. This was by no means simply because she was interesting. Although Amon acted as if he was playing, Alice remembered that the Angel of Time, as described by Song Shu, was actually a cautious and cunning existence. At least not an existence like her, who acted merely for fun, completely disregarding the consequences. Alice should have felt guilty, but in this situation, she had no such emotion. She could only deeply realize that Amon approaching her definitely had some unknown purpose. Moreover, she suspected Amon did not want to make an enemy of her, at least not a mortal enemy. Thinking of this, Alice looked at Evelyn, adjusted her expression, and said in a calm voice, "I'm fine, I just had a nightmare and got scared." The focused Alice didn't notice Amon reaching out and twirling his monocle. A deep, dark light flashed across the clear, transparent monocle. Alice didn't actually think her acting could fool Evelyn, but her earnest hope before calming down seemed to have worked. Evelyn ignored the oddities and relaxed, smiling. "That's good, I was worried something had happened to you. It's good that you're fine, I'll head back now." "Okay." Alice didn't give much of a response, just a faint acknowledgement, her eyelids lowered, quietly watching Evelyn turn and leave. Eamon didn't seem to have any tricks up his sleeve at the moment. He stood there, doing nothing, until Alice watched Evelyn leave and turned back. "Why didn't you make a move?" Alice turned around, her voice calm and indifferent, with little curiosity left. Eamon frowned, looking at her serene, emotionless eyes. After a moment, he suddenly broke into a playful smile and asked curiously, "If I had possessed her just now, would you still be able to maintain this state?" These words, spoken from an unknown motivation, successfully achieved Amon's intended effect. Anger and killing intent surged from Alice's eyes, completely shattering her previous calm. Alice gritted her teeth, looking at Eamon, and said as if declaring and promising, "I will kill you." A pleasant smile spread across Amon's face, as if he hadn't noticed Alice's anger, and he said, "You should be thanking me. After all, acting like you did just now was very dangerous, and I didn't actually possess your friend. Because my reaction pleased you, because as a toy, I am more interesting than her, and because—" Alice pressed her lips together, staring intently at Eamon, saying each word clearly, "You don't seem to want to become mortal enemies with me." Eamon didn't speak, as if tacitly acknowledging this. Alice continued, "But I hate the feeling of being treated like a toy. So, I will kill you." Her voice was soft and slow, seemingly without presence, but Alice knew that wasn't the case. She could feel strands of light spreading from her body, drifting towards Eamon, who suddenly frowned. It wasn't something visible to the naked eye, but a peculiar sensation. Those lights, which Alice perceived as beautiful and harmless, gently landed on Eamon, seemingly slow, but in reality, it only took an instant. Immediately after, it was as if something had broken, or something had been erased. A scene from the past was replayed. Alice saw Eamon, standing opposite her, lose his support and fall powerlessly, but this time, she was inside her own body. She should have been happy, should have gone to collect her spoils of war, perhaps they could be called spoils of war. But fatigue spread from the depths of her spirituality, causing Alice to also collapse onto the ground. At this moment, a gust of wind happened to blow through, closing the open door and hiding all these secrets and doors. End of chapter. Chapter 214. Chapter 88. Goddess, I stole Leodro's money to support you. As Alice propped herself up and got off the floor, her first conclusion was that she couldn't sleep on the floor. Although she had run out wrapped in a quilt, and despite being a Beyander of Sequence 5, she wouldn't get sick from it, still, the floor was so hard. Alice struggled to get up from the floor, then clutched her stomach in pain. So hungry. Time to eat first. So Alice kicked Eamon, who was blocking her way, open, went back to her bedroom to change clothes, and went out to eat. Let Amon's body lie there for a while. Alice seemed to have woken up just in time for a meal. Judging by the sky, it should be dinner. Eating now wouldn't attract any attention, so Alice unhesitatingly bit into a Dixie pie. It was only when the rich gravy, mixed with the sweet and sour taste of apples, entered her mouth that Alice remembered something. Speaking of which, Amon's body, could she enter it? Alice recalled the Storm Church's donation box. She really wanted to steal the money from the donation box while donating. No, that wouldn't do, that would be too heartless. She couldn't steal from the Evernight Goddess's donation box, that would be too heartless. She could steal from other churches, and give a portion of the money to the Evernight Goddess. At this moment, the Evernight Goddess still didn't know what kind of surprise awaited her. Meanwhile, Alice had already made a satisfying decision and began to ponder a complete strategy. First, she couldn't wear a monocle when entering, only put it on before stealing, then steal and run immediately. A normal escape method probably wouldn't work. She might need something like teleportation, such as a traveler's travel. Where should she steal from? Anti-divination. No need to worry about that, and what else was there? Since she's traveling, why doesn't she take the box with her? Alice nodded seriously, finished the last bite of her pie, and walked home with her sweet iced tea. First, let's try to see if she can get in. Pushing open the door, Alice finished the last sip of her sweet iced tea, tossed the cup onto the coffee table, which was half a junk pile, then walked to Amon's head, took a deep breath with great ceremony, rolled up her sleeves, grabbed his black long hair and dragged him. That seemed a bit strange. After a moment of contemplation, Alice let go and opted to drag him from under his ribs. After dragging him a few steps, Alice stopped again, stared at the body for a few seconds, then lifted him onto her shoulder and threw him onto the sofa. So why had she been dragging him just now? After a moment of bewilderment at her own actions, Alice decided to stop thinking, arranged Amon's body into a more normal posture, and then began to figure out how to get in. How had she gotten out last time? Alice searched for that feeling in her memory. She felt her spirituality rise, detach from her body, and then be gently pushed by a force into a new body. The black-haired woman on the sofa, eyes closed, quietly opened her eyes. Alice touched her empty right eye, a trace of confusion flashing in her eyes. Why wasn't there a built-in monocle this time? It couldn't be that he was afraid she'd steal, right? Alice fell into deep thought. Alice decided to find a traveler to persecute through divination. Although the suspension of Beyonder gatherings caused great harm to low-level Beyonders, the Beyonder population in Backland was still astonishingly high. In the feedback of her spirituality, Alice saw ragged, sallow, and emaciated commoners, as well as the somewhat familiar buildings of the East Borough. The East Borough. Recalling the Great Smog incident that occurred in the East Borough, Alice sighed softly, tucked a monocle into her pocket, and then left the house. From now on, she was Amon. Everything that happened afterward was Amon's doing and had nothing to do with her. Alice nodded confidently, successfully convincing herself. Traveler. Where was he? Alice blinked blankly. After walking a few steps in the East Borough, she realized that aimless wandering was too much of a challenge for her, and began to consider whether to try to divine a more detailed location. At this moment, Alice's spirituality was suddenly stirred. She curiously slipped into the adjacent street and naturally noticed a young girl who was being robbed. Although the girl wore no adornments, she was dressed in a black dress made of seemingly exquisite fabric, and had rare black hair and black eyes. The pitifully beautiful girl and 3 fierce robbers should have been a striking sight, yet, the people of the East Borough were accustomed to such scenes. They either walked past without a glance or kept their distance, fearing they would be targeted. Occasionally, a kind-hearted person who couldn't bear to watch would want to step forward, and Alice would hear their companions' voices advising them, "Those are people from the Hilly Party." Alice had heard of the Hilly Party's reputation. It was a notorious gang in the East Borough. In chaotic areas where official law enforcement struggled to reach, gangs took on this responsibility. Thus, it was easy to understand why no passers-by were willing to help. But Alice looked at the seemingly utterly pitiful girl with a strange expression. She was clearly a Beyonder. A suspected mid-sequence Beyonder being robbed by 3 ordinary people. Alice wouldn't believe anything you said about that, because in Alice's impression, the Fate pathway, which had the most pathetic direct combat ability among the mid and low sequence pathways, basically never encountered direct combat. So how could a Beyonder be robbed by ordinary people? Not to mention, this person also seemed to have Beyonder bodyguards following her, and more than one. Alice was greatly shocked and stole the travel from the bodyguard. Although she really wanted to watch the show, there was something more fun waiting for her now. No one noticed her, who seemed to be just passing by. The mysterious girl merely glanced at her and continued to act as a pathetic girl being robbed. Alice didn't particularly like the Storm Church, because the Lord of Storm's followers displayed a kind of arrogant condescension towards women. They even preached that women should not receive education or work outside, something Alice, living in modern society, could not tolerate. Even if she hated studying, she didn't want her right to education to be deprived. Such aversion indirectly affected Alice's perception of the Lord of Storms, and it was precisely because of this that Alice could ask questions like, "Does the Lord of Storms really have an octopus head?" Because she didn't particularly like the Lord of Storms to begin with. Therefore, Alice felt perfectly at ease persecuting the Storm Church. After all, the Lord of Storms was the one getting hurt, Amon was taking the blame, and it had nothing to do with her. Alice firmly believed this as she walked into the Storm Church. As Alice wished, she indeed didn't attract anyone's attention and walked to the donation box like an ordinary believer. Then, Alice pulled a monocle from her pocket and placed it over her right eye. End of chapter. Chapter 215. Chapter 89. Alger breathed a sigh of relief. The bishop of the Storm Church noticed Alice's movements, but thanks to Aemon having already changed his body's appearance to that of a female, the bishop only glanced at her and paid no further attention. Who says being discriminated against or ignored can't be an advantage? The first step was successfully completed. Next, Alice, as she had pre-designed, took out the £1 banknote, and upon touching the donation box, her body, along with the donation box, rapidly became transparent. The bishop, of course, wouldn't allow this to happen, but Alice had already rehearsed the next step: steal thought. After losing the thought of attacking, the poor bishop was momentarily stunned in place, and this brief daze was enough for Alice to disappear from the church. Now, what awaited the poor bishop was the impending wrath of the Lord of Storms, and a room full of ordinary people to deal with. Alice, of course, wasn't foolish enough to go straight home. She appeared in a forest on the outskirts, holding the donation box. After performing an anti-divination ritual, Alice, still holding the donation box, moved to another forest. Alice knew very well that her actions were definitely enough to incur the wrath of a true god. She had to completely cover her tracks and pin the entire blame on Aemon before the Lord of Storms could react. After changing locations 3 times, Alice unhesitatingly discarded the donation box, took out the money inside, and left again. Returning home, re-entering her own body, Alice then smoothly proceeded to the next step. Last time, she had sent Amon's body back, partly out of fear, and partly because it made it easier for Aemon to find things. This time, Alice deeply realized that showing fear in front of Aemon would only make him escalate. Return it to Aemon. Dream on. But Alice also had no intention of keeping this item for herself. She remembered very clearly that Leonard Mitchell had a Marauder Pathway Angel parasitic on him, and it seemed to have a bad relationship with Aemon, so, of course, she would throw Amon's body and this entire matter to the goddess. After all, Leonard was a Red Gloves now. Sigh, how envious. Her Nighthawk's initiation mission never got done before she died. Speaking of which, I wonder how the captain is doing. Has he finished digesting the potion? Has he advanced to sequence 6? Alice ultimately just clenched her fist. Following the habit she had developed with Klein, she first set up a ritual and prayed to the goddess, asking if she could offer a sacrifice. Fortunately, she had a special channel. Evernight goddess, loftier than the cosmos, more ancient than eternity. You are the Scarlet Sovereign, Mother of Concealment. You are the Lord of Slumber and Silence, you are the Empress of Calamity and Fear. I implore your gaze. I implore your listening. I have discovered that Leonard Mitchell, of the Red Gloves Squad, is parasitized by a Marauder Angel suspected of having a grudge against Aemon. Additionally, I have obtained a clone of Aemon. After completing the prayer, Alice opened her eyes and successfully saw a confusing word appear on the white paper: read. Read. Alice blinked twice blankly, unable to help but reflect on what she had done in the past to make the goddess so unwilling to bother with her. Had she really been that excessive? Alice resisted the urge to pray again and question the goddess, deciding to just offer it directly to the goddess. If she didn't accept it, she'd carry it to the church entrance and leave it there. Even though she already knew that the herbs, essential oils, etc., in the ritual were essentially for pleasing the deity, and it didn't matter if the requirements weren't strictly followed if the deity was particularly attentive, Alice still meticulously selected the corresponding herbs and essential oils. After throwing Amon's clone into the sacrificial channel, Alice finally lay down with a clear conscience and began counting money. The money in the donation box was scattered, mostly £5 notes, mixed with many solidus, and even some loose coins. There were a few £10 notes, but they were not common. What surprised Alice was that there were even some coins whose style was different from Loan currency. Alice was only slightly surprised before she reacted. Unlike the Night Church, followers of the Storm Church mostly operated at sea, so it was very normal to find foreign currency among them. After picking out the scattered foreign coins, Alice counted the remaining money, totaling £478, 17 solidus, and 6 pence. Well, it could be considered a small fortune. After smoothing out the scattered banknotes and arranging them by denomination and condition, Alice smiled contentedly. She temporarily stuffed the stacks of banknotes she had collected into a cabinet. As for the coins, they were, of course, left out for use. As for the non-Loan standard coins, Alice decided to throw them into the night church's donation box. A reasonable arrangement. Chris Bourne was the new bishop recently assigned by the Storm Church to replace God of Song, a snake. Note 1. Finally, after God of Song, Bishop Bourne also faced his own career crisis. On this day, someone, right under his nose, broke into the church and stole the church's donation box. Perhaps it couldn't be blamed on him. After all, even the Lord of Storms himself probably hadn't expected anyone to do such a thing. But everything always needs a scapegoat. Alice chose Aemon, and the Storm Church chose Bishop Bourne, that's all. Poor Bishop Bourne, after a few weeks in office, successfully resigned, concluding his brief career. In the newspaper the next morning, Alice was satisfied to find the big news she had created, or rather, the wanted poster. An outlaw infiltrated the Lord of Storms church and absconded with the donation box. Citizens, please be vigilant. The outlaw is fond of wearing a crystal monocle over their right eye. If you spot any suspicious individuals, please report them promptly. This morning, Alice was exceptionally happy. In the forsaken land of the gods, a young man in a black warlock robe and a pointed top hat wore a playful smile, twirling the monocle over his right eye. Key of light, he murmured thoughtfully, doesn't like being treated as a toy. Actually, as long as it's not discovered, it should be fine, right? After a while, he asked, as if confused and amused. Did any of you steal the donation box from the Storm Church? Note 2. In the City of Generosity, Byam, inside the Waves Church. This is the latest wanted poster, the diocesan bishop said in a deep voice. This person broke into the church in the Backland Diocese and stole the donation box. The Lord is very angry about this. Alger's heart tightened slightly. This extraordinary behavior made him instinctively think of Miss Fate. Alger took the portrait. It depicted a young woman with black hair and black eyes. He breathed a sigh of relief. Note 1. The original work did not mention the name of this bishop, I made it up. If it's different in the second part, that's normal. Note 2. Thanks to the author of Escape from the Shadow of Time, link below, for kindly providing Amon's address for the Lord of Storms. The original text is in Chapter 4, Volume 6 of the original work. Chapter 216 Chapter 90 Aemon, Why Don't You Speak? The news that Aemon snuck into the Storm Church Cathedral and stole the donation box spread secretly among the high-ranking officials of various churches. Every bishop of every church was informed to be wary of believers wearing monocles, regardless of whether he put it on after entering or was wearing it from the start, and regardless of whether he was tall or short, fat or thin, old or young, male or female. In short, be wary of monocles. Alice walked into St. Samuel Cathedral under these circumstances. Of course, she wasn't wearing a monocle, that thing was tucked into her pocket. When she saw the goddess's donation box, Alice hesitated for a moment. In the end, she didn't ceremoniously put on her monocle, she just pulled out a large handful of various foreign coins and stuffed them into the donation box. The bishop watched this scene, but didn't look pleased. Instead, he slowly frowned. Alice didn't notice this. After throwing the money into the donation box, she sat in a pew and prayed quietly. When she opened her eyes, ready to get up and leave, a familiar voice stopped her. Could I ask you to come downstairs? Alice turned her head. It was Leonard. She looked at Leonard questioningly, waiting for his explanation. Leonard looked at her and said softly, Archbishop Anthony wants to ask you a few things. Alice almost reflexively remembered what she had done yesterday. She was momentarily flustered, then followed him down righteously. It was all Amon's doing, what did it have to do with her? Aemon, if you have the guts, come out and say it wasn't you. See who believes you. Leonard didn't know what Alice was thinking. In fact, he was even confused as to why he was the one sent to call her. With this confusion, he led Alice to the church basement and saw Archbishop Anthony again. Leonard, having completed his task, was about to discreetly excuse himself, but then he noticed that Archbishop Anthony had silently formed a spirituality blockade in the area. This blockade wasn't tight, and in the church basement, it seemed somewhat unnecessary. Leonard, Archbishop Anthony called out to him, let's talk about the Marauder Pathway angel inside you. Alice's eyes lit up. She excitedly turned to look at Leonard, realizing that although the goddess hadn't directly responded to her, she had still heard her prayer. Leonard's demeanor was far from relaxed. His casualness and nonchalance instantly vanished, and he visibly tensed up. How could the protagonist of an era have his secrets exposed? But Anthony then looked not at Leonard, but at Alice, asking in a tone that was both cautious and puzzled, "Was the person who stole the Storm Church's donation box you?" Alice fell into thought. Leonard also fell into thought. In an unknown place, Pales also fell into thought. Based on Pales's understanding of Aemon, this matter had a bizarre feeling of being somewhat like Aemon, yet not entirely like Aemon. "It wasn't me, Aemon did it," Alice replied righteously. "Did Aemon say he didn't do it?" "No, right. So it must have been Aemon." "All right, now no one here was speaking." After a while, Leonard looked at Alice curiously and asked, "What if Aemon came out and denied it?" Alice's eyes widened exaggeratedly and she said, "That's Aemon. The incarnation of deceit. Can you believe a single word he says? He's definitely just trying to quibble." Archbishop Anthony was silent for a moment, then told Alice, "You can leave now." Alice then left contentedly, leaving the silence in the office. In Dunatz's dream in Byam, the city of generosity, Edwina nodded slightly and looked at Klein, saying, "Mr. Sparrow, have you received an education?" Although he couldn't understand the purpose of the question, Klein maintained Gehrman Sparrow's persona, his expression unchanged, and replied indifferently, "University graduate." Perhaps Gehrman Sparrow having attended university was already a character-breaking detail. Judging by Dunatz's shocked expression, it was. Edwina showed no abnormality and continued to ask, "What languages do you know?" Klein resisted the urge to frown and said, "Giant language, Elvish, Dragon language, Ancient Hermes, Hermes language, Ancient Fosak, Loan language." Edwina hummed. "Do you have any understanding of other fields of mysticism?" Klein finally couldn't help but recall his elementary school entrance exam, feeling as if he had returned to that time, with a teacher asking him questions. He suddenly had an urge to introduce Alice to Edwina. However, with Gehrman Sparrow's persona, asking certain questions didn't seem out of line. Klein pondered for a moment, then asked expressionlessly, "Do you take students?" Edwina thought for 2 seconds then asked, "Are you referring to yourself?" "No," Klein maintained his expressionless demeanor, "it's a, not very obedient girl." "Has she received an education?" Edwina seriously began to inquire about her potential next student's basic information. Klein suddenly felt his position had changed. He was no longer a student being interviewed by a teacher, but a parent. He suppressed that strange feeling and replied, "She has received basic education, is literate, knows a little math, but her grades aren't great. She's good at drawing and only has a rough understanding of history." Edwina continued to ask, "What languages does she know?" Klein replied, "She has studied Hermes language and Ancient Hermes, and knows Loan language." Edwina then asked, "Does she have any understanding of other fields of mysticism?" Klein thought for a moment and replied, "She is familiar with some mystical rituals, but she shouldn't be considered proficient." Edwina nodded seriously, then asked, "What is her family's attitude?" Klein was silent for a moment before replying, "I am her family." After thinking for a bit, he added, She can be said to be not yet an adult." Edwina continued to ask, "When would it be convenient for her to come over?" Klein thought about Alice's reaction after hearing about this and replied tactfully, "I haven't consulted her opinion yet." Edwina nodded, agreeing, if she has an aversion to studying, the effect indeed won't be good. Klein was somewhat at a loss for how to explain this. He suddenly regretted asking the question earlier. He quickly changed the subject. "Why did you need to ask me those questions before answering mine?" Edwina thought for 2 seconds, then explained at a moderate pace. "I must consider how to answer the questions based on your knowledge level, to make it easier for you to understand." Klein suddenly had an urge to tie Alice up and bring her to Byam. Chapter 217 Chapter 91 The Messenger Lady. Alice, who had no idea that Klein had already firmly established a parental figure persona for World Gehrman Sparrow outside, received a letter that left her a bit bewildered. She was sitting properly at her desk when suddenly, the atmosphere in the room turned cold. This was a premonition of the messenger's arrival, which was fine. The problem was, who uses an angel as a messenger? Alice shivered as she looked at the female angel carrying 4 blonde, red-eyed heads. Although she really wanted to say something to lighten the mood, she was afraid of getting hit. Just who uses an angel as a messenger? Alice stiffly took the envelope, looked at the headless woman who showed no intention of leaving, and cautiously asked, "Do you need anything else?" The headless woman stared at Alice for a long while. Just as Alice, feeling uneasy, began to tug at her high school uniform, she finally spoke. "Need a gold coin." Alice watched the headless woman's four heads speak in turn, then the last head became anxious because it didn't get a line. After a long silence, she asked, "Why don't you assign what each head says in advance? Is it because you don't have a fifth head?" "Oh, no, it should be, is it because you don't have a head on your neck?" Note 1. The headless woman fell silent for a moment, then vanished from the spot. Alice blinked blankly, then looked down to check the envelope, discovering that it was actually a letter from Klein. Quote. Why would he send a letter? Alice blinked blankly and opened the envelope. "Alice, did you see my messenger?" You didn't say anything strange, did you? You shouldn't have, right? Her name is Renit Tinakare, suspected to be a powerful spirit world creature. Each delivery requires 1 gold coin. Below is the ritual to summon my messenger. Oh, by the way, I found you a teacher. You should have heard of her, Iceberg Admiral Edwina Edwards. Compared to pirates, they are more like treasure hunters. She will teach her crew various subjects, including mysticism. I remember you've always been interested in the sea. This way, you can learn while enjoying sea voyages. Happy. Alice calmly tore the letter to shreds. Lunatic. Klein, who was eagerly anticipating Alice's reaction to the letter, saw his messenger again. Did she write back? Klein was momentarily stunned and asked subconsciously. Miss Messenger shook her four heads and replied, "No. She didn't pay." Klein fell into deep thought. A moment later, he painfully pulled out a gold coin and asked, what was her reaction? Did she say anything? Miss Messenger's four heads all stared at Klein's head and said expressionlessly, "She asked me why my neck didn't have a head." Klein fell into deep thought again. By the way, did she read the letter? Why hadn't she cursed him yet? It felt so unfamiliar. Klein sighed inwardly as he watched Miss Messenger's departing figure. In the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard, or rather Pales, looked at Archbishop Anthony and asked, "What do I need to do?" "Give her something to do," Anthony said, "at least prevent yesterday's incident from happening again." Pales remained silent for a long time before agreeing to the request and returning control of the body to Leonard. It wasn't until after leaving the church basement that Leonard quietly asked, "Old man, what are you thinking?" "I'm thinking," Leonard heard a voice say, "if she's your goddess's illegitimate daughter." These overly offensive words stiffened Leonard's body. Immediately after, he heard Pales's final judgment. "However, if she were my own junior, I would have probably beaten her to death by now." Alice saw Klein again on Sunday night. The moment she opened her eyes above the gray fog, Alice lost her composure. Why did it look so much like a school desk? Alice sat in the incredibly familiar chair, stared at the desk in front of her for a moment in confusion, then looked up at Klein, who had materialized a podium in front of her, and asked seriously, "Are you really sick?" Yes, that was the feeling. The discomfort of not being cursed disappeared, and Klein suddenly felt that Alice in front of him had become familiar and endearing. He smiled and asked, "Why didn't you write me back?" He ultimately didn't say something as absurd as, "Why didn't you curse me?" Alice stared at Klein expressionlessly. A few minutes later, Klein surrendered first, removing the podium and desk setup, and changing the scene to a sofa and coffee table. "So, this scene can be changed after all." Alice thoughtfully tapped the coffee table, her eyes smoothly darting around. Klein guessed what Alice was thinking almost as soon as he saw her expression, and he flatly refused, "Don't even think about me materializing any strange scenes during the tarot club." Alice sighed in disappointment. Then her eyes darted around again, and she asked with interest, "If the scene doesn't change, can you yourself?" "No." Klein interrupted her without hesitation. Alice sighed in disappointment again. At times like these, she almost missed Eamon. After all, Eamon would at least listen to her finish speaking. "Oh, I wonder if Eamon knows that she stole the Storm Church's donation box." Seeing Alice's eyes darting around again, Klein quickly interrupted, "So, are you really not considering going to class?" Alice instantly dropped her smile, staring at him expressionlessly. After more than 10 seconds, she asked another question she cared about. Why would you use an angel as a messenger? Huh. Klein's face showed a bewildered expression. Alice looked at his expression and asked in confusion, don't you know your messenger is an angel? No. Klein looked at Alice with a complicated expression, although I just found out no, it's an angel, but, why would you say such things to an angel? Alice's gaze drifted, and she said tactfully, this isn't the first time, is it? Considering my lost memories, I might have even said such things to a true god. Klein gasped sharply. Just as they were speechless, a crimson star suddenly swelled. It didn't belong to any member of the Tarot Club. Klein glanced at Alice, making a shush gesture. Alice obediently closed her mouth, boredly tapping the coffee table with her fingers. End of chapter. Problematic ad. Report it here. Number 219 Chapter 92 Mr. Fool is very busy today. AI model. Gemini 2.5 Flash. Chapter 218 Chapter 92 Mr. Fool is very busy today. This was Alice's first time witnessing Klein respond to prayers above the gray fog. To be honest, it looked a bit deranged. Well, that might be too impolite. In reality, Alice just couldn't understand what Klein was doing. When Klein finally came back to his senses and reached out to summon the Sea God Scepter, Alice quickly seized the opportunity to ask, what happened? Klein gave her a strange look and replied, some guy recited my honorific name, falsely claiming to be my dependents, using the opportunity to deceive young girls. Alice's eyes widened, and she suddenly asked, where? Klein was silent for a moment, then swiftly struck down the deceiver before telling Alice, I don't think his crime warranted that. Alice fell into contemplation. After a moment, she was about to ask about the Sea God Scepter when she suddenly saw another crimson star stir. Are you that busy today? Alice looked at Klein. Klein said nothing, silently beginning to receive prayers. Being an evil god is such a hassle. Alice rested her chin on her hand, sighing inwardly. Suddenly, Alice saw Klein open his eyes. Before she could ask anything, the surrounding scenery rapidly changed. The ancient palace and the long bronze table reappeared, and their position became the head of the long table, with her sitting on the table itself. Alice was momentarily bewildered, then suddenly realized something. She propped herself up with her hands on the table and turned half her body to look. She saw an unfamiliar black-haired female figure materialize in a chair that did not belong to the original members of the Tarot Club. The black-haired female looked at the scene in a daze. After coming back to her senses, she asked with some hesitation, is this the underworld? Before Klein could speak, he heard Alice's serious voice. Yes, this is the underworld. You may begin to confess the sins you have committed. After a few seconds of silence, Klein tried his best to say to Alice in a calm voice. Miss Fate, return to your seat. Alice turned her head back, very displeased, and glared at Klein without a word. Considering there was an outsider present, Klein didn't let the silence last too long. Instead, he thought for a moment and tossed the Sea God Scepter to Alice. Alice subconsciously caught the Sea God Scepter, looked up at Klein, and decided to let him off for now. She nimbly jumped off the table, skipped to her own seat, and then looked curiously at the silently observing black-haired female. Behind the high-backed chair, symbols stained with starlight moved rapidly, forming a pair of cold, indifferent, eyelash-less eyes containing countless dazzling stars. Alice immediately associated this pair of eyes with their symbolism. She had encountered similar things twice before, once with old Neil, and once with Bernadette. She remembered those eyes belonging to the hidden sage. Mystery Prior. Alice leaned forward and asked curiously. Katlia did not speak. She had already surveyed the scene here. The figure, who appeared mysterious and lofty, wore a white shirt, a formal tailcoat without a tie, black trousers, and shiny leather boots. Her hair was dark, and her features were blurred. The light-hearted and lively young girl was much more casual. Besides anything else, Katlia was certain that the clothes the child was wearing were pajamas. Even with blurred features, she could discern the girl's bright golden hair and clear blue eyes. When she turned to look at her, she truly seemed as innocent as a young girl. The only problem was, Katlia looked at the milky white scepter, slightly longer than an arm, that Alice was tossing around. The scepter almost stirred the surrounding sea and storm aura, with countless white specks of light swirling around it, giving it a sacred and majestic feeling. That was at least a demigod-level scepter. And in the eyes of this seemingly harmless girl, it appeared to be just a novel toy. And the other mysterious figure seemed to be the girl's elder. Catlia's heart was in turmoil, but her expression remained calm as she asked, "How should I address you two?" "You can call me Mr. Fool," Klein said in a calm voice. "This is Miss Fate." Fool, Fate, Catlia chewed on these two words, looking at the head of the long table and pondering before saying, "I have heard your honorific name from Mr. Z of the Aurora Order." After a pause, she looked at Alice, who was wrestling with the sea god scepter, and said, "But I don't seem to have heard yours." Alice looked up, gazing at her thoughtfully, and said, "You remind me, since I am a revived evil god, shouldn't I have had an honorific name before?" Catlia's body instantly stiffened. She had only intended to probe, but, how could you just blurt that out? The honest Miss Fate, upon her first meeting with the future Lady Hermit, left a deep impression on her. Regarding this matter, Klein had long given up on stopping her. He looked at Catlia and smiled. "Aren't you going to introduce yourself? This should be the most basic etiquette." After a few seconds of silence, Catlia spoke in a steady voice. "My name is Catlia, and I have the nickname, Star Admiral." Alice's movements suddenly paused. She remembered the teacher Klein had found for her, Iceberg Admiral Edwina, who was also a pirate admiral. She threw the sea god scepter onto the table in a fit of pique, the noise startling Catlia, who instinctively looked at Alice. Alice was silent for a moment, then quietly picked up the sea god scepter again, lowering her head and pretending nothing had happened. Catlia felt a moment of confusion. Every action of this girl was like that of a true young girl. Aside from the demigod-level sealed artifact she held, it was truly difficult to associate her with a revived evil god. However, for Catlia, who had a deep understanding of the supernatural world, this could only mean a deeper terror. After all, she had only met one evil god without malice, and he had almost killed her just now. Thinking of this, she respectfully asked the figure at the head of the long table, "Did you save me?" She had clearly realized who the master of this place was. The figure subtly changed her sitting posture and replied with a light chuckle, "Isn't the truth quite obvious?" So Catlia immediately stood up and said, "Thank you for your rescue. Whatever you need me to do, you can directly command, as long as it is within my capabilities and does not violate my principles." "There's something now," Alice raised her hand, "forget what you just heard." End of chapter. Chapter 218. Chapter 92. Mr. Fool is very busy today. This was Alice's first time witnessing Klein respond to prayers above the gray fog. To be honest, it looked a bit deranged. Well, that might be too impolite. In reality, Alice just couldn't understand what Klein was doing. When Klein finally came back to his senses and reached out to summon the sea god scepter, Alice quickly seized the opportunity to ask, "What happened?" Klein gave her a strange look and replied, "Some guy recited my honorific name, falsely claiming to be my dependents, using the opportunity to deceive young girls." Alice's eyes widened, and she suddenly asked, "Where?" Klein was silent for a moment, then swiftly struck down the deceiver before telling Alice, "I don't think his crime warranted that." Alice fell into contemplation. After a moment, she was about to ask about the sea god scepter when she suddenly saw another crimson star stir. "Are you that busy today?" Alice looked at Klein. Klein said nothing, silently beginning to receive prayers. Being an evil god is such a hassle. Alice rested her chin on her hand, sighing inwardly. Suddenly, Alice saw Klein open his eyes. Before she could ask anything, the surrounding scenery rapidly changed. The ancient palace and the long bronze table reappeared, and their position became the head of the long table, with her sitting on the table itself. Alice was momentarily bewildered, then suddenly realized something. She propped herself up with her hands on the table and turned half her body to look. She saw an unfamiliar black-haired female figure materialize in a chair that did not belong to the original members of the Tarot Club. The black-haired female looked at the scene in a daze. After coming back to her senses, she asked with some hesitation, "Is this the underworld?" Before Klein could speak, he heard Alice's serious voice. "Yes, this is the underworld. You may begin to confess the sins you have committed." After a few seconds of silence, Klein tried his best to say to Alice in a calm voice, "Miss Fate, Return to your seat. Alice turned her head back, very displeased, and glared at Klein without a word. Considering there was an outsider present, Klein didn't let the silence last too long. Instead, he thought for a moment and tossed the sea god scepter to Alice. Alice subconsciously caught the sea god scepter, looked up at Klein, and decided to let him off for now. She nimbly jumped off the table, skipped to her own seat, and then looked curiously at the silently observing black-haired female. Behind the high-backed chair, symbols stained with starlight moved rapidly, forming a pair of cold, indifferent, eyelash-less eyes containing countless dazzling stars. Alice immediately associated this pair of eyes with their symbolism. She had encountered similar things twice before, once with old Neil, and once with Bernadette. She remembered those eyes belonging to the hidden sage. Mystery Prior. Alice leaned forward and asked curiously. Catalia did not speak. She had already surveyed the scene here. The figure, who appeared mysterious and lofty, wore a white shirt, a formal tailcoat without a tie, black trousers, and shiny leather boots. Her hair was dark, and her features were blurred. The light-hearted and lively young girl was much more casual. Besides anything else, Catalia was certain that the clothes the child was wearing were pajamas. Even with blurred features, she could discern the girl's bright golden hair and clear blue eyes. When she turned to look at her, she truly seemed as innocent as a young girl. The only problem was, Catalia looked at the milky white scepter, slightly longer than an arm, that Alice was tossing around. The scepter almost stirred the surrounding sea and storm aura, with countless white specks of light swirling around it, giving it a sacred and majestic feeling. That was at least a demigod-level scepter. And in the eyes of this seemingly harmless girl, it appeared to be just a novel toy. And the other mysterious figure seemed to be the girl's elder. Catalia's heart was in turmoil, but her expression remained calm as she asked, "How should I address you two?" "You can call me Mr. Fool," Klein said in a calm voice. "This is Miss Fate." Fool, Fate. Catalia chewed on these two words, looking at the head of the long table and pondering before saying, "I have heard your honorific name from Mr. Z of the Aurora Order." After a pause, she looked at Alice, who was wrestling with the sea god scepter, and said, "But I don't seem to have heard yours." Alice looked up, gazing at her thoughtfully, and said, "You remind me, since I am a revived evil god, shouldn't I have had an honorific name before?" Catalia's body instantly stiffened. She had only intended to probe, but, how could you just blurt that out? The honest Miss Fate, upon her first meeting with the future Lady Hermit, left a deep impression on her. Regarding this matter, Klein had long given up on stopping her. He looked at Catalia and smiled. "Aren't you going to introduce yourself? This should be the most basic etiquette." After a few seconds of silence, Catalia spoke in a steady voice. "My name is Catalia, and I have the nickname, Star Admiral." Alice's movements suddenly paused. She remembered the teacher Klein had found for her, Iceberg Admiral Edwina, who was also a pirate admiral. She threw the sea god scepter onto the table in a fit of pique, the noise startling Catalia, who instinctively looked at Alice. Alice was silent for a moment, then quietly picked up the sea god scepter again, lowering her head and pretending nothing had happened. Catalia felt a moment of confusion. Every action of this girl was like that of a true young girl. Aside from the demigod-level sealed artifact she held, it was truly difficult to associate her with a revived evil god. However, for Catalia, who had a deep understanding of the supernatural world, this could only mean a deeper terror. After all, she had only met one evil god without malice, and he had almost killed her just now. Thinking of this, she respectfully asked the figure at the head of the long table, "Did you save me?" She had clearly realized who the master of this place was. The figure subtly changed her sitting posture and replied with a light chuckle, "Isn't the truth quite obvious?" So Catalia immediately stood up and said, "Thank you for your rescue. Whatever you need me to do, you can directly command, as long as it is within my capabilities and does not violate my principles." "There's something now," Alice raised her hand, "forget what you just heard." End of chapter. Chapter 219. Chapter 93. The Hermit. Catalia froze. She was suddenly a little unsure of the other party's meaning. Did he hope she would keep the secret, or did he genuinely wish for her to forget what had just happened? Catalia wasn't sure, but no matter which it was, it didn't seem like a good thing for her, as only dead mortals could keep secrets. At this moment, Katlia heard the figure seated at the head of the table let out a soft chuckle, as if amused by the remark. Afterward, that figure spoke, stopping Alice's nonsense. "Miss Fate, don't make such jokes." Katlia, however, didn't dare to relax until the figure, with a hint of a smile, asked, "Are you a member of the Moses ascetic order?" "Good, it seems I still have some value for now." Katlia finally breathed a sigh of relief and softly hummed in affirmation. "Wow," Alice exclaimed, "is that the unlucky organization whose god suddenly came to life?" Katlia hesitated and nodded. She suddenly felt that having only 3 people here might not be a good thing, because Miss Fate seemed to be afraid of going too far with Mr. Fool. She subconsciously glanced at the empty seats around her but ultimately didn't speak first, waiting for the mysterious figure to finish his question. Klein then continued to ask, "What did you do just now to provoke that fellow?" Katlia was silent for a moment before saying, "No, I didn't provoke him. Members of the Moses ascetic order believe that all things are numbers, pursuing knowledge itself. But Emperor Rosal once said that it's not us pursuing knowledge, but knowledge pursuing us. The hidden sage is knowledge itself, he pursues us, pursues every member of the Moses ascetic order. When a great deal of knowledge is poured in but cannot be quickly digested and mastered, the situation just now occurs. One either lets go of their mental defenses and accepts the hidden sage's transformation, or relies on willpower to endure. If one can't hold on, they will lose control." As she explained, a subtle, almost imperceptible doubt flashed through her mind. Members of the Moses ascetic order suffering from being pursued by knowledge was an almost open secret, so why would an existence like Mr. Fool, who was akin to a god, not know? She subconsciously glanced at the not-so-quiet Alice and suddenly had a bad premonition. Klein didn't know he had nearly exposed himself. He continued, "If you encounter similar situations again, you can recite my honorific name." Katlia's lips twitched twice, instinctively wanting to refuse, but after glancing at Alice, who was staring at her, she quickly made up her mind, stood up, crossed her arms over her chest, bowed, and asked, "How may I be of service to you?" If she refused, Mr. Fool's attitude was uncertain, but she always felt that Miss Fate would not be easy to deal with, even hesitation could bring her danger. Klein chuckled and said in a casual tone, "In the future, provide some assistance to my dependents." Alice gave Klein a meaningful look. "As you wish." Katlia sat back down and asked cautiously, "Does the honorific name Mr. Z provided belong to you?" She then repeated the honorific name of the Fool. Klein nodded slightly, indicating it was correct. After realizing that the other party had stopped speaking, Katlia asked the question she had wanted to ask earlier, "Respected Mr. Fool, are there other people here?" Klein smiled and said, "Some people similar to you. They have established a regular gathering, and I am the witness." Katlia rationally suppressed the urge to ask what role Miss Fate played in this gathering. After careful consideration, she asked, "May I participate?" Klein leaned back in his chair leisurely and said, "You may. You must not disclose it without my permission." "Good." Katlia responded without hesitation. Klein tapped his left index finger, causing the remaining tarot cards to materialize on the surface of the bronze long table. They used tarot cards as codenames, these are the remaining ones. Choose one. It's starting. Alice, experiencing this for the first time in person, excitedly sat up straight, eagerly watching Katlia draw a card. Katlia, who had only glanced at the cards, paused for a moment, reached out, and drew the Hermit card, answering, Hermit. Alice withdrew her gaze, satisfied. After the first part of the new member's initiation ended, Klein cut off Katlia's connection and turned to Alice, subtly saying, "Next time, before you joke, could you consider other people's psychological tolerance?" Alice pondered for a moment before asking, "Does other people refer to her or you?" Both. Klein replied with a complicated expression. Alice humbly accepted the lesson, then waved the sea god scepter in her hand and asked curiously, "What abilities does it have?" Klein pondered for a moment before replying, "This is the sea god scepter." For Alice, the name was enough. She guessed based on the name, by obtaining it, one can, in a sense, become Aussie god. Klein nodded, but then noticed Alice's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly interrupted, "It cannot be brought out of the gray fog." Alice disappointedly released her grip. Klein, who had timely averted a disaster, couldn't help but ask again, "Are you really not considering going to class?" Alice glared at him fiercely. Such a fierce look on Alice's face was actually quite lacking in deterrence. After a brief few seconds of staring at Alice, Klein became even more determined to find a way to send Alice to school, otherwise, he felt she was becoming increasingly unrestrained. At this time, Klein didn't know that Alice had sent a surprise to the goddess. For Klein, the most important thing at the moment was to find something to divert Alice's attention, such as the sea god scepter can respond to prayers. Do you want to try it? Perhaps this can help you retrieve a part of your memory. Alice suddenly fell silent. She understood Klein's meaning. If she had truly existed as a god, perhaps she should have had the experience of responding to believers' prayers. A familiar scene might help her recall some memories. But at this very moment, Alice suddenly felt a hint of apprehension. The vaguely surfacing memories told her that she, in that period, and she, now, although the same person, seemed fundamentally different in some aspects. The her of the past was perhaps an evil god whose reputation was not much better than Amon's. Mortals were just slightly more interesting playthings. Wait. Alice suddenly paused. She blankly reached out and pressed her chest, recalling her previous actions, a trace of confusion flashing in her eyes. When did she start to care less and less about the feelings of others? Was there really still a difference between them? End of this chapter. Chapter 220 Chapter 94 You put the level 0 sealed artifact in the grocery store. Alice. Klein looked at her with concern. Are you all right? Alice snapped out of her daze, looking at Klein with a hint of confusion, and whispered. I feel like I'm about to forget what I look like. It hasn't been that long, and I remember everything so clearly, but why can't I recall how I felt back then? This was merely Alice's outward appearance. Unexpectedly, Alice was actually very clear-headed now. Unlike the clarity that came from having emotions stripped away, she suddenly felt a sense of calm, as if everything had settled. Subconsciously, a voice told her, "Go to Byam. What you seek, the answers you desire, are there." She still had some time. This realization flashed through Alice's mind. Her expression unchanged, she half lowered her eyelids and asked, "What kind of person is Iceberg Admiral Edwina?" She maintained her previous bewildered tone, which worried Klein. He watched Alice intently as he cautiously replied, "She should be a very good teacher." Alice softly asked, "Klein, what kind of person do you think I am?" She emphasized the word, person, and Klein immediately sensed something. He pressed, "What do you mean?" Alice pinched her forehead and said, "A long time ago, I wondered why lofty deities would care about mortals. Why would they preach? Why would they attract believers? Later, Bernadette told me that divinity is a special kind of corruption. For beings above demigods who have merged with divinity, they need to constantly fight against divinity to maintain their humanity. And believers are the anchors that maintain humanity." Anchors. Klein repeated. Alice nodded and said, "Yes. I think, if those fragments in my memory come from my past self, if my past self could already be considered a deity, that is, at least an angel, a complete mythical creature, then, my anchor is probably problematic." This was something that sounded incredibly despairing. Even deities could not escape the fight against corruption. Therefore, after more than 10 seconds of silence, Klein asked, "If that's the case, why do we still strive for advancement?" Alice shrugged and replied, "As for me, I probably don't have a choice anymore. Either advance, or forget even my own self. Or perhaps I could just lie down now and wait to become a potion ingredient. Wouldn't that also be a good choice? As for you, we all know that in that story, this place is called Saphira Castle, and it has an unknown previous owner who will one day return to reclaim it. Even if not, Aemon will want to seize it. However, you say, in what form will the previous owner return? Will there come a day when you, like me, forget who you are, forget that you were once a person, or even harm those you once loved?" Alice tilted her head, looked at Klein's solemn expression, and slowly smiled. "So, are you also going to pray for the favor of fate? However, if I were a true deity of the fate pathway, even if fate favored you, the outcome wouldn't be what you hoped for, would it? It's the same for me in any situation." Klein suddenly felt that the last sentence was more convincing than all the previous ones combined. Alice leaned back in the chair, relaxed, feeling the sensation deep within her spirituality, and softly said, I seem to need to go to Byam. Klein looked at Alice, but Alice suddenly slid slowly from the chair as if exhausted, and complained. Children who stay up too late won't grow tall. No more talking. Klein was silent for a moment, then cut the connection, letting her go back to sleep. Back in the real world, Alice stared blankly at the ceiling for half a minute, then pulled the blanket up and closed her eyes. Before being overwhelmed by drowsiness, she mumbled indistinctly. You should at least give me a detailed address. How am I supposed to find it in such a big biome? Why don't you just tell me it's in the Rorstad archipelago? The surging drowsiness pulled Alice into a dream. She saw the city she had once visited, the capital of the Rorstad archipelago, the City of Generosity, Byam. Here were countless pirates and sailors, as well as adventurers dreaming of getting rich. Here were many unmarked but bustling buildings, some short, some tall. Some were hidden, others quite blatant. Alice knew these were one of Byam's two-pillar industries, brothels. This seemed to be a brothel, Alice deduced, but truthfully, she had no impression of such places. She wasn't the kind of customer who would be solicited. This building only magnified and lingered in front of her eyes for an instant, then the entire scene smoothly shifted to the opposite side, a familiar-looking herbal shop. Oh, the shopkeeper here was also an acquaintance. Look, wasn't this the apothecary who had just slipped away? The subsequent time seemed to speed up. Alice saw the apothecary constantly making various attempts. He seemed to be trying hard to contact someone. Alice wasn't sure how much time had passed. She only remembered the constant cycle of night and day. Conservatively estimated, it must have been over a month. Note 1. But he never seemed to succeed. The letters he sent went unanswered. Alice watched him gradually become anxious and apprehensive. Then, he walked into a tavern and posted a missing person notice. As the scene flickered, Alice saw the content of the notice. It was a rather young male, with neatly combed back hair and wearing framed glasses, looking refined. There was a name on this missing person notice, Roy King. Alice wasn't sure what the outcome of this commission was. Time flowed quickly, and soon, she saw the fat apothecary leave the herbal shop again and head to a general store. Alice saw a kind elderly lady greet the fat apothecary. They conversed for a moment, the fat apothecary paid, and then he received a small ring box. Alice saw the fat apothecary open the ring box without hesitation. Inside was an off-white dice, with a red 4-spot facing up. Dice. Alice's eyes widened, and she suddenly woke from her dream. Faint dawn light entered the room. Alice realized it was already morning. She stared blankly at the ray of dawnlight for several minutes before a hoarse voice, mixed with shock and confusion, finally spoke. No way. You guys, put a grade 0 sealed artifact in a general store. Huh. End of chapter. Chapter 221. Chapter 95. The protagonists of each. After staring blankly at the ceiling for a while, Alice finally accepted the fact, took a deep breath, and bravely crawled out of bed. When will it get warmer? After several minutes of internal struggle, Alice gave up on the idea of getting out of bed wrapped in her blanket and silently began to get dressed. I really wish heating and electric blankets were common in the other world too. Alice exhaled the last bit of mouthwash, looked at herself in the mirror, and murmured, I wonder if a Beander is afraid of the cold. Alice still habitually retrieved the day's newspaper and letters from the mailbox first. The tense atmosphere in Backland hadn't changed much in the past week. No, perhaps it had gotten worse. Alice felt a pang of guilt, remembering what she had done. Since the goddess hadn't come for her yet, it meant it wasn't a big deal, right? Alice nodded, her eyes gradually firming. She clenched her fist, as if to cheer herself on, and then began her first task of the day, checking the mailbox. After reading the newspaper while eating breakfast, Alice began to check her letters. One was from Ian, telling her that the diary had been successfully sold, and it included 5 10-pound banknotes. The boy really hadn't kept a single penny for himself. Alice silently marked on her plan to go over tonight to deliver 5 more diary pages and give Ian some money. It would be too much not to give him any money at all. Alice mumbled, tearing open Evelyn's letter. Alice received notes from Evelyn almost every day, and today was no exception. No, that's not right. At the very end of this note, words that touched Alice's sensitive nerves were written. Speaking of which, something very strange suddenly occurred to me. A few mornings ago, I clearly heard your scream and wanted to ask you what was wrong, but why did I leave without asking anything? Actually, looking back, your expression and actions at that time were full of strangeness, but I don't know why I believed what you said and just left. Beryl, did you encounter something unusual? Anyway, if you need help, you can come to me or ask for help at the church. Alice clutched the note tightly in her hand. It was easy to guess what kind of power caused the influence at the time, if one didn't consider Adam was currently concerned about his brother. This shouldn't have anything to do with Evelyn, right? In short, if one didn't consider this situation, Eamon certainly wasn't that kind-hearted, so it was probably the influence of luck. Alice's first reaction was actually to use luck to deceive Evelyn again, but not to mention she wasn't sure how to do it. Just a moment's thought made her realize this was merely treating the symptoms, not the root cause. After carefully considering her options, Alice decided to put off this headache-inducing matter for a while. After all, her most important task recently was to go to Byam. Thinking of this, Alice ran back to her study. After writing the rambling and verbose parts, she carefully began to write an explanation for that incident. Evelyn, I'm very sorry I can't tell you the specific situation right now. I can only tell you that I'm not in any danger. Recently, I might have some things to deal with and will be leaving Backland for a trip. Don't worry, I believe I'll be back very soon, and perhaps then I'll be able to explain everything clearly to you. After frowning and pondering for a moment, she wrote on the paper again. Evelyn, I don't know what you think of those unusual things and unusual people, but I hope you remember. In the mysterious world, behind all the wonderful stories and tempting treasures, there is only one thing hidden: danger. Luck is not only a gift, a favor, but also a curse. After putting down her pen, Alice looked at the content on the paper and sighed leisurely. Very good, now the fact that I'm a Beander is pretty much an open secret in Evelyn's eyes. She gently tapped the desk twice with her hand, but her eyes suddenly caught sight of the remaining manuscript paper on the desk. Alice murmured thoughtfully. Speaking of which, although the chapter of 1,000 Years part was finished a long time ago, I never remembered to send it over. I should send it before I go to Byam, right? Anything else? Suddenly hearing a knock at the door, Alice stood up blankly, skillfully put on Matilda, and walked over to open the door. The poet classmate outside seemed a little embarrassed. He clenched his fist against his chin, coughed twice, and then said, one of my friends has something to say to you. He emphasized the word friend. Alice stared at this old acquaintance, who had become somewhat unfamiliar, pondered for a moment, and then asked. Don't tell me the goddess sent you. The question was met with a tacit agreement. Alice gasped, realizing that the trouble she had caused, the goddess might actually care quite a bit about. After a moment of silence, Alice decided to cause even greater trouble. She looked at Leonard and curved a mischievous smile, saying, You know, the protagonist of an era actually doesn't die. Even if they die, they'll push open their grave and crawl out. So, the lack of cremation being popular is truly the biggest flaw of this era. After that, she mercilessly slammed the door shut in Leonard's shocked and doubtful gaze and began to ponder another question that was very important to her. Speaking of which, why do I feel like there are many protagonists in this era? Actually, Miss Justice, Miss Magician, Mr. Hanged Man, Mr. Moon, Mr. Sun, Hermit, Mrs. Hermit should also count. It seems like everyone is the protagonist of the era. Is everyone the protagonist of their own story? Alice chuckled, thinking of another interesting thing. But actually, from any perspective, luck doesn't seem like the protagonist of a story. It seems like the shadow of luck is in every story, and everyone can't escape the influence of luck, but almost no story makes luck the protagonist. If I had to say, luck can probably be considered the protagonist's golden finger. Whoever obtains the golden finger, or rather, whoever is favored by luck, will stand out and become the protagonist of the era, in the true sense. Alas, from this point of view, it feels like Leonard has completely lost hope. Alice sighed dramatically, ignored the persistent knocking at the door behind her, hummed a song, took off Matilda, returned to her study, and sat down at her desk. Chapter 222 Chapter 96 Do not look directly at God. Leonard, who had been left outside the door, was deeply shocked. Alice's words seemed to be a hint. No, it was practically a direct statement. She was clearly indicating something. For a moment, Leonard wanted to return to Tingen City right now, dig up the grave of another protagonist of the era, he knew, and see if it was empty. But humans are such strange creatures. Even though this was an unexpected surprise for him, he couldn't help but feel fear because of it. Why did his former colleague fake his death? He longed to know the truth behind it, yet he feared the truth might not be what he wished. Alice decided not to go to the goddess's church again until she went to buy him. She felt the goddess probably didn't want to see her either. Time quietly passed as Alice organized her manuscripts, and before she knew it, 3 o'clock in the afternoon arrived. Crimson light surged like a tide, submerging the world before her. Alice habitually closed her eyes, only opening them again when the light receded. The first to notice the new member was Magician Furs, who sat beside Hermit Catlia. She immediately realized there was an extra person next to her, then pretended not to care and turned her body. The second to realize this was Justice Audrey, who had just been about to stand up and greet. As she noticed the new member, a strange question suddenly popped into her mind. Mr. Fool seemed to intentionally divide females to one side and males to the other. As a deity, Mr. Fool, of course, couldn't be categorized by gender. Wait a minute. Audrey suddenly looked at the world and Alice in confusion. If she reasoned from this perspective, it meant that Mr. Fool believed the world had no gender or wasn't human at all, and Miss Destiny was a female. Well, Miss Destiny being female should still be reasonably acceptable, so that means the world, number. Audrey, stop, you must be overthinking. Audrey stopped her wild thoughts, stood up, and saluted with a cheerful tone. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. After Klein nodded slightly in response, Audrey turned to Hanged Man Alger. Good afternoon, Mr. Hanged Man. After Alger also responded, Audrey turned to Alice. Good afternoon, Miss Destiny. Alice tilted her head, finally realizing what was wrong. She hadn't greeted them in the order of the tarot cards, but by their joining time. If she had greeted them in order, after the Fool card, it should have been the Magician card. After realizing this, Alice happily waved her hand, indicating she had received the greeting, then inwardly scoffed twice at Mr. Fool, who had his initiative stolen. And with Audrey's greeting, Catlia and the old members of the Tarot Club also began the classic mutual sizing up process. A faint purple light slowly flowed in Catlia's eyes, and her gaze naturally fell on Alice, whom she was most curious about. The last time they met, she hadn't dared to peek at Miss Destiny, who was suspected to be a junior of Mr. Fool. This time, she vaguely sensed that Miss Destiny did not seem to be placed in the position of a deity at this gathering, so she naturally became bolder. Unlike the pajamas she wore last time, Miss Destiny this time was wearing a very strange outfit. At least Catlia had never heard of any custom of wearing a sack. Suddenly, Alice seemed to notice her gaze, turned her head to look at her, and almost at that instant, she saw a fleeting light. Catlia frowned slightly, keeping her gaze on Alice, the purple flowing in her eyes slowly deepening until she saw that light again. It seemed to encircle her, seemed to envelop her, seemed to leap out from her body. Catlia couldn't tell where that light came from. She only saw that beautiful light, rushing towards her at a seemingly slow but actually unavoidable speed, suddenly brightening when it reached her, engulfing her. A massive amount of information suddenly surged into her mind. She couldn't discern the content of those messages. They were fragmented and intertwined, rudely intruding into her consciousness and causing her spirituality to ache intensely. Ah! She cried out in pain, slumping into her chair with a pale face, feeling as if the scenery in her eyes was filled with hazy light and shadows. In the blurry, violently shaking images, a shadow swayed closer to her. When it got close enough, she barely made out that it was a human figure, and she heard that shadow emit a voice she recognized. What did you see on me? As the girl's figure drew closer, she seemed to receive some kind of pardon. The dazzling light disappeared from her eyes, and she noticed that her vision was slowly recovering, and the messages that had completely scrambled her thoughts in her mind also vanished without a trace. As her vision slowly recovered, she saw that blurry face with clear blue eyes, and she heard the girl ask again, "What did you see on me?" She opened her mouth but said nothing, only one sentence echoed in her mind. One must not gaze directly at a god. Alice noticed the fleeting panic in her eyes, which made her even more curious. She frowned and asked again the question she had always cared deeply about. What exactly did you see on me? Light, Katlia replied with a dry voice, I saw light on you. Light, Alice murmured softly. She recalled the tide of light that had once engulfed her, and suddenly had a feeling of, as expected. Alice did not comment on this answer. Her gaze inadvertently shifted from Katlia, then returned to her seat without a care. Katlia, who had been spared, felt a little strength return to her, but she quickly realized the overly quiet atmosphere at the tarot club. She held her body still, not daring to speak. It wasn't until Alice slumped ungracefully into her chair that Klein chuckled lightly and said to those below. Since she doesn't mind, let's leave it at that. The stagnant atmosphere then eased. Everyone adjusted their postures with various thoughts, pondering what had just happened in their hearts. Although Mr. Fool still used the pronoun she, no one here would treat Alice as she anymore. Only Katlia stood up, bowed her head towards Alice, and said, I apologize, my eye of secrets is instinctive, it can only be strengthened, not closed, and must rely on a mystical item to seal. Alice tilted her head, propped her chin, and replied, Actually, I just found out that an eye of secrets can see problems on me. Chapter 223 Chapter 97 Why does it sound like I did this? This statement was not entirely true. Alice had indeed not thought that the Eye of Secrets could detect issues with her, primarily because she had met a demigod-level mystery prior, Bernadette. Alice guessed that the Eye of Secrets likely only recently gained the ability to detect problems with her. However, Alice, who was learning for the first time that the Eye of Secrets was not under her control, recalled the monster, who was, in a sense, suffering from a similar affliction. Half in pity and half in sympathy, she turned to Klein in the gray fog, tapping the table as she asked, Can you seal her eyes? Audrey and Alger simultaneously remembered Alice's tightly closed eyes when they first met her. They suddenly realized that at some point, the materialized glasses on Miss Destiny's face had disappeared, meaning she could now look directly at Mr. Fool. Recalling Katlia's tragic state just now, they were startled and averted their gaze. Besides the two of them, others also had various thoughts, for instance, pondering the meaning of the light Katlia mentioned. They could easily see that Alice hadn't known what was wrong with her before, and after hearing the answer, she felt it was natural, but what could light represent? Klein was actually thinking about this problem too, and he felt a bit regretful that Katlia hadn't looked at him just now. He was quite curious himself. However, wasn't the direction a bit different? In his memory, the two who saw him, 1.5, since Alice didn't really see him, so she's half. In his memory, the 1.5 people who saw him were all from the monster pathway. He wondered if the Eye of Secrets could detect it. After all, he had met a mystery prior before. As Klein's thoughts drifted, Alice's question reminded him. He chuckled softly and nodded slightly to Alice. Yes. After a pause, he then said to Katlia, You can try to manifest a pair of glasses on your face. After resolving the major threat of the Eye of Secrets, Katlia could finally lift her head and participate in the tarot club, observing the others normally while introducing herself under Audrey's inquiring gaze. Hermit. After getting acquainted with the new member, Audrey turned to the head of the bronze long table. Mr. Fool, I was out of town and only collected one page of Rosal's diary. Hearing this, Alice subconsciously looked at Katlia, ready to enjoy her shocked expression. After all, every newcomer went through the same thing. But Katlia's reaction seemed a bit too obvious. As the renowned Star Admiral and a mystery prior skilled in research, Katlia might be surprised upon first hearing about Rosal's diary, but she would never be so shocked. After all, even old Neil could deduce that Rosal's notes might be a diary. Magician Furs also raised her hand and said, Mr. Fool, I obtained 3 pages. Son Derek followed closely. Mr. Fool, I have transcribed new legends of ancient gods. As Klein began to read the diary with a sense of relief, Alice slowly frowned, staring at Katlia's expression. Her initial shock upon first hearing about Rosal's diary had slowly subsided, but after Klein began reading, it was tinged with even deeper horror and fear. Alice watched this scene, recalling Bernadette when she first met her, and slowly frowned. After Klein announced the start, Moon Emlyn was the first to expose himself. "Mr. Hanged Man, I am ready. When can you get that Sanguine Baron's inheritance? You mentioned last time that it's in the hands of a great pirate." He suppressed his excited demeanor, and with the mention of the great pirate in his words, he unhesitatingly sold out both himself and Alger completely, leaving Alger, who had intended to conceal his identity, in a moment of silence. The well-traveled Alger quickly composed himself and asked with an unchanged expression, "Did you get the cash?" "Of course," Emlyn said, craning his neck. Alice looked at Alger and Emlyn with pity. To Alice's surprise, Alger did not dwell on it. His tone unchanged, he said, "I will get it for you within this week. Finally, let's confirm the price again, £4,500, no problem." Alice looked suspiciously at Alger, feeling that his current attitude was like Song Shu's after she agreed to draw, the only difference being that Song Shu's emotions were much more outwardly expressed. He must have made a lot of money. Emlyn didn't notice anything amiss. He cleared his throat and asked, his eyes darting around, "Okay, can it be a bit cheaper?" He seemed to be planning to pocket some of the money. Alger listened and asked, his expression unchanged. "That's not something I can decide, but I can try to bargain for you. Also, don't forget my commission. How about a little less, £300? Alice looked at the unashamed Alger and suddenly began to doubt her previous judgment. Perhaps she had thought too ill of Mr. Hanged Man, maybe he really didn't take a commission. Good. Emlyn showed no signs of suspicion, he even seemed relieved. After they concluded their transaction in a few sentences, Alger turned to Alice, who was reflecting on herself, and looked at her right eye, now without a monocle, and asked thoughtfully, "Miss Destiny, did you remove your monocle?" "Yes." Alice looked at him with a resentful expression. Despite knowing that a malevolent god was hidden beneath Miss Destiny's innocent maiden facade, Alger showed a faint smile and said casually, "It seems I won't be getting the luck you promised as payment." Of course, another reason was that he found a casual attitude was more pleasing to Alice when it came to trivial matters. This was originally an inconsequential joke, but Alice, secretly observing Katlia, noticed that she frowned when she heard this sentence. Alice then smiled and turned to Katlia, asking, "Madam Hermit, what were you thinking just now?" Katlia's body stiffened, and the terror she had felt earlier resurfaced in her memory. She looked at Alice cautiously and said thoughtfully, "I just remembered some rumors." Alice stared at her curiously. "Just some baseless rumors, not to be taken seriously." Katlia uttered a weak protest. Alice continued to stare at her curiously. Katlia was silent for a moment, then had no choice but to explain. "There are rumors that the high sequence of the destiny pathway, when bestowing the ability of luck, often brings results that are not entirely satisfactory. It is said that many times, some people have their wishes fulfilled on the spot, but then face a terrible backlash later. The appearance and intensity of this backlash seem to be completely random. Some suspect that this is the result of influence from a high-sequence existence of the destiny pathway." Note 1. As Alice listened to Katlia's words, the smile on her face gradually disappeared. Finally, she lowered her eyelids, letting her eyelashes half cover her eyes, and said softly, "Although I have no memory of it, I don't know why. I always feel that the high-sequence existence you mentioned might, should, probably, possibly be me." End of chapter. Chapter 224 Chapter 98 Stable Performance 2. This was not a groundless guess. Alice had long felt that, at certain times, her way of thinking had a peculiar overlap with Destiny's, such as that promotion ritual that made her curse out loud. Coupled with a corner of the past's mist being unveiled, Alice strongly suspected that such a similar morally bankrupt act might really have been done by her. No, how outrageous was she in the past? This time, Alice and the members of the Tarot Club gasped in unison. No one doubted Alice's words, and of course, no one echoed them. Even Katlia only responded cautiously after a moment of thought. "I'm sorry, I don't know about that." Only Klein in the gray fog twitched his mouth, wanting to complain about something, but gave up considering the occasion. Alice then tapped the table and asked, "I want to know where this is." She glanced at Klein in the gray fog. Klein received the signal and helped her materialize a magnificent, blatant building. Then Alice's gaze swept towards Alger, Katlia, and world. "It should be in Byam." Mr. Hanged Man, Miss Hermit, and Mr. World, have you seen it? As Alice asked, Klein quickly recognized the place, and Alger and Katlia were not unfamiliar with it. While the latter was still wondering, World's hoarse voice appeared. This is the Red Theater, Byam's most famous brothel. Alice nodded thoughtfully, pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked curiously, have you been inside? No. World replied after a moment of silence. Alice sighed in disappointment and mumbled, what a pity, I've never seen a brothel before. Klein in the gray fog forcefully restrained his desire to curse out loud, making World's mouth twitch fiercely twice, then rationally changed the subject. Why are you asking this? He ultimately did not ask questions like, do you want to go in and play? Which he considered somewhat impolite, although he felt that Alice might not mind it, and might even genuinely want to go. Subtle curious glances fell on Alice, but Alice did not explain. Instead, she tapped the table twice and asked again. If I ask for directions to the Red Theater in Byam, will it seem strange? Alger recalled Alice's image in his memory and nodded, saying, I think so. Katlia did not speak. Instead, Klein, controlling World again, asked, so, you're not really going to go in, are you? Not really, Alice shook her head. Near there, hey, can you help me with directions when the time comes, Mr. World? After a pause, Alice asked again, what if I really want to go in and take a look? Klein lightly coughed in the gray fog. Alice rationally closed her mouth and made a zipping motion with her hand. Then, World's hoarse voice sounded again, if it's just directions, no problem. The implication was that going inside to look was absolutely impossible. Alice was very disappointed by this. She leaned back in her chair regretfully, pouting as she replied, all right. After Alice showed a clear disinclination to speak, Audrey took over the conversation. Mr. World, you previously mentioned clues about the psychiatrist's remnant Beander characteristic. Have you successfully obtained it? Alice was stunned for a moment, then quickly remembered Audrey's Susie. She turned her head and asked with a sincere expression. Miss Justice, can I be your dog? Klein in the gray fog exerted all his strength, exhausting all of the clown's Beander abilities to prevent himself from making any strange sounds. Except for Alger, who knew Miss Justice had an extraordinary pet dog, and Audrey herself, everyone else felt their brains turn into a mess, completely unable to comprehend the situation before them. Audrey also opened her mouth in surprise. If she could do it now, she would definitely cast at least 5 comms on herself. No, she might not even remember to cast comm on herself. As for a noble image. Haha, can anyone truly maintain an image in front of Miss Destiny? Audrey didn't know, Audrey felt she couldn't. Alice looked at the expressions of the people around her, belatedly realizing that there was more than a little problem with that sentence. She tried to explain. I didn't mean that, I just feel that being Miss Justice's dog is very happy. Why does that sound even stranger? No one responded to that sentence. Only Audrey made a weak sound. I understand what you mean, Miss Destiny. Can you please stop talking for a moment? Alice obediently closed her mouth. It was only then that, World, responded with a hoarse voice. If you want it, I will give it to you as soon as possible. The price is £1,800. Audrey suddenly had some doubts that, World, had deliberately not spoken earlier. But she was destined not to get the answer to that question. She could only respond weakly, okay. Although no one understood what Miss Destiny had meant just now, the Tarot Club's pitied member had temporarily changed from Mr. World to Miss Justice. And, son, Derek, after a moment of bewilderment, raised his hand and asked, does anyone have the fruit of the radiant spirit tree? Hermit, Katlia temporarily suppressed the questions in her heart and replied. I have it. What will you exchange for it? She decided to participate in a few small trades to understand the Tarot Club's operating model. Derek sincerely said, I can exchange it for the history of the City of Silver, the history of dark creatures like giant dragons and elves. Miss Hermit, here is also a list of common monsters in the areas around the City of Silver. You can choose the materials you need from it. Alice, who considered herself quite cunning, silently looked up at the sky. Oh, there was no sky here. Although she didn't understand the meaning of the words, Katlia still replied calmly, I'll take a look at the common monsters in the areas around the City of Silver before making a decision. Alice silently raised Catlia's rank to the level of Mr. Hanged Man in her heart. Derek agreed without hesitation. After browsing the monster list, Catlia replied without changing her expression, "You exchange it for the history of the City of Silver." Alice really couldn't bear to watch and turned her head away. After the trading session ended, Furs was the first speaker in the free discussion session. A major event recently occurred in Backland, causing the atmosphere, which had somewhat eased, to become tense again. Someone broke into the Lord of Storm's church and stole the donation box. End of chapter. Chapter 225. Chapter 99. Inch's destiny is a child. Alice guiltily shrank into her chair, but still stubbornly held her head high. Alger didn't notice this subtle movement and naturally took over the conversation. "Yes, I've also heard about this. The Storm Church is extremely furious about it and has issued a warrant. I also saw the wanted poster in the newspaper." Furs nodded, and with Klein's help, materialized the image from the poster. "It's like this. The newspaper said to be careful of anyone wearing a monocle." As she spoke, Furs cautiously glanced at Alice. This wasn't because she had discovered the culprit of the incident, she merely remembered Alice's description of Eamon. Alger and Audrey also looked at Alice, and Emlyn and Derek followed suit, also looking at Alice. Only Klein here was sufficiently shocked. Good heavens, as expected of someone who can hang out with Alice. Wait a minute, they weren't together at the time, were they? Klein suddenly had a bad premonition. He manipulated, whirled and asked, "Miss Fate, were you at the scene at the time?" Alice righteously replied, "This was done by Eamon." This way of avoiding the crucial question intensified the subtle feeling in Klein's heart. He again manipulated, whirled and asked, "Miss Fate, is this matter related to you?" Alice's gaze drifted for a moment. Klein couldn't hold back. He spoke out in the gray fog, calling, "Fate." Catlia watched this scene, frowning slightly. From the attitude of the Tarot Club members, she could tell that they basically had a sufficient understanding of Miss Fate's identity and personality, so, what exactly was World relying on to interrogate a god? Even if this god seemed like a young girl, had a childish personality, and her authority and rank were most likely not on her, or at least not fully on her, she was still a god. Catlia subtly glanced at World, keeping this question in her heart. When Klein no longer controlled World to inquire, Alice realized that this was no longer a question she could casually gloss over. So Alice turned her head to look at the head of the bronze long table and righteously replied. "Is the wanted poster issued by the Storm Church for Eamon? Is it okay that it's Eamon? Did Eamon himself come out to deny this?" "No, right. Since both Eamon and the Storm Church think so, then there's no problem at all." Klein closed his eyes in pain in the gray fog. He took a deep breath, unhesitatingly shielded the perceptions of others, then glared at Alice and asked, "You did it using Amon's body?" Alice looked up at the dome of the ancient palace. Klein pinched his brows, not asking how she got involved with Eamon again, and gritted his teeth as he asked, "What about Amon's avatar?" "Sacrifice to the goddess," Alice replied righteously. Klein recalled his speculation when he was just reading the ancient god legends, and suddenly felt a subtle sympathy for the goddess. He forcefully interrupted this disrespectful thought, then asked again, "What about the donation box?" Note 1. Threw it away, Alice was even more righteous. "I remembered to add anti-divination." Klein opened his mouth, took a deep breath, and asked again, "The money inside?" Alice thought for a moment, then nodded seriously and said, "The money, the goddess and I split it." Ah! A faint confusion flashed in Klein's eyes. Alice righteously replied, "I stuffed those messy foreign coins into the church's donation box." Klein gasped. He endured and endured, but in the end, he couldn't help but ask, what was the goddess's reaction? Alice thought for a moment and replied, "The goddess said, red." After a pause, Alice pursed her lips and added, "I always feel like the goddess doesn't really want to talk to me." "You can feel like," Klein said bluntly. "After all, if I were the goddess, I probably wouldn't bother with you." "No, I can't be bothered with you right now." Alice tried to make her expression appear pitiful and wronged, then looked at Klein with a pair of watery big eyes. Klein looked at Alice, thought for 2 seconds, adjusted his posture, and then removed the shielding. Good, now everyone saw Miss Fate, who was seemingly acting spoiled. Alice was silent for a few seconds due to the sudden increase in attention, then bared her teeth and glared fiercely at Klein. After angrily kicking a chair leg, she shrank into her chair, pretending nothing had happened. Alger, Furs, and Audrey rationally withdrew their gazes, not wanting to make Miss Fate overly embarrassed. Emlyn and Derek quickly followed suit. Katlia. Oh, she didn't dare to think too deeply. After seeing Alice's expression, she lowered her head even faster than Alger. Being noticed by this one was not a good thing. No one knew how hard Mr. Fool was suppressing his laughter alone in the gray fog. To ease the awkward atmosphere, Alger, after a pause of more than 10 seconds, proactively brought up the matter of the fall-off sea god, Calvetua. This successfully changed the topic, because after hearing about this, everyone started to follow Katlia's gaze and look at Mr. Fool. The world signal, controlled by someone, was noticeably half a beat slow. To compensate for this, Klein manipulated world to glance at Alger. Alice, who knew world's persona, paused when she saw this scene and couldn't help but blurt out, "You are about to obtain a wind-blessed Beander characteristic." Alger's body completely stiffened. The other members of the Tarot Club quickly guessed something from world's past behavior and Alger's reaction, and the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Klein's mouth twitched fiercely in the gray fog. He, of course, understood Alice's hint, but he really didn't mean that. After a brief thought, Klein did not control world to respond, but chuckled lightly, leaning back in his chair indifferently and saying, "Calvetua became a demigod by relying on the relic of the calamity, Grozel." After a pause, he turned to Alice, a hint of a smile leaking into his tone as he said, "In this regard, Calvetua might be a little more lucky than you." Alice suddenly remembered her experience of becoming a Beander, but by this day, having remembered more things, she answered hesitantly. "But the Calvetua you mentioned, didn't he only become a demigod?" As a veteran member who had some understanding of Alice's experience of becoming a Beander, Alger suddenly recalled his long-ago question. Was this god a child before becoming a god? End of this chapter. Chapter 226 Chapter 100 The prophet should die because of his own prophecy. Compared to the others who were still pondering the core of this conversation, Alger, who felt he understood enough, dared not look at Alice and Mr. Fool, but instead looked stiffly at the world. The world was intently watching Mr. Fool, as if he hadn't noticed anything. Klein also realized a problem he had overlooked at this point. If Alice had ever awakened, if she had ever reached the position of an angel or even higher, why did she still appear as a young girl when she awakened again? No, she was even more unrealistic than the girls of that age Klein remembered. Of course, the latter was probably a personality issue, and Klein didn't dwell on it too much. As for the former, associating it with the idea of divinity versus humanity, and the way Alice became a Beander, Klein realized that there might be another possibility. Alice had not reached that position through advancement, she was already a complete mythical creature when she first awakened. Perhaps she truly could have awakened as a true god. This was illogical, but it was very destiny. However, the lack of an anchor meant that the time she could maintain her humanity was very short, so much so that, even now, she doubted whether she was human. But in that case, nearly forgetting who she was, could that still be considered luck? Klein looked at Alice, then suddenly chuckled softly, asking as casually as he could, "Do you think your experience can be called luck?" Alice immediately realized what Klein was asking, but her answer to this question was already destined the moment she became a winner. "My ability to awaken again is enough to prove that I am lucky. Destiny is fickle, but the one who stands till the end is the winner." "I always feel like she's getting more and more like a charlatan," Klein muttered inwardly, not commenting on this view, but instead chuckled softly and leaned back in his chair. This was behavior befitting Mr. Fool's persona, and their conversation, understood only by those in the know, was enough to prompt speculation and association from outsiders. Now, among the members of the Tarot Club, except for the Sun, Derek and the Moon, Emlyn, everyone had different thoughts. Only those two remained consistent, one thinking of saving the City of Silver, the other thinking of saving the Sanguine. After the world and justice, Audrey spoke. The Moon, Emlyn impatiently cleared his throat and said, I have carefully studied the history passed down among our sanguine. Before the great cataclysm, there was no city of silver, only the kingdom of silver. The kingdom of silver originally worshipped not the giant King Ormir, but his queen Ombella. Derek blurted out, our city of silver has no record of this, nor does it record the giant queen named Ombella. Emlyn immediately chuckled, spread his hands, and said, so, I said your city of silver's history has omissions and deficiencies, no problem, right? It's very clear that the sanguine history you recorded contains errors. He wanted to prove that the sanguine's noble title system did not originate from humans. Alice propped her chin thoughtfully and said, if you merely want to clarify the origin of the noble title system, there's no need to argue here, it's more likely that both of your answers are incorrect. After all, Lilith, in my past era, was a rather special name. The hidden implication in her words made Emlyn briefly forget his fear of Alice. He turned his head and asked, what does that mean? Alice gave Emlyn a meaningful look, leaned back in her chair, gently closed her eyes, and replied airily, because the ancestor of the sanguine should be named Lilith. Except for Emlyn and Catlia, who joined later, everyone instantly recalled Alice's previous remark, after the Industrial Revolution, there should be a world war. But, why? Why would you say that? Audrey asked curiously. Alice looked at Audrey, thought for a moment, and replied, just take it as an oracle of destiny. Audrey paused, then asked doubtfully, so it wasn't originally an oracle of destiny? Alice shrugged and chuckled. Who knows? I once read a story. It was about a man who called himself a soothsayer. No one knew if he was a true soothsayer, or merely an ordinary person. Anyway, one day, he made a prophecy. He foresaw that he would die on a certain day. And when the date of the prophecy arrived, this soothsayer safely passed the day. Everyone at the time thought, this must be a fraud. But the next day, people found him hanging from the rafters of his house. Tell me, did his prophecy succeed or fail? Note 1. The Tarot Club fell silent. After an unknown period, the world's hoarse voice spoke. I once heard a saying. Do not blindly believe in divination. Alice tapped the table twice and replied, but he was a soothsayer, not a seer. After silence lingered for a while longer, Audrey attempted an analysis. I think his prophecy failed. He might have been a fraud, not a soothsayer, at all. No, perhaps he knew a little medicine. He used his knowledge to determine the date of death and claimed it was his prophecy, but after the prophecy failed, he hanged himself at home to salvage his reputation. So his prophecy failed. But, Alice pointed out the biggest problem with Audrey's view. He indeed died on the date he prophesied. Regardless of the reason, his prophecy ultimately came true. But, Audrey still wanted to struggle a bit. He committed suicide in the end. Doesn't that explain the problem? Alice chuckled, looked at Audrey, tilted her head, and asked, but how do you know that the death he foresaw wasn't that he would commit suicide on that day? In that case, wouldn't any date he casually said be his death date? Audrey retorted, puzzled. Alice shrugged, but the day he ultimately spoke was that day, so he was destined to die on that day. Is there a problem with that? Audrey was speechless. She suddenly felt like she never wanted to chat with a meander of the destiny pathway again. Alger tentatively asked at this moment, Miss Destiny, what do you think? Me. Alice raised her eyebrows. I think, Alice turned her head, a bright smile gracing her lips, her blue eyes as clear and transparent as ever. Alice rested her chin on her right hand, her eyes slightly narrowed, revealing emotions of novelty and delight. After pondering for a moment, Alice scanned the members of the Tarot Club one by one, and only after everyone became apprehensive did she contentedly withdraw her gaze, letting her eyes fall back on Alger. Looking at Alger's calm face, Alice chuckled, tapping the table rhythmically with the fingertips of her left hand, and replied in a light-hearted tone. To die by one's own prophecy is the most perfect ending for a soothsayer. End of chapter. Chapter 227 Chapter 101 What does the fur of the demon wolf feel like? Alice's voice, laced with laughter, seemed to reveal some absurd truth. Perhaps, what they found shocking and indescribable was just a joke played by misfortune and the person involved. Perhaps, the deity who controlled misfortune was truly just a young, mischievous child. Suddenly, everyone fell into their own thoughts, and no one attempted to speak again for a long time. Just as Klein was about to speak to end the gathering, Katlia, the hermit, spoke up. Actually, I've heard a rumor. Umbella was the goddess of harvest in the second epoch, and also the queen of the giant court. The rumor is that she perished at the end of the second epoch, but it cannot be confirmed because no one has seen her body or relics. I always feel like Madame Hermit knows a lot of secret rumors. Alice glanced at Katlia thoughtfully and asked curiously. Does the knowledge instilled by the hidden sage include gossip about high sequence and true gods? Katlia fell into contemplation. After this, Klein ended the tarot club and kept Alice behind alone. With a puzzled look from Alice, he asked, have you heard of the goddess of misfortune? Alice was slightly startled. This title brought her a strange sense of familiarity, like a name of an acquaintance that she never called, and when suddenly mentioned, she felt she should know it but couldn't connect it to the corresponding person. This is a subordinate god of Phlegre, the demonic wolf of the second epoch, Klein said, staring at Alice. Phlegre, the king of demonic wolves, is also known as the demonic wolf of the night. Demonic wolf of the night, Alice frowned slightly, a name almost came to her lips, but she swallowed it back. That's right, the goddess also has the authority of misfortune. Alice looked at Klein and heard him continue. The goddess of misfortune had another name in the second epoch, misfortune favored by luck. Alice's pupils suddenly constricted. She opened her mouth, then closed it again. After several attempts, she finally murmured, the goddess. Klein confirmed his guess from her reaction. He looked at Alice with a strange expression and asked, so, may I ask, is this favor normal? Alice was silent for a moment, then quietly looked up at the dome above the gray fog. Just now, a light-hearted voice suddenly intruded into her mind. She instinctively knew it was her own voice, because even in an unfamiliar language, Alice still understood its content, but the content was a bit, I really want to have a body, then I could touch your fur. What exactly did she do before? Klein guessed the answer from Alice's actions. He asked with a hint of curiosity, have you remembered why the goddess refused to bother with you? Alice rested her chin in her hand, lost in thought. After a while, she looked up at Klein and asked, what do you think demonic wolf fur feels like? Klein felt he understood everything. Alice seemed to not expect him to answer, but continued thoughtfully. I wonder what the goddess looked like after becoming a god. Was she still in her demonic wolf form? If not, I wonder if she could change back. She should be able to. This should be a mythical creature form, right? She cast an inquiring gaze at Klein, but only received a gasp from him. Under Alice's puzzled gaze, Klein weakly said, promise me one thing, after you leave, please don't pray to the goddess and ask her this question, okay? Alice pondered for a moment, then asked, as if seeking advice, then who should I pray to? After a moment of silence, Klein replied with conviction, Amen. Alice nodded in agreement, muttering to herself, that seems reasonable. It's indeed impolite to ask the person directly. Amen should also be from the second epoch, maybe he knows. Klein gasped again. He reached out and pressed down on Alice, emphasizing solemnly under her puzzled gaze, don't ask anyone such questions. Why? Alice asked curiously. Klein looked at Alice with a poker face and replied, because I'll tie you up and send you to class. Alice was silent for a moment, then straightened her body, trying to appear obedient, and asked, do you have anything else? Klein glanced at Alice, not believing her show of obedience at all, and said expressionlessly, stay away from Amen. Alice looked at him in confusion. I always feel, Klein deliberated, looking at Alice, although you weren't very obedient before, it seems you've become more and more, well, since you met Amen. Alice's gaze drifted. That's the incarnation of deceit, Klein reminded her, a mythical creature that has lived for thousands of years. He can't possibly be genuinely playing with you, can he? Alice replied sincerely, you are his destined lover. Perhaps he plans to find you through me. Klein clenched his teeth, preventing himself from shivering. Alice continued, and I've never felt that Amen was truly playing with me, in fact, he treats me more like a toy. Besides, whether Amen comes to find me isn't something I can decide. On the contrary, if he comes, I wouldn't even dare to run. This undeniable truth silenced Klein. He pinched his brow and complained, I always feel that if this continues, one day you'll turn into another Amen. What's wrong with that? Alice tilted her head in confusion. Klein sighed, but still patiently replied, according to your description, that's an existence that takes pleasure in toying with others. Alice suddenly fell silent. She bit her lip and asked somewhat cautiously. If I really become that kind of existence, what would you do? No, perhaps it shouldn't become, because I used to be like that, it seems. Klein paused slightly. He frowned, looked at Alice, and replied in a deep voice, no matter what, when I knew you, you weren't like that. Alice suddenly felt a weight lift from her heart. She relaxed her posture slightly and continued to ask. Then, if I really become like that after regaining my memories. They looked at each other. After the sound of their conversation ceased, the silence above the gray fog returned, as it had been for 10,000 years. Amidst the oppressive silence, Klein's voice slowly rang out. I'm not sure. But I probably wouldn't watch you do that, perhaps I'd try to persuade you. Alice lowered her head, burying it in her arms. After a long while, she spoke in that posture, what if you can't persuade me? This time, Klein was silent for a long time before replying. I don't know. Alice, however, raised her head and looked at Klein, recalling the teachers and classmates who had desperately protected her in her memories, their faces clear or blurry, and murmured. That's so good, it's so good that there are people like you among humans. Klein looked at Alice, but his heart suddenly jolted. In her subconscious, she had already excluded herself from the human race. Perhaps, she had never considered herself human. End of chapter. Chapter 228. Chapter 102. The Unlucky Diary Buyer. After Alice expressed her emotions, Klein merely patted Alice's back twice to comfort her. After a moment of silence, he tentatively suggested, if you're really curious, after you come to buy 'em, perhaps you could also dress up as a man and go to the Red Theater to take a look. Alice shivered, immediately snapping out of her previous mood. She looked up and firmly refused. No, thank you. After adjusting her expression, Alice continued. That sounds so strange. I'm just curious about what it's like inside. Why can't you go in and then tell me? Klein imagined himself recounting his experience at a brothel to Alice, and a shiver of disgust ran through him. He quickly dismissed the thought, saying decisively, impossible. But I can find a pirate who has been inside for you. That works too. Alice nodded. So, the matter was settled. After dealing with the remaining issues, Klein returned to the real world. Dunnetz's snoring seemed to have quieted. Was he awake? Klein pondered for a moment, then turned the doorknob to the bedroom. Dunnetz had just sat up in bed. Upon seeing Gehrman Sparrow push open the door and enter, he tried his best to hide the smile that was escaping from the corner of his mouth. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the mad adventurer ask. Have you been to the Red Theater? After once again marveling at Rosal's comedic talent, Alice delivered the organized manuscripts to the publishing house. For now, Alice's financial situation was in a rather awkward position. Maintaining a normal life was not a problem at all, and she could even live quite well, but wanting to be a Beander, laughable, she couldn't afford the materials at all. However, many items used by high-sequence Beyonders probably couldn't be bought with money either. Alice walked home casually, kicking pebbles by the roadside. After returning home, Alice, according to her original plan, recopied 5 copies of The Taste of a Witch is Really Good, and, with £10 in banknotes, went to Braveheart's bar. Is, old man, here? Alice walked to the bar counter and asked the familiar bartender. The bartender replied without raising his head, Billiards Room 3. Alice, familiar with the place, found Billiards Room 3. As soon as she entered, she noticed something was off. Although this group of people was in the billiards room, they weren't playing billiards, and there were no cues or balls in the room. Alice skipped knocking and, puzzled, simply pushed open the half-open door and walked into the billiards room, saying, I'm looking for, old man. So, 2 unrelated individuals voluntarily left, leaving only Ian, who was wearing a fake mustache and an old coat, pretending to be mature. As soon as Ian saw Alice enter, he nervously stood up. Only after everyone else had left and closed the door did he cautiously ask, Do you need something? Alice walked over and pushed 5 pages of a diary and a £10 banknote in front of Ian. Ian's body instantly stiffened. He looked at the 5 pages of the diary and the £10 banknote but dared not reach for them. Instead, he stiffly turned his head to look at Alice and nervously asked, How many more of these notes do you have? Alice looked at his expression and, with a hint of mischief, asked, "Do you need more?" This startled Ian. He quickly replied, "I will help you sell them." Then, he glanced at Alice's expression again and cautiously asked, "Has anyone come looking for you recently?" Alice frowned, looking at him. Yes, someone like you came to press me about where the diary came from." Clearly, he had betrayed Alice. This was a natural answer. He could agree to sell the diary under her coercion, and he could also betray the seller under someone else's coercion. But the question was, who would be interested in the seller of Rosal's diary? You see, this item wasn't rare in the mystical world. A large outflow and purchase of diaries might indeed attract attention, but 5 pages shouldn't warrant such a reaction, right? Alice frowned slightly, glanced at the nervous Ian, and without comforting him, simply gave him a faint look, neither pleased nor angry, and said, "Tell me about the situation at the time." Sure enough, Alice's new strategy worked. The intimidation Ian felt in this state seemed far greater than when he was threatened. He nervously responded, At that time, someone bought those 5 pages of notes." "Wait a moment," Alice interrupted Ian with a frown. "One person bought 5 pages." "Yes." Ian nodded nervously. Alice was silent for a moment, then asked with a complex feeling, "And then he came back to find you?" Ian nodded. Alice reached up to her forehead, then let her hand drop, asking rather speechlessly, "Didn't you know those 5 pages of notes were identical?" I didn't notice," Ian replied somewhat nervously. Clearly, he had also figured out why that person came back. Who would buy 5 identical diary pages and not come back to check? Alice was silent for a moment, then subtly reminded him, "Next time, don't sell to the same person, okay?" Ian nodded profusely, simultaneously breathing a sigh of relief. This meant he should be fine today. However, Alice thoughtfully scanned the billiards room, then looked at the nervous Ian and asked, "Why do you play cards in the billiards room?" Ian was silent for a moment, then looked at Alice and replied, "Because I don't like playing billiards, I prefer playing cards." Oh. Alice, her curiosity satisfied, nodded thoughtfully and turned to leave. Just as Alice's hand was about to reach the doorknob, she suddenly realized something and turned her head, asking confusedly, "That's not right. If that's the case, why don't you go to the card room to play cards?" Ian fell silent again. After a long while, he finally replied, "I don't know. Maybe playing cards in the billiards room feels special. That actually makes some sense." Alice thought about it seriously and found it quite reasonable. So, she naturally left, leaving a relieved Ian behind. "But, I still can't sell too many," Alice muttered to herself as she walked. "Otherwise, if Klein one day discovers that the Rosal's diary submitted was copied by me." Alice imagined the scene, her mouth twitching, and she quickened her pace to leave. After glancing at the sky, Alice mumbled softly, "Let's eat first. Buy him. Anyway, there's still time, maybe tomorrow." What should I eat tonight? Alice frowned in distress, beginning to ponder what was the biggest challenge for her. End of chapter. Chapter 229. Chapter 103. Strange Invitation. In the faint morning light, Alice struggled to open her eyes. After staring blankly at the ceiling for several minutes, her eyelids stuck together again. So sleepy, just a little more sleep. After half an hour of groggy struggle in bed, Alice slowly climbed out, pushing off the covers to meet the cold morning air. Waking up early is truly the most painful thing in life. PFF'd. Alice, after washing up, looked at herself in the mirror, put on a profound expression, and then let out a long sigh, successfully making herself laugh. After laughing, Alice finally felt the source of her confusion. Speaking of which, wasn't I supposed to go to Byam? Why did I wake up so early? Alice stared at herself in the mirror, caught in a fierce internal struggle. In the end, her rumbling stomach won, and Alice decided to go eat. But in today's mailbox, there was something Alice hadn't expected, an invitation. Currently, Backland was in its social off-season. Most nobles were vacationing on their estates. Although powerful nobles still frequently traveled back and forth, there weren't many banquets in Backland during this period. Moreover, Alice didn't think she knew many people among the Loan nobility. Alice puzzledly retrieved the invitation along with today's newspaper and Evelyn's reply, then quietly ate breakfast while reading the newspaper. Although she had adopted the same habit as most of the middle class in this era, Alice's focus when reading the newspaper was actually very different. Others reading the newspaper would likely pay more attention to political and economic changes, hoping to deduce shifts and trends in the upper echelons. Alice just wanted to see if anything interesting had happened. For example, the Storm Church had a new rule, prohibiting believers from bringing monocles into the church. Poor Storm Church, so scared by Amen. Amen is truly too hateful. The above were Alice's completely unself-conscious thoughts. Oh, Amen. Alice suddenly remembered something. She quickly finished the rest of her breakfast, grabbed the monocle she had casually tossed on the coffee table, jumped up, ran to the door, and locked the door from the outside. Of course, she didn't forget to take her key just in case. Next, Alice put on the monocle, squatted down, gritted her teeth, then reached up and pulled a strand of hair from her head, beginning to attempt something she had always been curious about, picking a lock with hair. After trying, Alice finally understood that the feasibility of this was terrifyingly low, at least, she couldn't do it. If she were to discuss the reason, Alice believed it was because her hair wasn't resilient enough. It couldn't properly insert into the keyhole, let alone proceed to the next step. Alice sighed, simultaneously relieved that she had brought her key and opening the door to go back inside. After relocking the door, Alice thought for a moment, closed her eyes in a praying posture, and softly chanted in ancient Hermes. The pointer that stirs time. The shadow that roams fate. The embodiment of deception and mischief. I implore your gaze. I implore your listening. I tried, I couldn't pick the lock with my hair because my hair is too soft, I couldn't even get my hair into the keyhole. Perhaps, you could try it yourself. Remember to use harder hair. Speaking of which, do mythical creatures grow hair? If so, maybe you could try your own hair, it must be very hard. She received a response tinged with amusement. Yes, it is indeed very hard, after all, you've bitten it, though it was a hand, wasn't it? You sound very curious. How about this, you can prepare a ritual of supplication, and I'll send you a few strands of my hair, from my true body, oh. Speaking of which, Alice, can you tell me who stole the donation box from the Storm Church? Alice quietly shrank her head, pretending nothing had happened. As for holding a ritual of supplication, asking Amen for a boon. A joke, who knows what Amen would send. Alice rationally gave up on bothering Amen further and pretended she hadn't heard the last question, starting to think about what else she could do. Speaking of which, what does a demonic wolf's fur feel like? Before she could do anything more outrageous, Alice forcibly interrupted her thoughts, picked up the mysterious invitation from the coffee table, and opened it to examine. This was an invitation for an afternoon tea, scheduled for this very afternoon. Frankly, this was extremely offensive, showing a complete lack of social etiquette. Not to mention that no one invites someone on the same day to be a guest, just the act of inviting someone they've never met or spoken to for afternoon tea. This was undoubtedly a severe overstepping of social boundaries, not only appearing offensive and impolite but also making one feel utterly bewildered. For example, Alice now felt that the sender of this invitation was very strange, and she curiously looked at the name left on it. Winifred Grigori. Alice carefully recalled the name, she was certain she had no impression of it and that it was definitely not someone she knew. The invitation only left a name for the host. Alice surmised this should be a noble, besides the unusual appearance of the invitation itself, mainly because of the address in the invitation, it was a manor located in the suburbs of Empress Borough. But even so, an invitation with only a surname couldn't help Alice, it didn't even state a title. Alice blinked, set the invitation aside, felt her spirituality, which showed no movement, and decided to go see. After all, she hadn't been warned. Could it be scarier than the Lord of Storm's church? Putting down the invitation, Alice's mood was a little heavy as she opened Evelyn's letter. Open black lens bracket. Dear Beryl, I'm glad you didn't find my concern too superfluous. Perhaps to you, this worry seems a bit too cautious, doesn't it? I don't know why, but these past few days I've had a strange sense of unease, especially after reading your letter. You know, Beryl, usually, in novels, if someone says something like, when I do such and such will happen, then, that person is probably going to die. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Well, anyway, Beryl, I'll wait for you to come back. By then, I'll probably have a surprise for you too. Sincerely yours, Evelyn. Close black lens bracket. Your reply also sounds like a flag. Alice muttered under her breath, deciding not to reply to Evelyn again, otherwise, this flag would never end. No one knew how disappointed Eamon in the forsaken land of the gods was that his friend had forgotten him. Chapter 230 Chapter 104 Winfred Gregory. Alice found the manor house using the address on the invitation. In fact, Alice had some guesses about the owner of the invitation. It might be related to that unlucky person who bought 5 pages of the diary. This made Alice even more eager to see this unlucky person with her own eyes. However, the address on this invitation, which was odd in every way, led to a seemingly very normal manor, which made Alice feel a pang of disappointment. But this disappointment didn't last long. After all, she hadn't even entered the manor yet. With renewed anticipation, Alice handed over the invitation and was led into a very normal reception room. Well, it seemed she could really start to feel this. Wait a minute, who is this person? Alice looked at the girl the maid called Miss Winifred. The girl looked about her age, with black hair and black eyes, wearing a long black dress. Her features were delicate, but when she sat still, she lacked vitality. It wasn't until the light in her eyes flickered upon seeing Alice that one could confirm she was a living person. Alice's surprise was mainly because Eamon had met this girl. What would make a Beander, a noble lady, pretend to be robbed in the East Borough? Alice felt that, based on her simple understanding, this matter was full of illogical implications. Winifred was sitting on a single-seater sofa, holding a book. 2 cups of steaming black tea were on the coffee table. Hearing the movement, she looked up from her book, offering a rather standard smile and saying, "Please have a seat." This made Alice feel even stranger. She tried to hide her stunned emotions, although she suspected she had probably already been discovered. Still, she walked over and sat down without changing her expression, then picked up the black tea and took a sip. The black tea had a richer milky and sweet flavor than Alice remembered, but Alice only took 1 sip before putting it down. She looked up, and Winifred happened to place the book she was holding on the coffee table. Alice immediately saw what was tucked inside the open pages. Undoubtedly, it was her own copied diary. Her emotions at that moment were captured. Winifred looked at her, smiling naturally, and said, "You know, I encountered something very interesting these past few days. I bought 5 pages of Rosal's notes, but after reading them, I was surprised to find. Oh my, the content of these 5 pages seems to be identical. It also seems to have been copied by the same person. Miss Rose, what are your thoughts on this?" Alice stared into her black eyes and replied without changing her expression. "A few days ago, I also encountered something very interesting. A thief broke into my house, but didn't take any valuables, only a doorknob. After checking my house, I found that there were 5 extra pages of Rosal's notes, so I sold them." "Oh my," Winifred showed a very fake look of surprise. "What happened next? Did you call the police? Was that thief caught?" Alice replied without changing her expression. "I don't think that falls within the jurisdiction of the police. In fact, I later saw that thief on a wanted poster. He broke into the Lord of Storm's church and stole the Storm Church's donation box." Winifred slowly frowned and repeated, "He." Alice smiled slightly, not speaking. This was not the truth, obviously. Alice's lying skills were not very clever, and her 2 previous reactions of guilt were also very obvious. But unlike the feeling of someone trying hard to conceal but failing due to poor skill, in Winifred's eyes, she seemed disdainful of hiding anything. She seemed very prideful. Although Alice's attitude towards the maid and towards her was no different, appearing approachable to others, Winifred still made such a judgment in her heart. She wasn't truly approachable, it was just that most people were not worth mentioning to her. So, what kind of existence would be a target she could treat as an equal? Curiosity surged within Winifred, urging her to speak. "Why do I feel that, although you seem very approachable, you actually seem very prideful? It's like you don't really care about anyone. It's okay if you don't want to say, I just asked casually." Alice was stunned for a moment. Was she prideful in some way? More than one person had mentioned that her attitude towards deities was problematic, appearing disrespectful, but her attitude towards mortals was also. Mortals. Alice suddenly realized the problem. When she called humans, humans, and mortals, mortals, when she repeatedly emphasized that she was human, when she tried to explore and imitate human behavior patterns, she had already placed herself in a different position. Eamon probably discovered this long ago, right? Recalling Amon's attitude, Alice sighed with a headache and looked at Winifred, smiling. Actually, I just discovered this myself. If you hadn't just reminded me, I wouldn't have noticed that, subconsciously, I don't see myself as human. Winifred was stunned for a moment. She frowned and thought for a while, then asked doubtfully, is that what other people think? I don't think so. Alice suddenly had a strange feeling, but it's not important. What I really want to ask is, do you have anything else? Winifred thought seriously for a moment, then shook her head and said, I originally just wanted to see who sold those 5 pages of Rosal's notes. So, was the person who stole the Storm Church's donation box also you? Of course not me, Alice said without changing her expression. That wanted criminal already knows about this, but did he come forward to deny it? No, right. This impeccable logic made Winifred feel a bit bewildered. For a moment, she even doubted her earlier judgment. But she quickly discovered another problem. Do you two have a connection? Are you friends? Alice recalled how Eamon intimately called her name, and shivered, saying, are you referring to the kind of friends who would want to kill each other? This clearly did not fit the normal definition of friends. Winifred fell silent, so Alice stood up and asked, may I leave now? Winifred stared at Alice for 2 seconds, then suddenly asked, are we friends now? Alice frowned slightly. She rarely actively used friend to define her relationship with others. More often, Alice was accustomed to saying important person rather than words like friend. Typically, she would call someone a friend, mainly because the other person considered her a friend. Because in Alice's understanding, unlike clearly defined relationships like colleague or classmate, friend seemed more subjective and didn't have a clear definition. In other words, she wasn't sure what a friend in human eyes should be like. So she looked at Winifred and asked, to you, what constitutes a friend? Winifred lowered her head, thinking, and slowly gave her answer. Someone who won't look down on me, won't badmouth me behind my back, someone I can talk to, someone with similar interests. Of course, it's fine if interests aren't similar. Interests are just a social extra. While shared hobbies can bring a relationship closer, it's not impossible to be friends without shared hobbies. Alice thought for a moment based on this standard, then said, according to this standard, perhaps, at least for now, we could be called friends. For now, Winifred murmured, well, temporary friends are still friends. Why do I feel like you're in a hurry to leave? Alice smiled softly, not answering the question. End of chapter. Chapter 231 Chapter 105 The Foreordained Ending. Alice arrived at Pritz Harbor by subway. This was not her first time in Pritz Harbor, nor was it her first time preparing to go to Byam, but her state of mind for the 2 trips was completely different. After taking a carriage to the Pritz Harbor ticket office in the White Rose district, Alice walked in and habitually glanced at the notice board to see if there were any new announcements. The wooden sign displaying the notice had the same writing as Alice remembered. Notes. 1. Observe order and queue strictly. 2. No urinating or defecating anywhere, and no spitting. 3. For disputes, please find the guards in the hall. 4. Do not open wolf fish cans in any room. Wolf fish can. Alice's gaze flickered suspiciously. She, of course, knew what it was, an otherworldly version of a biochemical weapon. As for why the port had this rule, it was easy to understand. Someone must have done it before, just like the Storm Church prohibits carrying monocles inside. Alice guiltily moved away from the notice board and went to check for passenger ships with tickets available today. As Lowen's largest harbor, tickets for Pritz Harbor were in high demand. Passenger ships that could still depart today and reach Byam were, of course, no longer available. Alice, not unexpectedly, focused her attention on the passenger ships for the next day. Saint Fouerin. Alice looked at the name thoughtfully, and a strange idea suddenly occurred to her. People who make a living at sea would more or less believe in the Lord of Storms. The name Saint Fouerin, at first listen, was taken from a saint of the Storm Church. It might even be a church ship. So, why not hold a ritual on the ship to request a boon from Eamon? Alice's impulse lasted only for a moment and then quickly disappeared. She didn't want to bring Eamon to meet Klein. If Amon's goal was Saphira Castle, what was the difference between bringing Eamon to meet the current Klein and feeding Eamon a meal? Then, she might really become Amon's dependence. Alice highly suspected that Eamon would definitely remind her by doing so, "Look, all my success today is thanks to your help." Imagining that scene, Alice silently held an imaginary grudge against Eamon in her heart. The next morning, Alice opened her eyes from sleep, stared blankly at the ceiling for a while as usual, grabbed her pocket watch to check the time, then closed her eyes and pulled up the covers again. "Let's sleep a little longer, it's still early." Alice closed her eyes, admonishing herself, trying to return to her dream. After struggling for half an hour, Alice expressionlessly opened her eyes, sat up from the bed, and got dressed. Biological clock, what an annoying thing. Alice angrily got up, washed, and then started eating breakfast. Chewing on bread and unfolding the newspaper, Alice searched for interesting information. Besides the Storm Church, the Night Church, the Steam Church, and others have also successively added new regulations, prohibiting people carrying monocles from entering. Alice looked at this line of text in the newspaper and fell into contemplation. "Are you okay, Eamon?" This was, of course, not a concern. In fact, Alice now really wanted to mock Eamon or something, but thinking of Amon's question yesterday that made her nervous, she thought it best not to do so yet. There would be plenty of opportunities to mock Eamon, but if she really attracted Eamon now, the next time she saw that dice, she wouldn't know if. Wait a minute, she actually still had time, right? Her spirituality remained very quiet, as if silently encouraging her to do something bold. Alice hesitated repeatedly, but ultimately gave up. She still didn't know how to use the power that eliminated Amon's clone. If she really attracted Eamon, she couldn't send him away. This is probably what they call, easy to invite a god, hard to send one away. Alice muttered to herself, then suddenly laughed. "Hey, if this were before, I would definitely send Eamon a banner, and it would say, 'To accuse one of a crime, what need is there for evidence?'" Curving the corners of her eyes, Alice suddenly said thoughtfully, "I wonder which country Amon's father, the ancient sun god, was from, or which language he spoke. No, he wouldn't write diaries like Emperor Rosal, would he? Did he teach Eamon his native language? Probably not. After all, Eamon couldn't even play cards and only learned through Emperor Rosal." Alice made an arbitrary assertion, then seriously began to consider the feasibility of sending Eamon this banner. "Theoretically, I can have a tailor make it. I noticed earlier that Lowen's clothes also have embroidery, so as long as I provide the pattern, embroidering a few words shouldn't be a problem. Then there's the banner, that gold and red color scheme, and the tassels. It seems that's the difficult part." Alice silently remembered this matter. 10 o'clock in the morning, Pritz Harbor Rose Pier. As expected, the St. Fouren's raised flag bore the holy symbol of the Lord of Storms, clearly indicating that it was indeed a passenger ship under the church's flag. It had the unique characteristics of this era: smokestacks and sails, and of course, cannons for defense against pirates. However, was this thing really useful against Beyonders? Alice glanced at the cannons, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. Beyonders at Sequence 5 had already undergone a qualitative change. Even if a winner still lacked direct combat ability, Alice was confident that, with enough luck accumulated, even if the entire ship was destroyed, she could grab onto something floating on the sea and wait for rescue. As for injury, luck could, of course, also help her precisely avoid the attack range. However, for Alice, the winner's ability to accumulate luck had one very perplexing aspect. Since her promotion to winner, she could feel that her accumulated luck was continuously and steadily increasing. But after she decided to go to Byam, the increase, after a small surge, suddenly stagnated. That increasing luck seemed to carry some uneasy premonition. Alice had always been anxious, but after she made up her mind to go to Byam, she suddenly calmed down. It was as if the outcome of something had already been decided. Before stepping onto the deck, Alice gently and lingeringly looked in the direction of Backland, and then towards the very distant Tingen city. Afterward, her gaze slowly retracted from the distance, firmly imprinting every frame and every scene she had just witnessed in her mind. Will this be a good ending? Alice lowered her head and softly asked herself, while gently flipping a coin in her hand. She didn't use any divination techniques, she just watched the coin being tossed high, spinning in the sunlight, and finally landing back in her palm. It was the king's side. It was an affirmative answer. Alice smiled and walked onto the deck. End of this chapter. Chapter 232. Chapter 106. The Storm Lord is a generous god. Having experienced second class before, Alice unhesitatingly chose first class. As for luxury, to be honest, saving money this way wouldn't be enough to buy potion formulas and materials. Besides, this money was generously gifted by the Lord of Storms, and returning it in this manner could be considered restoring it to its rightful owner. Praise the generous Lord of Storms. As for third class, third class in this era was far different from modern third class, exceeding Alice's tolerance in all aspects. For Alice, the level of discomfort was no less than taking a hard seat on an 8-hour night train, literally a hard seat. Compared to that, second class, apart from being cramped, didn't have many faults. What Alice truly couldn't stand were the shared washrooms and showers. She still couldn't forget the feeling she had the last time she walked into a public shower and saw the naked bodies inside. She swore she had never been so wronged. A carefree Alice didn't wear Matilda. Instead, she put it in her luggage. She boarded the ship using her original appearance. Hopefully, I won't run into anyone I know. If I do, I'll keep my distance. Alice adjusted the wide-brimmed hat on her head, making sure the delicate veil still covered her face. Additionally, she had grown a bit taller, the childishness in her features had significantly reduced, and her temperament had also changed. While she couldn't guarantee that acquaintances wouldn't recognize her, with the veil covering her face, at least they would need to get close and observe carefully. For Alice, first class was indeed luxurious enough. Although her original intention in buying first class was merely for the private bathroom, now she had professionally trained waiters and chefs, as well as an exclusive restaurant. In fact, there were also cigar rooms and card rooms, but Alice didn't smoke and had no interest in trying. As for playing cards, as a winner, playing cards with ordinary people would only make the game experience terrible for both sides. Of course, Alice still had things to play. For example, she was currently playing chess. This was obviously another invention of Emperor Rosal. Since there was no element of luck involved, Alice became interested after learning the rules of chess. No, actually, she had played chess minigames in modern times, but she never remembered the rules, just moving wherever it was highlighted. On the contrary, she knew the basic rules of Chinese chess. After trying chess twice, the beginner Alice silently left this professional field and began to ponder why Emperor Rosal hadn't brought Gomoku along. Go was out of the question, she didn't know how to play that either. There were also checkers, animal chess, military chess. If all else failed, bringing Minesweeper and Sudoku would be fine too. Alice let out a long sigh of disappointment, once again feeling the urge to call Eamon to this ship. No, calm down, don't do such a thing. To stop her overly adventurous thoughts, Alice pressed her left hand with her right, then her right hand with her left, and then her left hand with her right. After repeating this several times, Alice successfully forgot what she had just been thinking about. First class had spacious and bright windows for enjoying the sea view. After staring blankly out the window for half an hour, Alice finally confirmed one thing: this was very good for protecting her eyesight. After all, the unchanging sea surface. Wait a minute. Alice watched dumbfounded as a merman leapt out of the sea, and then, was killed. Alice was not unfamiliar with mermen. Beyonders of the Storm Church, when losing control, would often transform into a monster similar to a merman. They were like fish with limbs, or mermaids with a fish body below and a human body above. So, the person who named them was quite particular. Fish above, human below is a merman, human above, fish below is a mermaid. Then, are there mermen or mermaids split left and right? What would they be called? Alice successfully sidetracked her thoughts again. This stray thought didn't last long, because as a distinguished first-class guest, she quickly received an official apology and reassurance. Sequence 5. Alice righteously accepted the fact that she was a little girl who would be scared by mermen. After this small interlude, Alice's sea life was like this. Day 1, sea. Day 2, sea. Day 3, sea. Day 4, sigh. Whoosh. With the long blast of the whistle, the Saint Fuerin sailed into Demir Port. Alice no longer had to stare blankly at the sea. According to the itinerary, the Saint Fuerin would dock here for one night to replenish fresh water and food, and then set sail the next day. Alice disembarked without hesitation, ready to go out and find some fun. Alice smoothly walked into the port restaurant. The waiter handed her a menu. As a colonial island and a port city, Demir Port's most distinctive foods were cured meats and various seafood. In contrast, land-based foods appeared more expensive. This was normal, just as inland seafood is often more expensive. No matter what it is, it always seems more commonplace at its origin. After a moment of hesitation, Alice chose the special cured meat over grilled fish and then asked curiously, "Why is the cured meat so much more expensive?" The waiter seemed to have encountered this question before and answered very smoothly. "This is a specialty of Demir Port. In the center of this island, there is an extinct volcano, and several surrounding caves have fissures through which natural hot winds blow. Curing meat there gives it a wonderful and unique flavor. Traveling tourists usually buy some. It's a good idea whether for personal consumption or as a gift." Alice nodded thoughtfully, deciding to taste it before making a decision. The served cured meat was distinctly red and white, with clear marbling. Under the impulse of her spirituality, Alice activated her spirit vision. The plate of special cured meat instantly became vibrantly colored, as if a high saturation filter had been applied. The cured meat emitted a faint aura of the spirit world, but it wasn't strong. As long as one didn't eat too much at once, it should be harmless to ordinary people. No, if it were a child with pure spirit, eating it might grant them temporary spirit vision, somewhat like opening a yin-yang eye. Alice silently grumbled to herself, carefully cut a slice of cured meat, and tasted it. This cured meat had a unique flavor. Even setting aside the spirit world taste, Alice believed its flavor was worthy of being a local specialty. Alice closed her eyes, feeling the aroma of the spices spread in her mouth, then unhesitatingly cut off a second slice. End of chapter. Chapter 233 Chapter 107 Bibi Duowe Fish. While patiently savoring the cured meat, Alice also pricked up her ears, listening to the conversations of other guests in the restaurant. In port restaurants, the most common customers were actually not pirates, adventurers, or sailors, but rather passing tourists and wealthy merchants. As for those people, Alice thought for a moment and understood. Those people were more likely to be found in taverns and casinos, not proper restaurants. So, port taverns would be a bit more dangerous, would they also be more valuable? Alice blinked twice, recalling the church's wanted posters. Then, she remembered her pitiful combat ability and silently lowered her head. Well, it seemed this wasn't a suitable path to quick riches for her. The truly suitable path to quick riches was to gamble in a casino. No, if she won too much, she'd probably be taught a lesson by the casino, right? Alice silently reached out and covered her face. In other words, if she wanted to make money through gambling, she would need to constantly change casinos and control the amount she won at each. Too difficult, this money wasn't worth earning. It was better to fantasize about the sunken laurel. Legend has it that more than 100 years ago, this ship, laden with gold, jewels, and various valuables obtained by Loan from East Balam, was returning home. Unfortunately, due to deviating from its course, the ship eventually sank somewhere in the Raging Sea and Sonia Sea, and has not been discovered to this day. It is said that the total value of the items on board was several £1,000,000. And according to what Alice understood, Loan had currently started selling noble titles. A baron's title, which is a viscount's title, only cost £300,000, and a baron's only £800,000. This meant that if the sunken laurel were successfully salvaged, a baron's title was the minimum, and even a viscount or earl was not out of the question. Moreover, this was a ship almost entirely filled with gold and jewels, which meant it was several £1,000,000 in liquid capital. This was not the same concept as owning several £1,000,000 in assets. Just look at Miss Justice. Most of the time, these wealthy individuals only possessed fixed assets, and their true liquid capital was not as high as people imagined. Several £1,000,000 of liquid cash flooding the market would be enough to plunge Backland into inflation. Next, if the invisible hand of the market couldn't recover it, and the state couldn't intervene strongly enough, Loan would face the risk of an economic crisis. No, stop, don't think about it anymore. Alice promptly cut off the chaotic thoughts in her mind, recalling another question. Such ships, loaded with gold and jewels that eventually sank, were not uncommon in the era Alice remembered. But it was different here. This was an era with beyonders and true gods. If the laurel had not been found in over 100 years, it could only mean one thing: the benefits gained from recovering the laurel did not match the effort expended. Alice believed that recovering and salvaging shipwrecks through beyonder means was not difficult. Since that was the case, the fact that the laurel had not yet been found could only indicate that it had a problem, and not an ordinary one. Perhaps there was some strange sealed artifact on it. It sounded like some hidden quest or hidden dungeon. Completing the prerequisites would trigger it, and successfully clearing it would yield a large number of rewards. Alice suddenly found herself more tempted. She coolly cut off a slice of cured meat and put it in her mouth, using the spices spreading in her mouth to clear her head a bit. Don't think about the problem from that angle. After successfully curbing her wandering thoughts, Alice tried to refocus her attention on the special cured meat. She succeeded, but also failed. As slice after slice of cured meat was cut, Alice gradually felt somewhat full, and she began to worry about another problem. I wonder if high-sequence beyonders can eat without worrying about getting too full, or if there's any beyonder of a certain pathway with a similar ability. The marauder pathway should be able to, right? Could Eamon steal food from a stomach? Alice began to miss Eamon again, but she quickly sobered up and interrupted this dangerous idea. Other marauders might be one thing, but Eamon would absolutely not just steal food from a stomach. He could directly steal the stomach, or try to steal the stomach lining, letting stomach acid directly contact the stomach, and he could also, did Eamon study biology or human anatomy? Alice blinked twice, suddenly realizing that her thought was superfluous. Eamon might not have studied it, but as a form of knowledge, as long as it existed in this world, Alice had no doubt that Eamon had stolen it all. In that case, wasn't Eamon a walking encyclopedia? Eamon, the walking encyclopedia, knew nothing of this. Finally, after finishing the special cured meat, Alice reluctantly left the restaurant. After the incident in Bansi Harbor, all ships currently traveling from Pritz Harbor to Byam essentially followed a unified route. Typically, these passenger ships would stop once at Demir Port and Tianan Port to replenish fresh water and food, finally arriving at Byam. Thinking of this, Alice's steps paused slightly. She suddenly remembered the significantly more expensive inland food on the menu, and then recalled the food on the passenger ship, feeling a subtle shift in her mood. Even lacking seafaring experience, Alice quickly realized that it was highly probable that not all ships would have fresh food like the St. Fuerin. If a ship couldn't dock every few days to replenish food and fresh water, then the shelf life of the food carried on board would become an important measure. Alice imagined a life spent for an unknown duration relying on things like hardtack, cured meat, salted fish, and canned goods, and she shivered violently. Although she understood that if it really came to that, the sea would probably also be a food source, but it wouldn't be much better. Alice looked towards the dock and murmured aloud, "If the fish in the sea could have many different flavors, that would be great. Then there would be milk-flavored fish, beef-flavored fish, bread-flavored fish, all sorts of different flavored fish." It's a bit like genetically modified organisms, but genetic modification can't actually do this, can it? At least not in my impression. Speaking of which, the Earth Mother should be able to hybridize organisms. I wonder if she could create something like that. If she could, then eating would completely become like opening a blind box. You'd never know what the next bite would taste like. That actually sounds quite interesting. Note 1. Alice was tempted by this idea for a moment, then cast it aside and happily returned to the ship. As for specialties, that, of course, would be discussed upon returning. End of chapter. Chapter 234, Chapter 108 Letter. The next morning, Alice finished washing up and came to the first-class exclusive restaurant. At sea, she lost the entertainment of reading the newspaper while eating breakfast, but the first-class restaurant had a dedicated violinist, which was also a form of entertainment. Emperor Rosal didn't copy chic music, that's good. Alice recalled the white tall chef's hat invented by Emperor Rosal that she had seen, and felt genuine joy that the music of this other world was still of pure land. Though it was of no use. Alice spread jam generously on her bread to the sound of the violin, then took a bite, and the overflowing jam, as expected, stained a circle around her lips. Suddenly, the surroundings turned cold. Alice's movements paused. She stared at the table in front of her, watching a letter suddenly appear on it without warning. Alice looked at the envelope that had suddenly appeared before her, and was torn between licking off the jam from her lips and opening the envelope. This familiar invisible messenger made Alice suspect that this letter mostly came from Bernadette, but why would Bernadette send a letter? Oh, wait, no, Alice suddenly realized her current location, raised her head to observe carefully, and after confirming that no one was paying attention to this side, continued to ponder the previous question. Wait a minute, what was she thinking just now? Alice blinked twice blankly, unconsciously sticking out her tongue to lick off the jam from her lips, then couldn't help but lick it again. So sweet. After seriously licking her lips all around, Alice stared at the bread and thought for a moment, using a second slice of bread to cover it, making a jam sandwich. This way it won't get on my lips, I'm so smart. Alice thought, licking the jam that had dripped onto her hand. It wasn't until she had finished both slices of bread with the jam in between that Alice looked at the sticky jam on her hands and fell into contemplation. After staring at her hand for more than 10 seconds, Alice had a good idea. She used the little finger and ring finger of her right hand, which had escaped the stickiness, to pinch the envelope, painstakingly guiding it into her pocket, and then went to wash her hands. It wasn't until she had finished washing her hands and returned to the cabin that Alice opened the letter. It contained only one line: "What kind of god is the fool?" Bernadette's letter was as brief as ever, revealing a reluctance to say another word to her. This association mainly came from the goddess. But Bernadette's question perplexed Alice. After all, she had known the fool for a long time, and Alice couldn't understand why she would suddenly ask this question again. Of course, there was another reason Alice didn't want to answer the question directly. She really didn't know how to describe the fool. In this world, there was no god named the Fool, so far. She couldn't just honestly say that Mr. Fool was sequence 6, could she? Alice pondered for a moment, then simply didn't bother to find new paper, but directly wrote on the paper, "Are you finally planning to pray to the Fool?" She put the letter back into the envelope, stored it, and threw it on the bed, originally intending to find an opportunity to summon a messenger after disembarking, but something unexpected happened. The envelope silently vanished in a gust of wind. Alice frowned, looking at the empty space. She realized that Bernadette cared far more about the reply to this letter than she had thought. What made her suddenly start caring about this? With a thought, Alice remembered Katlia, who had been noticeably abnormal at the tarot club. Katlia's reaction to Russell's diary was too intense, which was an obvious fact. Besides that, she was clearly also a mystery prior. This guess sparked a sense of displeasure in Alice's heart. If no one had mentioned it, it would have been fine, but Klein had clearly warned her, so why would she leak secrets on her own? Alice, without verification, unilaterally condemned Katlia. That subtle anger, combined with a disregard for life, formed killing intent, which Alice quickly suppressed. She warned herself in her heart. No, although she and I are both sequence 5, I most likely can't beat her. No, that's not right, I shouldn't think that way. A roaring sound startled Alice, pulling her thoughts back in time from that clearly wrong state. She turned her head to look out the window. This was a show of force against a pirate ship they had encountered by chance. As the pirate ship wisely sailed away, Alice calmed down and re-examined her state just now. Alice actually felt very conflicted. It wasn't the first time she had experienced that mindset, but she realized that her emotions towards that mindset no longer held the initial terror. She had already embraced her other side, accepting that she was both Shen Yinghuan, who liked pranks but had no ill intentions, and the mischievous child who would casually think about strangling humans. Alice chose this word to define the owner of that emotion. The more familiar she became, the more she understood that the owner of that emotion must be very young, so young that she had no clear concept of good and evil, so young that she didn't understand what death was. And indeed, for a child who could repeatedly come back from the dead, it was truly difficult to comprehend the meaning of physical death for ordinary people. In fact, even Alice, who had a clear concept of death, gradually became indifferent to the awe of death and the lament for life through repeated resurrections. This was unavoidable. In Alice's view, it wasn't like another person, but another possibility of herself. Just like I and Shen Yinghuan can't really be summarized as one person, Alice walked to the window, murmuring thoughtfully, it's actually more like the intermediate value between the two. This was something she had vaguely sensed for a long time. She reached out and rested her hand on the cabin window, looking at the calm sea, and suddenly had an extremely dangerous thought. She, casually, added a misfortune buff to this ship. What would happen? Alice, with an expectant mood, turned around, leaned against the cabin wall, and began to pray. The fool who does not belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The yellow and black king who holds good luck. I implore your gaze. I implore your listening. Test whether Katlia knows Bernadette. I suspect she leaked the Tarot Club matters to Bernadette, although this might not count as a leak. However, no matter what, Mr. Fool's words were violated right after he said them. If there's no reaction at all, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? Go give her a taste of her own medicine, Mr. Fool. End of chapter. The next morning, Alice finished washing up and came to the first-class exclusive restaurant. At sea, she lost the entertainment of reading the newspaper while eating breakfast, but the first-class restaurant had a dedicated violinist, which was also a form of entertainment. Emperor Rosal didn't copy chic music, that's good. Alice recalled the white tall chef's hat invented by Emperor Rosal that she had seen, and felt genuine joy that the music of this other world was still of pure land. Though it was of no use. Alice spread jam generously on her bread to the sound of the violin, then took a bite, and the overflowing jam, as expected, stained a circle around her lips. Suddenly, the surroundings turned cold, Alice's movements paused, she stared at the table in front of her, watching a letter suddenly appear on it without warning. Alice looked at the envelope that had suddenly appeared before her, and was torn between licking off the jam from her lips and opening the envelope. This familiar invisible messenger made Alice suspect that this letter mostly came from Bernadette, but why would Bernadette send a letter? Oh, wait, no, Alice suddenly realized her current location, raised her head to observe carefully, and after confirming that no one was paying attention to this side, continued to ponder the previous question. Wait a minute, what was she thinking just now? Alice blinked twice blankly, unconsciously sticking out her tongue to lick off the jam from her lips, then couldn't help but lick it again. So sweet. After seriously licking her lips all around, Alice stared at the bread and thought for a moment, using a second slice of bread to cover it, making a jam sandwich. This way it won't get on my lips, I'm so smart. Alice thought, licking the jam that had dripped onto her hand. It wasn't until she had finished both slices of bread with the jam in between that Alice looked at the sticky jam on her hands and fell into contemplation. After staring at her hand for more than 10 seconds, Alice had a good idea. She used the little finger and ring finger of her right hand, which had escaped the stickiness, to pinch the envelope, painstakingly guiding it into her pocket, and then went to wash her hands. It wasn't until she had finished washing her hands and returned to the cabin that Alice opened the letter. It contained only one line. What kind of god is the fool? Bernadette's letter was as brief as ever, revealing a reluctance to say another word to her. This association mainly came from the goddess. But Bernadette's question perplexed Alice. After all, she had known the fool for a long time, and Alice couldn't understand why she would suddenly ask this question again. Of course, there was another reason Alice didn't want to answer the question directly. She really didn't know how to describe the fool. In this world, there was no god named the fool, so far. She couldn't just honestly say that Mr. Fool was sequence 6, could she? Alice pondered for a moment, then simply didn't bother to find new paper, but directly wrote on the paper, "Are you finally planning to pray to the fool?" She put the letter back into the envelope, stored it, and threw it on the bed, originally intending to find an opportunity to summon a messenger after disembarking, but something unexpected happened. The envelope silently vanished in a gust of wind. Alice frowned, looking at the empty space. She realized that Bernadette cared far more about the reply to this letter than she had thought. What made her suddenly start caring about this? With a thought, Alice remembered Katlia, who had been noticeably abnormal at the Tarot Club. Katlia's reaction to Russell's diary was too intense, which was an obvious fact. Besides that, she was clearly also a mystery prior. This guess sparked a sense of displeasure in Alice's heart. If no one had mentioned it, it would have been fine, but Klein had clearly warned her, so why would she leak secrets on her own? Alice, without verification, unilaterally condemned Katlia. That subtle anger, combined with a disregard for life, formed killing intent, which Alice quickly suppressed. She warned herself in her heart. No, although she and I are both sequence 5, I most likely can't beat her. No, that's not right, I shouldn't think that way. A roaring sound startled Alice, pulling her thoughts back in time from that clearly wrong state. She turned her head to look out the window. This was a show of force against a pirate ship they had encountered by chance. As the pirate ship wisely sailed away, Alice calmed down and re-examined her state just now. Alice actually felt very conflicted. It wasn't the first time she had experienced that mindset, but she realized that her emotions towards that mindset no longer held the initial terror. She had already embraced her other side, accepting that she was both Shen Yinghuan, who liked pranks but had no ill intentions, and the mischievous child who would casually think about strangling humans. Alice chose this word to define the owner of that emotion. The more familiar she became, the more she understood that the owner of that emotion must be very young, so young that she had no clear concept of good and evil, so young that she didn't understand what death was. And indeed, for a child who could repeatedly come back from the dead, it was truly difficult to comprehend the meaning of physical death for ordinary people. In fact, even Alice, who had a clear concept of death, gradually became indifferent to the awe of death and the lament for life through repeated resurrections. This was unavoidable. In Alice's view, it wasn't like another person, but another possibility of herself. Just like I and Shen Yinghuan can't really be summarized as one person, Alice walked to the window, murmuring thoughtfully, it's actually more like the intermediate value between the two. This was something she had vaguely sensed for a long time. She reached out and rested her hand on the cabin window, looking at the calm sea, and suddenly had an extremely dangerous thought. She, casually, added a misfortune buff to this ship. What would happen? Alice, with an expectant mood, turned around, leaned against the cabin wall, and began to pray. The fool who does not belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The yellow and black king who holds good luck. I implore your gaze. I implore your listening. Test whether Katlia knows Bernadette. I suspect she leaked the Tarot Club matters to Bernadette, although this might not count as a leak. However, no matter what, Mr. Fool's words were violated right after he said them. If there's no reaction at all, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? Go give her a taste of her own medicine, Mr. Fool. End of chapter. Chapter 235. Chapter 109. Are you too idle? Klein finished listening to Alice's prayer above the gray fog, suppressing the strange feeling in his heart when he heard the last sentence, and focused his attention on what Alice had said. Katlia might have leaked information. As Alice said, this wasn't really a leak. After all, Bernadette already knew about the Fool and the non-existent Tarot Club, and also knew they were allegedly collecting Russell's diary and blasphemy cards. But Mr. Fool shouldn't be completely unresponsive to this. No, he should first confirm this matter. Alice's tone of voice clearly showed she hadn't bothered to verify it, only to instigate. After confirming through divination that Katlia had indeed contacted Bernadette immediately after the Tarot Club ended, Klein pondered for a moment, then edited the image of Alice's prayer just now, sending the latter half. In the captain's cabin of the future, in the mist sea. Katlia suddenly felt a patch of gray fog appear before her eyes. She saw the blurry figure of Miss Fate, leaning against, it should be a window, with the sea behind her. Was she on a ship? This thought flashed through her mind, and she quickly heard that familiar, lively tone. The words just spoken were immediately violated. Wouldn't it be too embarrassing if there was no reaction at all? Go give her a piece of your mind, Mr. Fool. Why does this tone sound like she's calling a pet? As soon as this irreverent thought surfaced, Katlia quickly reined in her thoughts, forcing herself to shift her attention to Alice's words. The information contained in these words made her uneasy. She recalled the content of her letter. She hadn't actually revealed the existence of the Tarot Club, only that someone was collecting Russell's diary. It should be fine, right? The feared punishment did not arrive. She realized that broadcasting Miss Fate's words was already Mr. Fool's warning. So, Katlia recalled Mr. Fool's attitude at the Tarot Club and suddenly realized something even more terrifying. Mr. Fool might not have intended to punish her, but he also didn't seem to intend to stop Miss Fate from causing her trouble. Katlia suddenly felt that this was far more terrifying than divine punishment. The Saint Fuerin was expected to take 3 days, meaning it would only arrive at Tiana port on Tuesday evening next week. Only if nothing unexpected happened. Of course, accidents weren't that easy to happen. The misfortune Alice casually bestowed upon the ship didn't take effect until the Tarot Club reopened on Monday. Alice had to admit, she was a bit bored. When she opened her eyes above the gray fog, she didn't wait for Audrey's greeting as usual, but smiled and looked at Katlia, asking in an upward inflection. "Good afternoon, Madam Hermit." Justice Audrey, who was about to stand up and greet her, closed her mouth. She realized that Miss Fate seemed to want to cause trouble for Madam Hermit. But why? Alice's displayed personality wasn't one to hold grudges, she usually settled things on the spot. So, what did Madam Hermit do this week? Katlia, who had subtly become the center of attention, suddenly regretted her previous decision. She had originally thought that since the Tarot Club wasn't far off, this matter could be discussed there. After all, she didn't have Alice's unreserved self-awareness of treating Mr. Fool as a messenger. Katlia didn't look at Mr. Fool, who served as the relay signal tower. In her opinion, if Mr. Fool wanted to stop it, he would have done so long ago. She hadn't yet considered the possibility that Mr. Fool might not be able to stop it. After careful consideration, Katlia responded, "Good afternoon, Miss Fate." Alice stared at her for a few seconds, then sighed in disappointment. "It seems some people didn't take my words seriously at all. How annoying, wouldn't you agree, Madam Hermit?" Katlia dared not speak. She, of course, knew who Alice was referring to as some people. She could guarantee that if this were the real world, she would already be drenched in cold sweat. Even though she, above the gray fog, lacked the ability to break out in cold sweat or have her hairs stand on end, she still temporarily lost her power of speech until Alice, finding no response for too long, grew bored and withdrew her gaze. Only then did she feel a little better. Withdrawing her gaze, Alice slumped bonelessly against the back of the chair, slowly saying, "Tell Bernadette that if she wants to know something, she should be prepared to pay the price. Those things I told her back then weren't for free either. Of course, it doesn't matter if she doesn't want to pay the price for now, but what I take as a price later will entirely depend on my mood." Now, it wasn't just Katlia breaking out in a cold sweat. Alger began to seriously recall if he had ever coaxed Miss Fate at any point. In this atmosphere where everyone felt vulnerable, Audrey obviously wasn't in the mood to stand up and greet either. Alice looked at the quiet Tarot Club and thoughtfully asked, "Everyone, do you know, is there any sequence ability that allows one to taste things without worrying about getting full?" Audrey was the first to voice her doubt, and although the others didn't speak up like her, their expressions were no different. "There isn't." Alice blinked twice. "I've never paid attention to this question," the knowledgeable hanged man Alger answered tactfully. "Under normal circumstances, we wouldn't use Beander abilities for such things." "I hadn't thought that either," Katlia added, while subtly glancing at Mr. Fool in the gray fog. Since the two most knowledgeable members of the Tarot Club expressed themselves in this way, it was even less likely for the others to know. So, the only one they could probably expect was Mr. Fool. Thinking about it, if Miss Fate usually asked such questions, then Mr. Fool should indeed find it difficult to maintain his composure. Such a thought crossed the minds of the Tarot Club members. They also subtly looked at Klein in the gray fog. Klein thought for a moment in the gray fog and controlled the world to ask, "Miss Fate, are you perhaps a little too idle lately?" Alice's movements paused slightly. She remembered Klein's previous question, turned her head, and replied warily, "I am not. But anyone who's been at sea for almost a week would be bored, right?" "There's no." Alice gritted her teeth, swallowed the word phone that almost slipped out, and then continued, "Anyway, I'm not going to school, don't even think about it." End of this chapter. Chapter 236. Chapter 110. Alice is relieved. Alice's refusal was very firm, and Klein eventually gave up the high-difficulty operation of manipulating the world to give a threatening look, making the world retract his gaze. Katlia watched the interaction between these two, recalling the world's previous interrogation of Alice, and felt a strange sensation. Why did she feel that these two, let's call them two people for now, why did she feel like they had a pretty good relationship? Without the preconceived notion of defining the world as a babysitter, Katlia could better sense their familiarity and subtle tacit agreement, as well as Alice's barely noticeable fear. Of course, this fear was clearly not directed at the world, but at going to school. However, Katlia was also very puzzled as to why Alice reacted so strongly to going to school. It was as if she had experienced some inhumane abuse at school. Audrey also noticed this problem. She keenly realized that going to school was probably a psychological trauma for Miss Fate. Alice's fragmented descriptions from her memories allowed Audrey to piece together an image of a young Miss Fate being forced by Mr. Fool to sit and study for over 10 hours every day, looking utterly miserable. She looked so pitiful. Audrey sighed softly in her heart, but her face showed nothing. Alice didn't notice anyone secretly mocking her in their hearts. Under Klein's warning, she successfully calmed down and stopped talking, allowing the Tarot Club members more energy to think. For example, who is Bernadette? Comparatively, Katlia was more concerned about another matter. Miss Fate, what did you mean by the price you mentioned just now? Are you very concerned about her? Alice turned her head and asked, staring at her curiously. Katlia fell silent again. Just as she was struggling with how to speak, Alice, in a moment of magnanimity, answered her question. Don't worry, even if I were to settle scores, there are people ahead of her in line. Katlia suddenly felt relieved. She felt that this sentence was much more reliable than Miss Fate promising not to do anything, and it gave her a genuine sense of peace of mind. Katlia didn't voice this thought, but her relaxed state still revealed some information. Alice asked curiously, so, what's your relationship? Katlia opened her mouth, her expression complex and hard to decipher, seemingly unsure how to define their relationship. Alice glanced at her thoughtfully, then suddenly whispered, if you don't want to say, then don't. Katlia was startled. Although I don't quite understand, Alice propped her chin and looked at her, but humans seem to be like this, sometimes awkward, clearly caring to death but unwilling to say anything. This was the first time Alice had consciously excluded herself from humanity while sober. No one thought there was anything wrong with this. Even Klein was only surprised by Alice's rare empathy, and then a strange sadness flashed through his heart. It was like the feeling of powerlessness after trying desperately, only to find that the inevitable had still happened. In fact, the one with the best mindset here was Alice. Emphasizing again and again, and convincing herself again and again that she was human, was not a pleasant experience for her. Although Alice had only subconsciously used this term, after it slipped out, she realized the source of her long-standing awkwardness. She didn't actually need to identify herself as a human. Even if she wasn't human, she could live like a human, and she could love humans. No, precisely because she wasn't human, she could love humans with less psychological burden, because she wouldn't be bound by human emotions. A vague realization flashed through Alice's mind, but Alice always felt that the bothersome pebble in her heart had shrunk a little, but it hadn't disappeared. She still seemed to be missing something she hadn't figured out. She would try harder next time. Alice, with a clear conscience, gave up thinking and changed the subject. Do none of you have anything to report? After a few seconds of silence, Audrey, who had the most experience with such situations, was the first to raise her hand and say, apologies, Mr. Fool, I haven't been able to contact the psychology alchemists recently, so I haven't obtained more diaries. Klein nodded slightly. Alice stared at Audrey's hand and said faintly, you know, Miss Justice, I always feel that after you raise your hand like that, you should stand up to speak. Why? Audrey asked subconsciously. Alice shrugged and didn't answer. Magician Furs took the opportunity to apologize. My teacher's replies have been slow recently, and the cold weather has reduced my frequency of going out. Alice, projecting her own feelings, believed that Miss Magician was actually too lazy to get out of bed. The newly advanced son Derek also apologized. Great Mr. Fool, I have many things to deal with due to my recent advancement, so. Hearing this, Alice remembered the question she had always wanted to ask and quickly raised her hand. Mr. Son, could I trouble you to help me collect information about the direwolf of misfortune? Direwolf of misfortune. This name, clearly belonging to an ancient god, prompted deep thought, especially from Alger, who almost subconsciously made a guess. Was this an acquaintance of Miss Fate? Derek nodded and said, I will pay attention when transcribing ancient god legends. No, Alice shook her head, you misunderstood my meaning, Mr. Son. This is a separate commission, my personal commission, and you can ask me for compensation." Derek was stunned for a moment, but for a while, he didn't know what compensation to ask for. He had just advanced to Sequence 7, and Sequence 6 was still far away, so he didn't have anything he urgently wanted to obtain for now. Of course, it wasn't that he couldn't start collecting Beyonder potion formulas in advance, but in his perception, the knowledge Miss Fate had given him for free was worth more than the price of those ancient god legends. He really couldn't think of anything to ask for as compensation. Poor Derek completely overlooked the huge risks he had once undertaken. "You can take your time to think about what you need." Alice tapped the table, not giving Derek the option to refuse. Derek nodded silently, then said to the world, "Mr. World, I have obtained the method you wanted to separate the spiritual pollution of the out-of-control from the Beyonder characteristic." Finally, after Moon Emlyn sold Hanged Man Alger, son Derek sold the world. End of this chapter. Chapter 237 Chapter 111 The Gods Are Not Wrong. Klein, hidden within the gray fog, resisted the urge to cover his face. He adjusted his emotions and manipulated the world to utter in a hoarse voice, "Write it on paper and pass it to me." Then, the world chuckled deeply, "You truly are a person who keeps his promises. Your character is admirable." Alice felt a bit bored and silently reached her hand under the table, trying to pry at the chair. Alger raised an eyebrow and proactively said to Derek, "I'm also very interested in this knowledge. What can I offer in exchange for it?" Derek, still basking in the joy of being praised, thought for 2 seconds and then said with exceptional sincerity, "Mr. Hanged Man, it's not necessary. You've always given me advice and helped me face difficulties before. Consider this my thanks." Alice raised her head in astonishment, looking at Alger, then at Derek, and then at the world. Her eyes were filled with confusion, but her mouth was anything but polite. Mr. Clown. Klein, concealed by the gray fog, began to grit his teeth. He knew Alice was retaliating for his earlier comment, "Miss Monster." After a moment of stunned, everyone realized it was a taunt, but only Emlyn, completely oblivious, said, "Clown. Hiss, that word, if you think about it carefully, really is." He couldn't finish his sentence as the world's cold gaze fell upon him, making him shut his mouth. Then, he questioned Alice. "Wasn't Eamon the first one to call you that?" But, Alice pouted, cursing Eamon only makes him laugh even harder. The world fell suspiciously silent for a moment, then asked, "I assume we're even." Alice nodded reluctantly. It wasn't until this moment that Katlia asked with a hesitant tone, "The Eamon you're talking about, is it the Eamon I know?" "Which one do you know?" Alice asked, puzzled. Katlia looked at Alice and replied, "Legend has it that when the original creator split into various deities and races, 2 infants were also born within him. One of them was the blasphemer, Eamon." "That's him," Alice confirmed with a nod. Audrey interjected curiously, "Madam Hermit, do you know who the other child of the creator is?" Before Alice could speak, Katlia answered the question, "Adam." Alice reached up and held her forehead. "I've never heard of a prominent figure named Adam." Audrey looked at Alice with a hesitant tone. Alice looked up, her eyes empty, and said to Audrey, "What is spoken will be known." Apart from Katlia and Emlyn, everyone was startled, recalling the entity represented by this phrase, that mysterious organization that secretly manipulated the tides of the era. After slightly calming her emotions, Alice continued, "However, as long as you're not like I was at the time, in short, occasionally mentioning Adam's name in passing usually won't attract special attention. Unless one of you plans to introduce the 8 kings of angels. In that case, Adam might even be listening in when you speak." Everyone was frightened by the scene Alice described. After a moment, Audrey asked the question everyone was curious about. "Miss Fate, what did you say when you mentioned Adam?" Alice remained silent for a long while before answering, "I was concerned about his marital life." Audrey, her eyes blank, made the most fitting sound for the current situation. "Huh." Alice turned her head seriously and said, "As is well known, a person's family is an important component influencing his character. Given that Eamon revealed his brother has psychological problems, I tried to understand his brother's family life. Is there anything wrong with that?" Audrey hesitated and shook her head. Alice withdrew her gaze in satisfaction, then heard the world's hoarse voice. "In that case, he felt his privacy was offended and wanted to kill you." Is there anything wrong with that? Alice glared at him, gritting her teeth, and snarled, I feel offended by you right now. The world replied sincerely, thank you for the compliment. Alice's eyes widened instantly. She bared her teeth and said, you just wait. Klein endured and endured, but in the end, he still didn't comment on how that sentence resembled the, just you wait after school, he'd heard in elementary school. He felt Alice was on the verge of exploding. He'd continue to annoy her after she calmed down a bit. Such playful banter made Katlia feel increasingly strange. Unlike most others who largely overlooked the fact that Miss Fate was actually a deity, Alice had left too deep an initial impression on Katlia, making it difficult for her to understand the world's interactions with Alice. She could understand the interactions between Miss Fate and Mr. Fool, and it wasn't surprising that Miss Fate seemed to subtly treat Mr. Fool as an elder. After all, Alice gave the impression of a young girl not much older. But she couldn't comprehend Alice's mode of interaction with the world. Alice was indeed noticeably more unrestrained in front of the world, but she wasn't particularly obedient in front of Mr. Fool either. Judging by the behavior of the other Tarot Club members, Miss Fate seemed to have a personality that completely disregarded the feelings of others. However, the interactions between Alice and the world seemed to contradict this. She would feel guilty when confronted by the world's questioning, and while angry at the world's provocations, she maintained a strong sense of propriety, only issuing threats. In fact, from her conversations with the world, Katlia could deduce that their private interactions might be even more unrestrained. The world even dared to curse Miss Fate, albeit playfully. Even a dependence couldn't describe such a relationship, because a dependence's attitude towards a deity was often more respectful. In Katlia's view, the world and Miss Fate were more like close friends. But how could a deity be friends with mortals? Especially friends whose relationship could be called intimate. Katlia didn't think ordinary friends could bicker like that. Clearly, Miss Fate was actually very clear about her own positioning. She understood that she and humans were not the same kind of creature, and she wouldn't interact with humans as equals. But her attitude towards the world was not like that, which could only mean. Katlia almost fearfully interrupted her own conjecture. Her face pale, she lowered her head, admonishing herself in her heart. No matter what the situation with the world was, since Miss Fate and Mr. Fool said he was the world, he could only be the world. Deities cannot be wrong, only mortals can be. End of this chapter. Chapter 238 Chapter 112 Story. Katlia suppressed all her guesses. After adjusting her expression, she said, thank you for your warning, Miss Fate. Alice frowned slightly and looked at her with confusion. Subconsciously, Alice felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't pinpoint it. At this moment, Klein and Alger were both speculating whether Alice could unleash the power of an angel. The Fool definitely couldn't, at least not yet. Ignoring what others were thinking, Katlia turned to World and said, I wonder if any of those methods are familiar to me. I can offer a free hint. The unshadowed of the sun pathway can directly purify the mental pollution within Beander characteristics. Alice frowned and glanced at Katlia, not understanding why she had suddenly become so talkative. Klein was a little surprised, but unable to find an unshadowed to help him for the time being. He merely manipulated World to chuckle and say, thank you for your generosity, Madam Hermit. Then, World turned to Derek and asked, do you know a book called Grossel's Travels? Alice pricked up her ears. Derek thought seriously for a moment and replied, no. World said to himself without changing his expression, that is a mystical item from the dragon race. Many of its past owners have gone missing. From the dragon race. Audrey keenly caught the key point and asked back with great interest. Travels. Owners missing. Alice, who had been exposed to modern internet culture, frowned upon hearing these two words. Audrey looked at Alice curiously. Feeling the gaze, Alice thought for a moment and said, in similar stories I've read, those travels that cause their owners to go missing usually end up with only one result. People will find its missing owner within the travels. Finding its missing owner within the travels. Audrey's smile disappeared. She felt a hint of dread. That's just a story, right? But, Alice half turned her body and asked with a puzzled look, to me, isn't your life also a story? Audrey was speechless. She couldn't refute it. Even for her, other people's experiences and past events were just fascinating stories. Miss Fate Furs, displaying the qualities befitting a best-selling author, asked, "Are those stories you mentioned fictional or real? Why have I seemingly never heard of similar things?" Alice chuckled and replied, "Perhaps they are fictional, born from the boundless imagination of the creator. Perhaps they are real, witnessed firsthand, and the creator merely recorded and narrated them. Perhaps they are real, but never known to anyone, and the creator fantasized these stories under the influence of some power, believing them to be their own creations. Who knows? Who knows? Even the creator themselves wouldn't know." For example, the current Furs nervously began to recall how her own works came into being. After Alice's words, Audrey, though still curious, became much more cautious. She looked at World and asked, "What's so special about it? To be researched?" World gave an ambiguous answer. Audrey nodded and did not ask for the price. Instead, she asked, "Mr. World, have there been any results regarding the psychiatrist Beander characteristic you mentioned last week?" World replied without changing his expression, "It will take a few more days." After that, the Tarot Club fell into a brief silence. After a moment of contemplation, Katlia suddenly asked tentatively, "Miss Fate, can you obtain the blood of a mythical creature?" Alice was stunned for a moment, then thought and asked, "Do you need a complete mythical creature like an angel, or will a demigod suffice? Or, do you need the blood of a true god?" Katlia was startled by Alice's last sentence. She quickly explained, an angel will do." Alice replied thoughtfully, "I can help you keep an eye out, but there's no guarantee." After a pause, Alice asked again, "If I get it, what price can you pay for it?" This was not a random promise. Leaving aside Aemon, whom the other party dared to give but she dared not take, and another marauder angel who was shy and embarrassed to meet people, wasn't there Will Osepton? Of course, taking it from Will Osepton would definitely not be a normal transaction. No one found it strange that Alice could obtain the blood of a mythical creature, or that Katlia needed the blood of a mythical creature. Compared to this, everyone was more concerned about, what did Miss Fate need? Compared to Mr. Fool, who seemed to be breaking through some kind of seal, Miss Fate's goal seemed both clear and vague. Compared to an ancient god painstakingly planning his revival, Alice's actions were too arbitrary, making it hard to understand what she truly needed. It couldn't really be different flavors of ice cream, could it? Katlia was quiet for a long while. She suddenly realized that she didn't know what Alice needed. She pondered and asked, "What do you need?" Alice looked at her for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, "Next week, if nothing unexpected happens, it will be next week. Wait for me. Anyway, let's talk about it next week." These words seemed to carry some kind of premonition. Everyone realized that some important major event would happen this week, at least for Miss Fate. And for a newly awakened deity, besides reclaiming more authority and power, what else could be important? Such conjectures naturally arose, and combining them with the red theater that Alice had displayed, everyone had their own guesses. In the silence, World's voice rang out, "Who has, or who can obtain, a highly offensive mystical item?" The target of this question was very clear. If one didn't consider the possibility of the Evernight goddess deigning to deliver a package, then currently, the only person who could access Beander items that met the requirements was Katlia. As a Star Admiral who had traversed the seas for many years, Katlia had extensive channels, but after recalling the Beander items she possessed, she said without hesitation, "If similar Beander items appear at the gatherings I attend, I will keep an eye out for you." Alice looked at Katlia thoughtfully, then suddenly asked curiously, "Do you know if a Beander of the Church of the Earth Mother can make one food taste like another? For example, making fish taste like beef?" Katlia's face turned pale. End of this chapter. Chapter 239. Chapter 113. The Church of Mother Earth is still too merciful. Her reaction was so strong, Alice blinked, looking at Katlia. Katlia swallowed with difficulty, though there was no saliva to swallow, and asked cautiously, "Why are you asking that?" Alice asked, puzzled, "Why do you always need a reason to do things?" Katlia was choked up and suddenly realized she didn't know how to refute the question, but the good news was that the topic had indeed been temporarily diverted. Why must one always do things with a certain purpose? Alice wondered aloud, or rather, can't fun be a reason? Katlia tried to keep the conversation focused here by analyzing seriously. Perhaps, for most people, fun isn't a strong enough reason. Alice nodded thoughtfully, then asked again, so why did you react so strongly just now? The color that had just appeared on Katlia's face vanished again. Alice looked at her, puzzled, and asked, is it something very scary? After staring at Alice for a few seconds, she calmed down again and smiled at Alice. I know a Beander from the Church of the Earth Mother. His biggest hobby is researching soil, crops, and hybrid breeding techniques. That sounds like a good thing, Alice replied after some thought. He might be able to develop higher yielding crops, which could feed everyone. At this point, Alice frowned slightly. She suddenly felt a sense of confusion. Since an organization like the Church of the Earth Mother existed, why were there still people who couldn't get enough to eat? Sounds like a Beander version of some scientist. Listening to Alice's words, Klein also nodded inwardly. That's wonderful, too bad the city of Silver can't grow crops. Derek felt a bit sad and disappointed. Katlia was surprised for a moment. She hadn't expected Alice's first reaction to be this. Miss Fate, who seemed and actually was very fond of messing around. When she heard about this, her first reaction was to feed everyone. Katlia wasn't the only one surprised by this. Alger and Audrey were too, with Audrey even feeling a little ashamed. Even the most charitable nobles wouldn't care if the poor could actually eat their fill, Audrey sighed inwardly. Katlia suppressed that strange feeling and continued without changing her expression. Yes, it is indeed a good thing. Initially, the Church of the Earth Mother admired him greatly, believing him to be very talented. Until he tried to crossbreed bulls, cows, and wheat, so that calves could grow like wheat. The people of the Earth Mother's church considered him blasphemous and tried to send him to the court of judgment. Klein was silent about his earlier analogy. Emlyn and Furs both showed expressions of shock and stupor. Alger and Audrey's expressions were much calmer, but still showed very obvious shock. Alice's mouth dropped open in surprise. After more than 10 seconds, she reached up to support her chin, pushing it back into place. After moving it twice, she said weakly, I think I somewhat understand how Eamon felt at the time. On one hand, I think he wasn't creative enough, only thinking of crossbreeding cows and wheat. There are clearly many other directions worth trying. On the other hand, I think the people of the Church of the Earth Mother were too benevolent, only sending him to the court of judgment. If it were me, I would definitely tie him to the stake. Katlia wasn't sure if she should feel relieved. She thought for a moment and asked, but weren't you just trying to? Alice raised her hand to interrupt her, sighing. I just want the result, but the process you described, just imagining it is a very terrifying thing. I don't even dare to imagine how many outrageous creatures he would create during the experiment, and this is just cows and wheat. What if he, on a whim, crossbred something else strange, and then the experimental products accidentally escaped? Truly, it's too terrifying. Not for ethics, but for the possible outcome. No, she just didn't want the outcome to have a negative impact on her. Katlia suddenly understood and realized how to persuade Alice. Yes, now that I think about it, if you want to achieve the result you desire, I'm afraid some uncontrollable things are inevitable. Alice paused, then looked at Katlia thoughtfully and said, but I am Miss Fate. Katlia suddenly didn't know what to say. She fell silent, and no one spoke for a moment. Seeing this, Klein first manipulated, whirled, to ask Furs to take a stroll down Williams Street in Backland, then turned to Alger and said, I received news that the Storm Church has taken action, and the matter in Bansi Harbor has been initially resolved. Alice froze for a second, then looked at Alger, who was truly from the Storm Church. Alger, who had been at sea all week, didn't find anything amiss and asked, what was the final outcome? Bansi Harbor will not exist for a period of time, World replied with a smile. Alice thought for 2 seconds, then asked Alger, Mr. Hanged Man, has the Storm Church mentioned this to you? Do you know the detailed process? Alger felt Alice's words transform into an invisible sharp sword, piercing his chest. World glanced at Alger briefly and said, I think only the high-ranking members of the Storm Church know the detailed process. Alice sighed in disappointment. Alger suddenly had an urge to reach out and cover his chest. After discussing the outcome of Bansi Harbor, Emlyn, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately cleared his throat and said, Thanks to Mr. Hanged Man's help, I am now a Baron. I have a question. As a sanguine, after being promoted to Baron, do I need to use the acting method to promote the so-called digestion, like you humans, to better grasp the Beander characteristic? Alice's gaze fell on his straight back and raised chin. She suddenly showed an expression of admiration and said in an exaggerated, operatic tone. Oh, my goodness, Mr. Moon, you are truly amazing, to have been promoted to Baron at such a young age. You are truly the most excellent VA, no, sanguine I have ever seen. Your parents, your elders, must all be proud to have such a young and promising prodigy as their child. You, never mind, I can't make this up anymore. PFF'd. Furs couldn't help but burst out laughing. After noticing the gazes of the others, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Of course, she wasn't the only one who wanted to laugh, everyone else was just holding it in. Only Emlyn's injured world was achieved. Chapter 240 Chapter 114 Can a fool also be called a fool? Emlyn's expression towards Alice was nothing short of humiliation. He wanted to say something, but there was an instinctive fear. Alice, seeing his expression, stopped joking and said, "All right, I'm very sorry. But I think theoretically it should require digestion, after all, it's using someone else's legacy." Emlyn looked at Alice, who showed no hint of apology, and finally gave up speaking for himself. He understood that this was the most sincere apology Alice could offer. Catlia looked around, and seeing no one speak, asked, "Does a sanguine baron correspond to sequence 6 feet potions professor?" Yes, Emlyn, no longer triumphant, nodded. Audrey looked at sequence 6 Emlyn, then at Alice, and began to wonder if she had matured too early. Catlia nodded and said, "You need to act, because only sequence 7 of that pathway is called vampire, and you are born as one, so you don't need to act. All others require acting. If I called him Mr. Vampire now, he would surely die of anger. Amon's way of insulting people is really effective." Alice glanced at Emlyn, who had just been persecuted, and mercifully decided to let him off for now. "Miss Hermit, what pathway is this sequence 7 from?" Audrey blinked, asking curiously before Emlyn could. Before Catlia could answer, Audrey added, "If you think this information is important and cannot be exchanged for free, I can pay a certain reward." Alice, who had curiously turned her head, silently turned back to look at Audrey. Catlia pretended not to notice this exchange of glances and shook her head, saying, "No, it's not necessary. Anyone familiar with the Church of the Earth Mother in Feneboat would have some understanding of this. Vampire belongs to the Moon pathway. Its corresponding sequence 9 is Apothecary, sequence 8 is Beast Tamer, sequence 6 is Potions Professor, sequence 5 is Scarlet Scholar, and sequence 4 is Shaman King. Above that, I'm not clear." Apothecary. Alice's eyes widened in surprise, recalling the fat apothecary whose fat would jiggle. Does your sequence 7 potion include beauty effects? No, perhaps it also needs to include weight loss. What do you mean? Emlyn frowned in confusion. No, nothing. Alice glanced at Emlyn with a strange expression. Let's change the question. Have you ever worked at a circus? Miss Destiny. The voice of the world revealed a hint of gritted teeth. Alice stared at him for 2 seconds, then thoughtfully said, "That's right, one of you is enough for a circus. Apothecary, combined with Beast Tamer, might be more suitable for a vet." Emlyn finally understood Alice's meaning. He righteously emphasized, "I am a sanguine. A noble sanguine." "All right." Alice showed a fake smile. "Mr. Vampire." Emlyn excitedly wanted to stand up. To prevent the argument from escalating further, Audrey struggled to save the situation. "Miss Hermit, why do the various sequences of the Moon pathway sound like they have no connection?" This successfully diverted Alice's attention. Before Catlia could answer, Alice turned her head and said, "Do you know, Miss Justice? My sequence 9 is Monster, and sequence 8 is Robot. Their only commonality is, neither of them are human." Emlyn instantly felt a bucket of cold water poured over his head, extinguishing his anger completely. He sat back down. Audrey's reserved smile froze on her face, unsure how to respond. Fortunately, Catlia didn't let her be awkward for too long and quickly explained. Different sequences within a pathway don't necessarily have to be related, or rather, have an obvious connection. Their common characteristic is that they all fall within the domain of the deity corresponding to that pathway. For example, moon represents spirituality, plants, beauty, some life, some darkness, and some strangeness. So this pathway has apothecary in the plant domain, vampire in the life domain, and beast tamer at the intersection of life and spirituality. Huh, that's a different way of putting it. Alice blinked twice. After more than 10 seconds of deep thought, Alice raised her hand and said, "Mr. Fool, I request a private conversation." What did she want to say? A puzzled emotion flashed in Klein's eyes. Then, he shielded the perceptions of others and asked, "What's wrong?" "I was just thinking." Alice looked up at Klein, and the latter half of her sentence changed to Chinese. "Can fool also be called idiot?" Klein felt he had temporarily lost the ability to speak. After more than 10 seconds, he gritted his teeth and said, "Thank you for remembering to request a private conversation. Actually, I almost blurted it out." Alice shrank her neck. "Calm down, she didn't say it directly, that's at least some progress." After repeatedly convincing himself several times, Klein looked up at Alice and said, "You can still make it back to Backland now." "Why?" Alice asked in confusion. "I'm afraid I won't be able to control my excited emotions when I see you later," Klein said calmly, "and beat you up." This was not Klein's usual style. Alice was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but correct him. "You don't sound like him. You should have deleted the last sentence." Klein's mouth twitched as he asked, "Do you really want a beating?" Alice lowered her head. A few seconds later, she couldn't help but look up again and say, "Actually, I'm getting more and more worried. You know, every time you use Amon's method against me, I worry. Will there be a day when you really tell me that you found you and Eamon met too late, and you deeply fell in love with him?" Klein gritted his teeth and interrupted Alice, "Absolutely impossible. I'm just a little scared." Alice softly defended herself, then immediately brought the topic back to the original question. "So, actually, I think, fool, being called idiot, is quite reasonable." "Yes," Klein sneered, "just as reasonable as my sequence 4 being called circus." "Exactly." Alice excitedly sat up straight. "You finally understand." Klein was silent for 2 seconds, then lifted the shielding. After a few more minutes of conversation, the Tarot Club concluded. Alice looked at the unchanging sea in the real world and sighed sadly. Alice didn't forget the misfortune she had casually picked up, but until she arrived at Port Tiana and set off again, the sea maintained its calm appearance. If all goes well, she would reach Byam in 4 days. Chapter 241 Chapter 115 The Real Provocateur. When Alice finally stepped onto the land of Byam, she felt a momentary daze and a long-lost sense of security. The last few days of the voyage were as calm as before, the only ripple came from Bernadette's letter. "Miss Destiny." Alice did not reply to the letter. She wasn't sure if Bernadette's letter was more of a test or a warning, or if it contained other emotions, but she knew that now was not a good time to reply. Or rather, for her, now was not a good time to do anything. If she had to say what she was struggling with, she was actually very confused as to why the Saint Fuerin had not had any incidents yet. Alice walked off the ship, carrying her luggage. Although she hadn't seen this new skin called German Sparrow beforehand, she still easily found Klein in the crowd. After all, he was the only one on whom nothing could be seen. Her steps paused for a moment. In the end, she didn't run over but slightly quickened her pace and walked quickly towards him. Alice didn't comment on the new skin Klein had created, nor did she talk nonsense like she did on the gray fog. Instead, after staring at him for a few seconds, she said with a hint of melancholy, "Long time no see." They indeed hadn't seen each other in reality for a very long time. The atmosphere seemed to become solemn because of this greeting. Dunitz, who was watching from the side, finally couldn't bear it anymore and broke the eerie silence. "Shit, how long are you two going to keep staring like this?" He even shivered as he said this. This successfully drew Alice's attention. After sizing up Dunitz from head to toe, she thoughtfully turned to Klein and asked, "Is this the pirate you kidnapped who's been to the Red Theater?" At this moment, Dunitz finally realized something. He stared wide-eyed and asked, "Wait a minute, what do you mean?" "Ah." Alice just realized that this hostage was unaware of his identity. She asked, quite confused, "Didn't you tell him? I thought a hostage, at least unlike an item, should have the right to know." Klein didn't respond to this. Instead, after a moment of thought, he reached out his hand to Alice and said concisely, "Luggage." Alice withdrew her confused gaze from his hand and suddenly realized, "Oh, right, there seems to be such an etiquette." Saying this, Alice handed over the suitcase in her hand and then asked again, "So you really kidnapped a pirate who's been to the Red Theater for me?" Klein took the suitcase without hesitation and walked away to avoid damaging his image. Alice was stunned for a moment and quickly followed him. As a hostage, Dunitz still didn't give up trying to join the conversation. He followed them and asked, "Wait a minute, what exactly do you two mean? Aren't you Gehrman's friend?" "Yes," Alice nodded. "What's wrong? Why are you?" Dunitz stared blankly at Alice, still maintaining the shock and confusion he had when he first saw her, a woman. Alice looked at him with a puzzled expression and turned to Klein, asking, "Did you tell him I was a man?" "No." Klein walked at the very front, still concise. "You talk so little now," Alice complained discontentedly, then turned back to Dunitz. "Since that's the case, why would you think I'm a man?" After thinking for a moment, Alice added, "Although, I could also be." Dunitz's mouth hung open in surprise. For a moment, he wasn't sure which question to ask first. After more than 10 seconds, he managed to compose himself and tried his best to organize his words. "I never thought Gehrman would have a friend like you. Or are you secretly in love with him?" Klein, who was walking in front, paused for a moment, then suddenly quickened his pace. This time, Alice didn't rush to catch up. Instead, she turned to look at Dunitz and asked thoughtfully, "Did he ever tell you?" "Actually, I'm a sequence 5. Dunitz froze in place. He watched Alice reach up and take off her hat, revealing the clearly underage face of a young girl, who then, with a playful smile and tone, said, "And, I've killed a demigod. Shit, the lunatic's friends are indeed lunatics." Dunitz looked at the figure ahead and suddenly understood why the other party had quickened his pace just now. Dunitz's vivid expression satisfied Alice's mischievous streak. She simply enjoyed it for a moment, then looked around and saw that Klein had stopped after walking a certain distance, so she relaxed and pressed on. "What are you thinking?" "I'm thinking about who is secretly in love with whom," Dunitz blurted out subconsciously. Then, he saw Gehrman's sparrow in the distance turn back, a familiar gentle smile on his face. Alice stared at him and asked thoughtfully, "Why isn't it you who is secretly in love with him?" "How could I possibly be secretly in love with him?" Dunitz was so agitated he almost jumped up on the spot. "The one I'm secretly in love with is..." The sound stopped abruptly. Alice blinked twice and asked, "Who is it?" "No one." Dunitz argued emotionally, "There's no such thing." Alice stared at Dunitz, pondering for 2 seconds, then asked curiously, "Is the person you're secretly in love with a man or a woman?" "Of course it's a woe." Dunitz instinctively blurted out loudly, but halfway through, his voice stopped abruptly again. Alice nodded and then asked, "If that's the case, why are you too embarrassed to say?" "I'm not embarrassed." Dunitz started arguing like a child, trying to outshout her. "Oh," Alice didn't accept that, remaining calm. "Then why don't you say? If you like someone, why don't you confess? Do you have some unspeakable secret?" Alice's gaze subtly shifted downwards, then she asked, her voice cutting through Dunitz's astonished expression. "It seems men care more about that." "No, that's not right. If that were the case, what would you be doing in a place like the Red Theater? Could it be that you're as curious as I am about what it looks like inside?" Dunitz's expression became dazed. Klein finally decided to step in and save the situation. He walked forward and said to Alice, "You're much more suited to be a provoker than him." "No," Alice shook her head, "if I were a provoker, I'd have been beaten to death long ago." This clear self-awareness made Klein silent for a moment. A few seconds later, Klein said to Alice with an unperturbed expression, "You're quite self-aware." Alice turned her head and looked at him, saying seriously, "I think if you drank the provoker potion, you'd probably be beaten to death too." End of chapter. Chapter 242. Chapter 116. Do we look alike? So, Alice suddenly thought of something, turned to Dunitz, and asked, "You're a provoker?" The real provoker, Dunitz, looked at the two of them and, for the first time in his life, doubted himself. He replied with some uncertainty, I think so. Alice scrutinized him from head to toe and offered her assessment. Perhaps only someone like you is more suited to be a provoker. You can successfully digest the potion without worrying about being beaten to death, and, most importantly, you're perfect for teasing. Dunitz almost instinctively wanted to curse, but Alice added with a sincere expression. Oh, by the way, could you please not swear? I don't really like it. I am a girl, after all, right? Dunitz's eyes widened. Remembering Alice's gaze at his lower body just now, his eyes gradually filled with confusion. A girl. In fact, if it were a lewd joke between pirates, Dunitz probably wouldn't have been so angry. The main reason he was furious and wanted to argue was that Alice's expression was simply too pure. She wasn't insulting him, nor was she making some kind of suggestive joke, nor was she discriminating against him. She was just, genuinely and sincerely doubting his capabilities. When being scrutinized with that kind of gaze, Dunitz even had a strange feeling. If he were to nod and agree to it, he might receive her pity and sympathy, and perhaps even sincere comfort. The thought of such an outcome filled Dunitz with an indescribable sense of collapse. He stared at Alice, recalling her unique self-introduction, and finally squeezed out a single word through gritted teeth. Thank you. You're welcome. Alice nodded with satisfaction, as if completely unaware of his reluctance. Klein finally couldn't stand it anymore. He called out, Alice, do you still remember what you came here for? Alice stood still, stared at him, and thought for over 10 seconds before turning to Dunitz and asking, what exactly is the Red Theater like inside? Before Klein could get angry, she quickly steered the conversation back on track. In front of this, what's your name? Alice's gaze fell on Dunitz. Dunitz subconsciously introduced himself, Dunitz. At the same time, Gehrman Sparrow's voice rang out, 5,500 pounds. Alice clearly saw Dunitz swallow. No, not Dunitz, but 5,500 pounds. Alice was no stranger to such bounty systems. She glanced at Dunitz, then at Klein, recalling Gehrman Sparrow's persona, and continued her previous sentence. Asking me what I'm here for in front of this bank, are you planning to withdraw your deposit? Dunitz met Alice's gaze blankly, suddenly realizing that from the beginning until now, he had never changed in Alice's eyes. He was always an item, merely differing in whether he was valuable or important. For example, now, he seemed to have become valuable. This was not a good thing. After all, anyone who suddenly knew they had so much money in a bank would want to withdraw it and see. Especially if this bank could run away and might close at any time. Klein looked at Dunitz's expression, holding back a laugh in his heart, and smiled kindly. I don't have any plans to withdraw money for now. Alice withdrew her gaze in disappointment and asked perplexedly, if that's the case, why did you bring him along? 2 reasons, Klein said, turning and continuing to walk. First, I promised to bring you a pirate who had been to the Red Theater. And second, if you keep talking to me, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist punching you. Alice choked. She stared at Klein's back for a while, then suddenly turned to Dunitz and smiled. Hello there, I'm Alice Kingsley. Just call me Alice. Dunitz looked at her brilliant smile and suddenly shivered. 48 Sour Lemon Street, Azure Wind, Hotel. Only after the long-suffering Dunitz left did Klein ask Alice, what exactly are you going to do at the Red Theater? I'm not going to the Red Theater. Alice shook her head. I'm going to the opposite side of the Red Theater. No, that's not right either. I'm going to a general store nearby. General store. Klein frowned in confusion. Alice nodded and said, this might sound a bit outrageous, but, the Life School of Thought put a grade 0 sealed artifact in there. Quote. Klein looked at Alice with an incomprehensible gaze. That general store, is it a hidden contact point for the Life School of Thought? I wish it were. Alice gave a false smile. Klein felt his understanding of the fate pathway deepen. He confirmed with Alice, that grade 0 sealed artifact is. Alice pursed her lips, her expression unreadable, and said, the uniqueness. After over 10 seconds of silence, Klein said with the tone of someone who had weathered great storms, perhaps this is fate. The Red Theater was not hard to find. After walking around outside the Red Theater, Alice saw the herbal shop from her dream. To avoid further trouble, she only lingered outside the fat apothecary's herbal shop for a while and did not go in. The dream was too vivid. Alice was almost narcissistic enough to think it was fate giving her a hint after hearing her complaints. She remembered perfectly how the fat apothecary walked to that general store and bought the dice. Her only concern was, Klein, Alice said, looking in the direction of the herbal shop without turning around, can you transform into the apothecary inside? I'm afraid the people at the general store recognize him. This was a reasonable request, but Klein, who had just disguised himself as an ordinary customer and walked around inside, denied it. No, he has too much flesh on him, I'm not fat enough. Alice turned her head in surprise and asked in astonishment, your ability has such a limitation. Perhaps, at higher sequences, this limitation will lessen or disappear. Klein speculated, but in any case, it's not possible now. After 2 seconds of silence, Alice suddenly turned her head and asked with a sincere expression, do you think I look like that apothecary? Klein looked at Alice, then in the direction of the herbal shop, and finally couldn't help but let out a question that resonated to the soul. Huh? Alice seemed oblivious, asking, as if telling a blatant lie, we don't look alike. You do, very much so. Klein took a deep breath and gave a smile, you're practically identical. End of chapter. Chapter 243 Chapter 117 Struggle. Anmart Street, Mapple's grocery store. Hello, Alice said with a smile after surveying the store's layout, I'd like to buy a die. The shop owner was a kind elderly lady. After scrutinizing Alice for a few moments, she said, the die you need costs £1. Note 1. Alice paused. A sentence very similar to what she just heard suddenly popped into her head. The shirt costs £9.15, so you choose option C. Note 2. Alice shook her head, casting the voice from her mind, then pulled out a £1 banknote and handed it over, secretly marveling once again at the life school of thought's casual approach. A uniqueness placed in a grocery store, selling for only £1, isn't that just waiting for the fated person to claim it? Thinking this way, perhaps I could also be considered a protagonist. While waiting, Alice suddenly recalled her protagonist theory. The thought inexplicably surfaced, and she smiled, but her smile quickly faded. Whether protagonist or supporting character, they are all just figures living under someone else's pen, there's nothing to be happy about. Alice sighed, took the ring box she had seen in her dream from the shop owner, and turned to leave the grocery store. How was it? Klein, who was waiting outside, asked when he saw her. Alice held up the ring box in her hand and said, I haven't opened it yet. I think, based on how I reacted to the Beander potion before, opening it here isn't a good idea. Klein nodded, then asked, are you going back to the hotel to open it? Alice blinked blankly, reached out to touch her stomach, and asked hesitantly, can't I eat first? It was too logical, Klein couldn't refute it. He could only take Alice to eat. When he personally saw Alice casually toss the ring box aside and pick up the menu to order, Klein finally understood why people of the pathway of destiny would leave a uniqueness in a grocery store. This must have been influenced by the higher beings, right? Alice didn't pay attention to what Klein was thinking. After carefully perusing the menu, she raised a crucial question for both of them. Are you treating? This made Klein, who hadn't intended for Alice to pay anyway, fall silent for a moment. He asked tactfully, perhaps, have you heard of going Dutch? Alice pondered for a moment before asking, then have you heard of AAB? What does that mean? Klein asked, puzzled. Alice put down the menu, scanned her surroundings, and then, choosing Chinese for easier expression, said, if there are only two of us, perhaps it should be called an AB system. Which means you treat, and I shamelessly eat. After more than 10 seconds of silence, Klein retorted with the same words she had just used on Dunnits, girls shouldn't use foul language. Alice was momentarily speechless, then looked at Klein seriously and said, actually, I have another idea. What? Klein suddenly had a bad premonition and frowned. Alice blinked twice, eager to try, and said, Byam must have many churches of the Lord of Storms, right? After more than 10 seconds of silence, Klein showed the benevolent expression characteristic of an elder and said, Alice, let's talk about your enrollment. Alice lowered her head, pretending she hadn't heard anything, and picked up the menu to start ordering. Klein reached out, took the menu, and maintained his smile as he said, I'm serious. I suspect if you keep this up, the goddess will tie you up and send you to class. Alice's body stiffened slightly. She seriously reflected on her error, then looked up and said, Perhaps I should steal from the Aurora Order. Are they really rich? The eternal blazing sun and the God of knowledge and wisdom don't have churches in Backland. Perhaps I could try the demonist sect. I could also consider other secret organizations. But if we're talking about who's really rich, isn't it the God of steam and machinery? After all, an artisan, you know. But the money in their donation boxes might not be a lot, or rather, it should all be about the same, right? The steam church mainly has many Beander items. Why that expression? Klein glanced at Alice, who didn't think she had any problems, and didn't really want to chat with her. He picked up the menu and called for the waiter. After the food was served, Alice pushed the ring box further away and concentrated on eating. This scene caused Klein a moment of confusion. Dinner passed quickly. Although Alice ate slowly, or rather, enjoyed it thoroughly, nothing could change the passage of time. When they finally finished dinner and paid using the AB system, Alice got up to leave the restaurant, completely unaware that she had forgotten something. Klein felt a bit lost. He reached out and pulled Alice back, gritting his teeth as he asked, "Don't you feel like you've forgotten something?" Alice blinked blankly. Klein, unable to bear it any longer, pulled the ring box out from the corner, allowing it to see the light of day again. Only then did Alice realize, tapping her head in confusion and saying, "Strange. ... Vilma was having dinner with Alan at home when, suddenly, Vilma clutched her lower abdomen, a pained expression on her face. Alan instantly tensed. He knew what was in Vilma's belly. He stepped forward to support Vilma, but she suddenly recovered as if nothing had happened. "It's nothing," Vilma smiled reassuringly at Alan, "the baby just kicked me." Alan then forced a smile and sat back down to eat, his mind uneasy. The good news was that Vilma showed no abnormalities until they finished eating. It wasn't until dinner was over and he came out after washing the dishes that he heard Vilma's pained voice again. It hurts so much." At this moment, Vilma was curled up on the sofa, her crumpled features conveying immense pain. Absent-mindedly, Alice returned to the hotel, clutching the ring box. After making sure Klein would keep an eye on her and prevent her from eating random things, Alice sat on the bed and opened the ring box. Almost the instant the box opened, Alice lost the ability to think. She stared blankly at the ring box, which, just as she had seen in her dream, contained an off-white six-sided die. The die's upward-facing number was not the 4 from her dream, but a 6. Blood-red indentations rested on the off-white die, as if narrating an ominous story. Like now, her spirituality screamed with hunger. Alice used her remaining rationality to stop herself from doing something foolish like swallowing the ring box whole, and reached out to touch the die. The die vanished. Suddenly, immense fear enveloped Klein. His hairs stood on end, every cell screaming to flee, yet his body remained rooted, unable to move, unable even to scream, forgetting even to breathe. This was life's most primal reaction when facing fear beyond its endurance limit. He could only sit stiffly in the chair, watching Alice sit blankly. Time seemed to stop abruptly until a sense of suffocation came over him. Only then did he see Alice slowly raise her head, her eyes filled with confusion. He heard that all too familiar voice ask, "Is this what it feels like to have a human body? It's very unfamiliar." End of chapter. Chapter 244 Chapter 118 Don't You Want to Thank Me? In a mix of emotions, unsure if fear or sadness was more dominant, Klein saw Alice suddenly clutch her stomach, lean against the wall, and burst into laughter. Klein stared blankly at the scene, the emotions that had just surged within him feeling like a punch into cotton, gradually dissolving into disbelief and confusion. He watched Alice barely recover from the joy of a successful prank, blinking at him and saying, "I scared you, didn't I?" Alice's tone still carried an unconcealed excitement, her eyes sparkling brightly. Klein looked at her, and all his emotions transformed into anger, surging from the depths of his heart. He stood up, staring at Alice with a cold gaze he had never used before, his face devoid of any expression. This successfully made the curve of Alice's lips fall bit by bit, and her eyes became cautious. "Klein," she called out, a little nervously. Klein ignored her, his gaze towards her remaining cold and devoid of warmth. Even his voice seemed to carry shards of ice. "This joke isn't funny at all." After dropping that sentence, Klein got up and left the room, but he didn't slam the door in anger. Instead, he gently closed the door for Alice with what could be described as a mild action. Alice opened her mouth, wanting to stop him, but Klein's movements were too smooth and too quick. In the end, she could only stare at the closed door, blinking her eyes in confusion. I want to cry so badly, she whispered, pressing her hand to her chest, a dry sound squeezing from her throat. Yet, a tear unexpectedly fell from her eye. That seemed to be all. Alice felt something completely disappear from her. She raised her hand, slowly opening her palm, then slowly closing it. After repeating this several times, she finally let her hand fall, feeling a profound sense of loss. That was a joke, but it was also more than just a joke. It wasn't until the moment the dice of probability disappeared that she understood why she and Bernadette blurted out the words, "Get it back." It seemed this thing had originally belonged to her. Its nature wasn't like containment, but rather more like a recovery, like retrieving a long-lost part of her body, unnaturally smooth. But the memories she truly recalled weren't many. The deepest impression was actually the momentary sense of unfamiliarity she felt when she first regained consciousness, unfamiliarity with her body and with emotions. "I think I might have gone a bit too far," Alice mumbled to herself. She vaguely realized that Klein was probably angry, but her sluggish emotions prevented her from fully understanding this anger. She merely concluded, based on past patterns, that she should apologize. But the voice wanting to apologize was like a seed struggling to break through the earth. Perhaps one day it could push aside hard rock and thick soil to see the light again, but until now, it remained buried in darkness. Therefore, Alice remained seated, organizing the memories she could recall, considering what she should do next, and examining her gains. The memories in her mind were as fragmented and chaotic as they had been the few times she'd recalled them. Alice extracted what she could remember as the earliest beginning. A voice had awakened her. The eternally innocent child. The embodiment of luck and miracles. The origin of calamity and chaos. The three-part honorific name echoed in her ears. In her memory, the first time she heard the summons, she instinctively looked towards the voice and asked curiously, "Who are you?" This was their first communication. That was Will Ossepton, who had not yet become the Snake of Fate. At that time, he didn't even go by that name, he was still a soothsayer living anonymously. Alice didn't remember how she fell asleep within the dice of probability, but she was certain that this thing was definitely not the shimmering long river from her memories. Something must have happened before she fell asleep. Of course, this wasn't the top priority. Alice continued to try and string together those fragmented memories into a line. Will Ossepton, still a Chaoswalker, let's continue to call him that. In any case, Will Ossepton at that time discovered her occasionally waking up and tried to awaken her. His first attempt was to compose an honorific name for her. When she successfully woke up, Will Ossepton also completed the ritual and advanced to become a soothsayer. They had actually spent a considerable amount of time together. By human definition, at that time, she and Will Ossepton could perhaps be called friends in her unilateral opinion. Yes, unilateral. The most unusual part of that memory began when ice cream first appeared in this world. Will Ossepton corrected it repeatedly based on her vague descriptions, eventually creating an ice cream that couldn't quite be called ice cream. At that time, there wasn't even cream. The earliest prototype of ice cream was a semi-solid made from ice, milk, fruit, egg yolk, and fat, twisted into the familiar spiral shape. Upon seeing this familiar yet strange existence, Alice faced another problem. Without a human body, how could she taste food? At that time, Will Ossepton smiled and reassured her, "Help me advance to sequence 1, and then I'll lend you my body so you can taste ice cream." How about that? Alice believed it to be true. She believed this obvious lie helped her friend achieve their wish of becoming a sequence 1, and then she didn't remember. The memories became chaotic again at this point, finally coming to an abrupt halt. Alice withdrew from her memories, lowered her head to look at her hands, her eyes somewhat blank. She should be angry, or rather, a human should be angry, for being deceived, for being let down, but she wasn't. She was only interested in the sequence 1 characteristic on Will Ossepton. No, and Ouroboros. The eternally innocent child. The embodiment of luck and miracles. The origin of calamity and chaos. As she was thinking, Alice suddenly heard overlapping prayers again, both male and female, seemingly from different places, mixed together. Alice looked towards the strongest voice. Who was that? A long, black warlock's robe like a trench coat, black trousers, black leather shoes, a pointed soft hat, a crystal monocle. Alice didn't need to look at the face. Just from this outfit, which seemed to have never changed, she could determine his identity, Eamon. Aren't you going to thank me? Eamon adjusted his monocle, the familiar, playful curve returning to his lips. Those faded emotions were gradually recolored, and the brightest, most intense color among them was named fear. End of chapter. Chapter 245 Chapter 119 I like you very much. Alice quickly realized she didn't need to be afraid, she wasn't as helpless as she used to be. She mustered her courage and replied fiercely. Thank you for what? Eamon wasn't angered by this. She saw Eamon chuckle, as if passing through something, then suddenly looked up at her and whispered in her terrified eyes. Found you, little Alice. Alice immediately withdrew her gaze. She saw a transparent figure quickly materialize in the room, smiling and greeting her. Good evening. Do you still care about human etiquette now? Alice paused, not responding to the question, but instead asked with some uncertainty, if I hadn't responded to you, could you still have found me? Eamon looked at Alice with a half-smile, unceremoniously sat in a chair, looked up at her, and said in an exaggerated tone. I'm Eamon, the incarnation of deception. Can you believe a single word I say? Alice fell into contemplation. Stealing a glance at Amon's half-smiling expression, Alice nervously shuffled backward a bit, then raised her head and shouted, feigning bravery. I didn't say anything wrong. Eamon was immediately amused. He made no attempt to hide his happiness, laughing as he curiously asked, so, what would happen if I admitted it? Alice looked at him in astonishment and retorted, if you admitted it, does it even need to be said? Eamon looked at Alice with an expression of amazement. Alice ignored his gaze, took a deep breath, and solemnly asked Eamon. Thank you. How long can my current state last? Eamon, surprised, retorted again, I'm Eamon, the incarnation of deception. Can you believe a single word I say? Alice painfully covered her face with her hands, her voice seeping through her fingers. I was wrong. I won't do this again next time. Stop imitating me. Actually, I quite like it, Eamon chuckled. As for how long it can last, haven't you noticed any problems at all? Alice raised her head in confusion. Eamon smiled at her and said in a mischievous tone, I won't be so kind as to explain it to you, little Alice. After a pause of more than 10 seconds, Alice asked, unable to bear it any longer, why do you have to add, little, before my name? You don't like it? Eamon asked in surprise. Humans often use this way to express intimacy and affection. I really like you, little Alice. Alice. Alice shivered with fright. The like coming from Amon's mouth sounded like the most terrifying ghost story in the world. Eamon sighed regretfully, asking with some confusion. I think I've been quite polite to you, haven't I? Forget about before, why are you still so scared now? Besides, I just helped you out big time, yet all you've given me so far is a thank you with absolutely no sincerity. Alice thought seriously for a moment, then raised an objection. You're clearly treating me like a toy. No, perhaps I'm worth a bit more than a toy. You're clearly treating me like a pet. Oh, you found out, Eamon chuckled nonchalantly. After all, you can't expect me to treat mortals as friends, can you? Alice opened her mouth, then closed it again. What do you want to say? Eamon asked curiously. Alice was silent for a moment, then said, I know there's a fundamental difference in the essence of life between mortals and mythical creatures, and this gap is insurmountable. So I originally wanted to say that our souls should be equal. Ha! Eamon laughed as if he'd heard something funny. You actually think that? No, Alice shook her head. Deities leave an indelible mark on beyond characteristics, so even in terms of souls, deities and mortals are not equal. After a pause, Alice added, perhaps we are equal emotionally, assuming you have emotions, but I imagine you wouldn't care about the emotions of mortals, just like me. I should have realized it sooner. I'm just curious, longing, imitating. Subconsciously, I never considered myself human. You actually discovered that. Amon's tone was both surprised and regretful. Alice immediately recalled Eamon poking at her sore spot and instantly understood what Eamon was regretting. She stared with wide eyes and shouted. You're still treating me like a pet now, aren't you? No, 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 Eamon shook his head, denying the statement. I've learned how humans raise pets, and most of the time that doesn't mean fun, but trouble. You're much better than a pet, not so troublesome, and very fun. Alice was choked for a moment. She gritted her teeth and said to Eamon, thank you. You're welcome. Eamon replied with a smile, completely unburdened. Alice was silent for a moment, then asked with a sincere expression, what exactly about me do you like? Can't I change it? Eamon burst out laughing. He looked Alice up and down and said seriously, I'm afraid that's a bit difficult to change. After all, your honorific name includes a source of calamity and chaos. Alice paused slightly, then frowned and asked, can an honorific name be changed? Why would you want to change it? Eamon asked in confusion. It sounds a bit too much like an evil god, Alice replied with a frown, then added as if remembering something, wait a minute, why do you have my honorific name? You're just realizing this now. Eamon looked at Alice in surprise. Alice silently lowered her head. I almost don't have the heart to deceive you. Eamon said with a smile, never mind, have you heard of cryptologist? Alice ignored the first half of Amon's sentence and tentatively asked, is that the name of a sequence in the Marauder pathway? Eamon nodded. Alice seriously considered the feasibility of changing her honorific name to one that a cryptologist couldn't decipher. If the format is consistent, how about Reaper of Desserts and Ice Cream? That one should indeed be quite difficult to decipher. Eamon pushed his monocle with some hesitation. After all, I've never seen anyone write an honorific name like that. You're cheating. Alice suddenly looked up. Eamon chuckled. Isn't that quite normal? However, regarding your honorific name, I have a better suggestion. Remember, I am shadow roaming in destiny. End of chapter. Chapter 246 Chapter 120 Uneasy. Alice squeezed the edge of the bed, her gaze at Eamon calming. She asked in a level voice, is this the reward you demand? Eamon raised an eyebrow and asked, it's clearly mutual help between friends. Why do you have to make it sound so unpleasant? Alice didn't take the bait. Her voice remained level as she said, is this the reward you demand? What if I said yes? Eamon thought for a moment before asking. Alice paused, then offered a slight smile and said, then, you can change that phrase to, intimate friend of deceit and pranks, and I will respond to you. This meant Alice didn't intend to truly modify her honorific name, this was solely directed at Eamon. Eamon immediately understood Alice's meaning. He asked with some curiosity, for you, does this count as fair? Alice lifted her chin and replied, I am both a participant and a witness to the transaction, so whether it is fair should rightfully be decided by me. You may leave. This unprecedentedly firm dismissal made Eamon frown, then he chuckled lightly and said, you know, I actually brought the playing cards with me. And until now, you still haven't told me what the Mad Hatter truly is. His voice, carried by the wind, fell to the ground and then vanished. Amon's figure disappeared along with it. Alice stared in that direction for a few seconds. Her rationality warned her that it was Eamon, the embodiment of deceit and pranks, and that she absolutely couldn't trust him. Yet, the high wall of her vigilance had cracked open. After all, Eamon had never truly harmed her, and he had always listened patiently to her. Even Klein couldn't compare to this, because often, Klein wouldn't let her finish speaking, nor would he indulge her wild jokes. In fact, not long ago, he had even gotten angry with her. Thinking of this, Alice squeezed the edge of the bed again. She understood that anyone would be angry in that situation, and she knew that she was the one who should apologize and explain, but she still couldn't help but feel a little sad. She wondered where Klein was now. She hoped he would listen when she spoke to him. Alice pressed her temples, a headache forming, then she remembered Amon's words. Was something amiss? Never mind, she'd think about it later. Alice gave up on that thought, raised her head, and gazed in a certain direction, pressing her lips together. She knew where that was. According to the map, it was the direction of the West Continent. After recovering the uniqueness, she could finally, with focused attention, grasp that ethereal connection and feel that distant summons. She had a premonition that the origin of that connection lay in the West Continent. The West Continent. What exactly was there? Pushing down the questions in her heart, Alice began to check her current state. Alice wasn't sure if she could still be described as a Beander. Compared to a Beander who had accommodated a uniqueness, she was perhaps closer to a living uniqueness. This was determined by her sequence. The good news was that she no longer had to worry about where to find the mythical creature blood for Lady Hermit. Her own would suffice, not just any drop of blood, but blood imbued with the power of authority. The bad news was that she probably still had to find potions or Beander characteristics. Of course, if she were brave enough, she could go find Will Ossepton right now, and then Ouroboros. But Alice doubted she could defeat them. Uniqueness, to a certain extent, represented authority, and also administrator privileges. Meaning, theoretically, she could adjust the abilities of Beyonders on this pathway. Why theoretically? Because Archangels of Sequence 1 themselves possess a portion of authority, and a uniqueness without a complete sequence's support is like a castle in the air. Perhaps her authority was higher than Will Ossepton's, but Alice knew her own limitations. In terms of practical application, Ouroboros, having managed to survive under Ouroboros for so many years, surely knew more techniques than she did. She needed some time to familiarize herself with her new power, and also time to collect low-sequence Beander characteristics, and perhaps, to digest potions. While Will Ossepton hadn't been born yet. No, even if he was born, he would still have a long period of weakness. After the restart, he would be weak throughout his entire childhood and adolescence. But even while in the weak period after the restart, Alice was certain that Will Ossepton would have desperate measures. And then, there was Ouroboros. Ouroboros shouldn't be in a weak period, right? After giving up on thinking, Alice remembered anchors again. Thinking of anchors, Alice would recall Amon's reminder. Let's just call it a reminder. What other problems did she have? Never mind, don't think about it. Better to continue thinking about Will Ossepton. Alice realized that her anger at Will Ossepton's actions wasn't because she had been deceived, but because, using deceit to manipulate fate for help, like cheating in a gamble, was a disrespect to fate. So, he should pay the price for his actions. Alice lowered her eyelids and whispered to herself. Next, there was more good news. If she intended to drink potions to advance, she didn't need to find potion formulas. The uniqueness contained the relevant knowledge, which was much easier than finding Beyonders of the same pathway. Correspondingly, there should also be bad news. Why were some of the knowledge and the uniqueness different from those in Beander characteristics or potions? When Lady Hermit mentioned that the abilities of high-sequence Beyonders had problems, Alice had guessed that she might have been the cause, but this Sequence 7 Feet Lucky One, true to its name, lucky ones would gain unusual luck, but it was uncontrollable, passive, and the luck was not fixed, with ups and downs, sometimes incredibly powerful, sometimes like an ordinary person. In the original Sequence 7 knowledge, there should have been a warning not to rely on luck. Alice replayed the scene wherein Zhangwil killed her and felt a hint of bewilderment. Did this count as her digging her own grave? Sequence 5 Inches winner also had a missing warning. Fate chose you, only then can you become a true winner. Alice murmured, suppressing the unease rising in her heart, and sighed, I might really have to drink a potion again to see what exactly I did to the knowledge within the potions. Alice gritted her teeth, suddenly feeling an unprecedented worry about her future fate. Chapter 247 Chapter 121a, Prophecy. The fool who does not belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The yellow and black king who holds good luck. I beseech your gaze. I beseech your listening. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make that kind of joke. I didn't mean to scare you with that kind of thing. You know, you should know, right? I don't usually do that kind of thing. I don't make jokes like that. My state at the time was very abnormal. Oh, well, anyway, I know I was wrong. Can you please not be angry anymore, woo-woo-woo. Above the gray fog, Klein retracted his spirituality and pinched the space between his eyebrows. From Alice's tone, she at least seemed to be sincerely apologizing. Whether she would do it again was hard to say, but she genuinely seemed to know she was wrong. However, she doesn't usually make jokes of this extent. Klein thought back carefully and suddenly realized that his answer was actually uncertain. The initial Alice probably wouldn't have made such a joke, but now, it was hard to say. However, what she said about her state being abnormal was likely true, and she probably started being in an abnormal state a long time ago. Klein frowned worriedly, but quickly remembered Alice's personality, and he pressed his temples twice, a headache forming. Although he was indeed very angry at the time, that she would use his safety to scare people, up until now, his worry still outweighed his anger. However, he couldn't forgive her just like that, otherwise, she might actually do something like this next time. Klein pondered for a moment, then extended his spirituality to touch the crimson star belonging to Alice, and responded indifferently, "I understand." Alice tossed and turned restlessly on the bed. Alice wasn't familiar with how to apologize, as most of the time, she was the one causing anger, not the one cleaning up the mess. She usually dumped such matters on others. After struggling with her words, she tried her best to make her expression and tone appear pitiful before beginning to pray. She waited restlessly like this until she received a response. Until a wisp of fog appeared before her eyes, and she heard a calm, indifferent voice, "I understand. It's over." Alice felt her hanging heart finally die. She sat up from the bed at once, her face bitter, and began to think about how to coax Klein. "No, first, I'll test how much he actually believed." As she pondered deeply, Alice felt her body and mind gradually settle and become peaceful, as if entering a semi-dreamlike state. In this state, time seemed to blur. After an unknown period, Alice finally regained consciousness. She saw in boundless darkness, and at her feet were clumps of night-scented herbs and deep slumber flowers. The surroundings were silent, and breathing sounds were particularly distinct here. Alice felt that if given a little time, she could clearly capture the sounds of breathing, heartbeats, and blood flowing. Alice was familiar with this feeling, and also with these herbs. She tentatively opened her mouth and asked, "Goddess." There was no distinction between sky and earth here, yet Alice felt a figure emerge from among the stars and the red moon. She descended into this darkness, clad in a layered yet unornamented dark gown, adorned with countless brilliant specks. It was like the night sky. Alice gazed at the twinkling stars on the hem of the dress and instinctively began to count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, long time no see. A soft voice sounded, awakening Alice. She blinked and looked directly at the figure. It was a vague, indistinct female figure whose face was unclear. Alice tilted her head and almost subconsciously blurted out, "Can you still transform back into the demonic wolf's form?" Silence fell again, and this time, it was an awkward silence. After the silence lasted for more than 10 seconds, Alice reached out and covered her mouth. A soft sigh came, and Alice heard the voice continue. "It seems you won the gamble. Your current state is much better than when you last saw me." "Won the gamble?" Alice asked, somewhat bewildered. "What was I like the last time I saw you?" The figure in the darkness spoke in a gentle voice. "At that time, you told me that when you returned, you would become a true incarnation of destiny. You said that was a prophecy." After a pause, the figure added, "This is just a projection in a dream." Alice pretended to lower her head guiltily, studying the flowers and plants at her feet while murmuring, "Prophecy. At that time, was it really me who told you that, prophecy? Soothsayer prophecy, can mark nodes of fate and make prophecies about the development of that node. All who believe in the prophecy will contribute to its realization. The strength of the believer's spirituality and their connection to the prophecy will determine the magnitude of the influence. This is not equivalent to weaving fate, because this possibility already exists. Prophecy merely amplifies this possibility." Was it a prophecy, or a prophecy? Alice was unsure how well she was hiding her emotions. The figure paused for a long time before gently replying, "Perhaps, it no longer matters." "What do you mean?" Alice pursed her lips. The figure's voice was gentle and calm, allowing Alice's heart to gradually settle down. "You told me, you almost drowned in a river made of converging light. Before your consciousness dissipated, you grasped a key." "Key," Alice murmured to herself. The figure did not respond, but instead gently spoke of knowledge above sequence, and the secrets of adjacent pathways. Alice bit down hard on her teeth. Only after the voice disappeared did she, filled with immense confusion, ask, "Actually, I wasn't fighting anyone's mental residue at all, was I? Actually, my consciousness was always there, even if the key of light awakened. No, no one ever woke up, it was always me. We actually merged long ago, or rather, I am the new consciousness born from that merger, right? I'm just not stable enough yet." Alice didn't continue, but instead asked softly. You just mentioned, Lord of the Mysteries, does that mean Klein will eventually become like me? Are you watching him? The figure rippled slightly, then replied, if he continues to advance, that will be inevitable. Alice bit her lip, lowering her head and asking, is it enough if he doesn't advance? As long as Saphira Castle is separated. Chapter 248 Chapter 122 St. Ferlin. Alice, the figure sighed softly, have you heard of the apocalypse? Alice fell silent. Just as all doctrines mention the Creator, most doctrines also preach of the coming apocalypse. She frowned, asking in confusion, why would there be an apocalypse? The figure rippled, telling her the origin of the apocalypse. This time, Alice remained silent for an even longer period before saying thoughtfully, if that's the case, why not let someone else be the Lord of the Mysteries? Aemon wants Saphira Castle, doesn't he? Then just give it to him. The figure said softly. As you said, if it's just to give birth to a pillar, Aemon is a better choice. I won't stop you, and I can't stop you, just as no one can force Klein or Aemon to become a god if they don't wish to. My help to you is not for anything in return, I am merely paying the price for the protection I received from you in the past. Alice lowered her head, pondering the content of that prophecy, and after a long time, she asked, am I really from that civilization before the first epoch you spoke of? In her nervous state, Alice heard the rhetorical question, why do you have such doubts? Alice lowered her head and remained silent. Because it was a return, not an awakening. A return meant that one had to leave first. Alice never forgot that, Huan's memory actually had a blank period. Of course, that blank part could be attributed to a child having no memory, but in Alice's impression, Huan was already of elementary school age when she first woke up, which meant she should have had memories from even earlier. And the inexplicably appearing drowning symptoms, combined with the memory of herself chasing ice cream and being engulfed by that light wave, and the goddess's words about herself almost drowning but finally grabbing a key, wasn't that drowning? Is it possible that she really came from another world, and this is her second time in this world? A person who shouldn't exist, their very existence represents a variable. If one doesn't consider that book, no, even if one considers that book, she naturally fits the key of light, or rather, it's precisely because it's considered that she fits even more. She had been silent for too long, partly not knowing how to explain, and partly not wanting to explain. The figure seemed to have a guess and did not wait any longer. After warning her that those knowledges were tainted, Alice woke up. Alice was startled for a moment, glanced at the sky outside, which could barely be called dawn, and fell into contemplation. Theoretically, she should be sleeping at this time, but mythical creatures don't really need to sleep anymore, and they don't need to eat either. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, Alice closed her eyes. The bed was so comfortable. Waves surged like giant beasts, and a passenger ship swayed precariously in the tempest. The wind howled, carrying the salty taste of the sea and the scent of death. Alice was momentarily dazed, finally recognizing that the swaying passenger ship was the St. Ferlin. On the deck, people screamed and ran, trying to find a glimmer of hope for escape. Beyonders or ordinary crew members did their best to stabilize the St. Ferlin, but it was all in vain. Waves crashed onto the deck again and again, sweeping people into the sea. They struggled and cried out. Before the calamity, human strength was so powerless. No, that wasn't a calamity at all. In the surging waves, a vast, indistinct figure emerged partially. It was a huge, thick tentacle. The owner of the tentacle seemed bored with such a game. It wrapped around the St. Ferlin, pulled hard, and in an instant, the ship was torn to pieces. People screamed as they fell into the sea, desperately waving their arms, trying to grab something. Even Beyonders of the Sailor Pathway found it difficult to endure for long in such an environment. Fortunately, after sweeping away the St. Ferlin, the owner of the tentacle seemed to lose interest in everything and disappeared into the vast sea. Alice opened her eyes, gazed at the already risen sun for a moment, swayed, and vanished from the room. Sequence 3 Chaoswalker of the Fate Pathway provided a displacement ability, allowing Beyonders to traverse by leveraging the underlying chaos and madness of this world. In more profound language, it means that a Chaoswalker can traverse through chaotic fate. Of course, there was a prerequisite for using this ability. The state Alice had entered multiple times, where emotions were stripped away and the body was controlled, actually originated from one of the core abilities at the Sequence 4 Misfortune Mage stage. In Alice's view, this was an enhancement of the robot stage ability, by consuming spirituality to enter an absolute rationality state devoid of emotion, while also gaining a significant boost in computational ability. The only problem was, Alice appeared silently in an unmanned alley near the dock, muttering to herself thoughtfully. Why do I always feel that the high sequence abilities of the fate pathway each carry an excessive risk of losing control? Absolute rationality, and such, it doesn't sound like a good term, and using it too much can lead to slow emotional reactions or even loss of emotion. Is this the fundamental reason for my unstable state? Oh, perhaps I should also add the Chaoswalkers, specially formed traversal, that's practically designed for being corrupted. Alice shook her head, temporarily putting aside these thoughts, and blended into the crowd without attracting anyone's attention. The fate pathway also possessed a portion of the authority of mysteries, which, at mid to low sequences, manifested as anti-divination. Alice walked into the ticket office, paused, and then suddenly realized. No, wait a minute. Even if the Saint Fuerin hasn't set sail yet, there probably aren't any tickets left by now. She didn't deliberately hide it, and her words were heard by the guard at the door, who chimed in, "Are you looking to buy a ticket for the Saint Fuerin?" Alice nodded and said, "Yes, but are there no tickets today?" "Haha," the guard chuckled, "not only are there no tickets, but the Saint Fuerin has just left the port. You'll probably have to wait for it to return." Alice pressed her lips together. She closed her eyes, and after a long time, opened them again, telling him in an exceptionally certain tone. "Although the Saint Fuerin will encounter a shipwreck during this voyage and eventually sink, everyone on board will fortunately be rescued. No one will lose their life due to the shipwreck, nor will any family be torn apart by it, everyone will be safe." Chapter 249 Chapter 123 Keys are used to open doors. The words seemed a bit nonsensical, and the guard's eyes were surprised and puzzled, clearly not understanding what Alice was saying. But Alice didn't care, she just smiled and left the ticketing company without a second thought. For a passenger ship sailing on the high seas, encountering a real shipwreck or a sea monster was a normal occurrence, and it mostly wasn't her concern. Didn't they have the Lord of Storms? At most, Alice would just sigh in sympathy when she saw the news. The most special thing about the Saint Fuerin was probably that Alice suspected she herself was behind it. Alice wasn't very concerned with how many people would believe that prophecy, or how much effect it would have. Anyway, she had left the prophecy, whether it would come true depended on those people's luck. Praise the generous Lord of Storms, hopefully, he wouldn't be angry about losing a passenger ship. If he would be, next time, she'd dismantle a church. Alice's gaze drifted, and she left the dock. Did they have any local specialty ice cream? Alice blinked, recalling the sea salt ice cream from her Earth civilization era, and licked her lips. Monday afternoon, above the gray fog. After pulling the others above the gray fog, Klein realized a problem. With his current spirituality, he seemed unable to pull Alice at all. He watched as the crimson light gradually coalesced into an illusory figure, and as he hesitated, suddenly, his inspiration was touched. Alice clearly felt someone touch her astral body. She almost instinctively traced the source and then she saw a door. A dark green light door, faintly discernible within the black and white mist. That light door was composed of countless overlapping light spheres, each light sphere's body in turn a pile of twisted worms huddled together, some transparent, some semi-transparent, bearing symbols and patterns that were either complex and ineffable or profound in imagery. When her spirituality touched that door, a thought instinctively popped into Alice's mind. A key, it's for opening a door, right? Strands of light, following her will, tried to condense into the shape of an illusory key but shattered again after only half forming. Alice blinked twice, and those light rays condensed again, gently bumping the light door twice. Was this considered knocking? Quote. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Above the gray fog, Audrey greeted him as usual. She, like the others, noticed Alice's empty seat, but no matter what, she seemed to have to finish her greeting first. "Good afternoon, Miss Magician. Good afternoon, Madam Hermit. Good afternoon. As Audrey prepared to bypass the absent Miss Fate and turn to Alger, the hanged man, she suddenly heard footsteps. Footsteps. Audrey stopped her greeting in confusion and, along with the others, looked towards the source of the sound, just in time to see Alice push open the light door and slowly descend the steps. When she realized she was the center of attention, Alice hesitated for a moment, then raised her hand and waved twice, saying, "Good afternoon." The first to react was Audrey. She maintained her smile without changing her expression, turned, and bowed to Alice, saying, "Good afternoon, Miss Fate." Her voice, not light enough, revealed that her mood was not as calm as her expression. Alice nodded perfunctorily, then cautiously turned to look at Klein, calling out pitifully, "Mr. Fool, I truly know I was wrong." Klein glanced at her, thought for a moment, and his voice was slightly softer than last night. "You sit down first." Alice immediately cheered up. She gave up walking slowly step by step, thumped, to her seat, and threw herself into the chair. Then, she looked up and abruptly asked, "Why don't you change the chairs to sofas?" Klein desperately suppressed the urge to curse. Alice silently reached up and covered her mouth. The members of the Tarot Club looked at Alice, beginning to wonder what mistake she had made. Only Audrey, as if nothing had happened, smiled and bowed to Alger, saying, "Good afternoon, Mr. Hanged Man." This greeting was also not light enough. After Mr. Fool finished reading this week's diary as usual, Catlia, the hermit, tentatively asked Alice, "Miss Fate, have you decided on your reward?" "Ah." Alice turned her head, thought for a moment, and then, making her expression a bit more solemn, said, "Are you willing to accept a mission?" Catlia's heart tightened, but she still asked without changing her expression, "What kind of mission?" Alice gazed at her for a while and smiled, "Spread my honorific name." Catlia froze in place. "You're not willing." Alice tilted her head. Catlia dared not make too drastic movements. She took a deep breath and cautiously asked, "What is your honorific name?" Alice thought for a moment, then turned to the others and said, "If you need help, you can also pray to me. But remember to prepare a reward afterward." Ignoring Derek, the sun, and Emlyn, the moon, who hadn't noticed anything, Alger instantly recalled what Alice had said at the last Tarot Club meeting. "We'll talk about it next week." Recalling Alice's unusual tardiness this time, and her suddenly appearing honorific name, Alger made the most reasonable deduction: Miss Fate had successfully recovered her authority this week. Alice ignored the Tarot Club members, who were lost in their own thoughts, and instead gently tapped the table twice, leaning back in her chair and saying, "The child who is forever pure. The embodiment of luck and miracles. The origin of calamity and chaos. As expected, it's a three-part structure." Alger lowered his head, his brow slightly furrowed. Alice's honorific name format was actually very obvious. The latter two sentences reflected her authority, while the first was clearly a description of herself, so Miss Fate was indeed not very old before. Audrey also realized this, but she felt a touch of bewilderment at the phrase, "forever pure, is your definition of pure not quite the same as ours? She's really just a child." Catlia, while noting down the honorific name, felt a sense of absurdity and worry. After writing down the honorific name, Derek suddenly realized something and asked hesitantly, "Can you receive my prayers?" Alice fell into contemplation. "Probably not," Alice said hesitantly. "I don't know, why don't you go back and try?" Derek nodded solemnly. After a few seconds of silence, Audrey asked curiously, "Miss Fate, what about the ritual for praying to you?" And other rituals." Alice paused, then asked hesitantly, "How about, you just set something up casually?" Chapter 250 Chapter 124 Why is it so troublesome to be an evil god? After a moment of silence, the world rasped, "Miss Fate, you're being a bit too fated." Alice pondered for a moment, then looked up with a serious expression and asked, "Why don't you help me design a ritual?" The world retorted, "Why don't you just ask me to help you come up with an honorific name?" "Because," Alice replied, resting her chin on her hand, "someone already helped me with that before." The world's mouth twitched. "All right, no problem, you're the boss." After a pause, he asked again, "Who helped you come up with it?" "You've met him," Alice blinked, "that snake of fate." Klein fell into deep thought in the gray fog. Alger fell into deep thought in his seat. Is it common for you high-sequence beyonders to have your enemies help you come up with your honorific name? Audrey glanced at Alice, feeling that while the answer was unexpected, it was also reasonable. She always felt that Miss Fate was a god who would let her followers come up with their own honorific names. Catalia glanced at Audrey and likewise posed a question. Miss Fate, do you have a holy book, doctrines, or anything like that? Alice blinked twice. Catalia deduced the answer from Alice's expression. She then asked, without much hope, then, do you have any circulating deeds that could serve as material? Alice continued to blink. Catalia finally felt the world's pain. She took a deep breath and asked, in that case, the effect might not meet your expectations. Alice frowned in distress, complaining softly, why is this so troublesome? Are there really so many things to do? Catalia suddenly felt a hint of worry for Miss Fate's future followers. Immediately, she realized she should first worry about her own situation. She sighed and said, I will try my best. Alice instantly cheered up again. She smiled at Catalia. Then I'll trouble you, Madam Hermit. When do you need the mythical creature's blood? Catalia felt a faint sense of psychological comfort. She smiled and said, no rush for now. At this moment, Alger looked around and took the initiative to say, I need the ocean songster's potion formula. Alice tilted her head, recalling Klein's divination of the eternal blazing sun, and suddenly had a dangerous idea. I can keep an eye out for you, Catalia responded. Seeing this, Alger took the opportunity to ask, Madam, what do you need? I can gather clues beforehand, to be used for exchanging potion formulas later. Catalia detected the hidden probing in his words. Her mind raced, and she said with a smile, I need a demigod-level mystical item, one with relatively tolerable negative effects. Alger was startled for a moment internally, but quickly understood that Catalia was mocking his previous probing. He calmed down and said, I will keep an eye out. But madam, you should be well aware that even effective clues for such items might be worth the ocean songster's potion formula. When it comes to intimidating and mocking people, Miss Fate is still more skilled, although Miss Fate might be unintentional. Alger's gaze swept over Alice. Alice blinked, as if remembering something, and raised her hand, saying to Catalia, I have a clue. Catalia instantly recalled the sea god scepter that Alice had used as a toy, but Alice's next words shattered her fantasy. I am the mystical item that meets your requirements. Catalia swallowed. Alger reached out and pressed down on the table. Audrey's smile froze on her face. Alice looked at them in confusion, then thought for a moment and explained, but it might not be demigod level, it's angel level, or perhaps even higher. Klein finally couldn't bear it anymore. He controlled the world to remind her. Miss Fate, I don't think you belong to the category of tolerable negative effects. Alice was speechless. Catalia sincerely praised the world and Mr. Fool in her heart, then smiled and said, Miss Fate, I don't think you'd be able to stay by my side for long, would you? Alice silently shrank back. Seeing this, Catalia turned to Alger and nodded, saying, I only need clues. After this, the scene became quiet again. Alice looked around and realized that this was normal. As the members' sequences increased, the Tarot Club's transactions were bound to shift from many small-value items to fewer large-value items, gradually leaning towards intelligence trading. As Alice pondered, Derek spoke before anyone else, Elder Lovia has been released. I encountered her in the library. It took Alice a moment to remember who that was. She asked curiously, did your chief confirm that she's all right? She should be, right. Derek asked uncertainly. Just recently, the chief returned to the City of Silver. Furs finally found an opportunity to speak. She raised her hand and asked, Mr. Sun, could it be this situation? Your chief led the exploration team and that little boy Jack to search for the path that leads to the outside world, only to find that it must rely on the true creator's power. Heh, this isn't a lie I fabricated, but a deduction based on facts. That little boy Jack's father belongs to the Aurora Order. They came to your place by following the true creator's sanctuary. So, for the sake of the entire City of Silver, after your chief returned, he decided to release the shepherd, Lovia. If that's truly the case, Mr. Sun will be in great danger next, Audrey said worriedly, causing Derek's heart to sink rapidly. Shouldn't it be safer instead? Alice retorted. I also agree with Miss Fate's view. Alger glanced at Alice, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Why? Audrey looked at Alice, then at Alger, and couldn't help but reflect on herself. Alice looked at the two of them in confusion and said, in a gamble where the outcome isn't yet certain, if you want to win and become the final winner, isn't hedging your bets the most basic strategy? Alger's movements paused for a moment. He tried his best to suppress the urge to look at the head of the bronze long table. Was Mr. Fool also someone Miss Fate had placed a bet on? Congratulations, Mr. Sun. Alice turned to Derek and smiled. You now have the qualifications to become a chess piece. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.